Part 2. At this point and in this manner, I set forth the story of Christian's wife and children, and how they set out on their own dangerous journey, in pursuit of a safe arrival at the desired country. I have used similitudes. I have also spoken to the prophets, and I gave numerous visions, and through the prophets I gave parables. Hosea 12:10. Introduction. Courteous companions. Some time has passed since I told you my dream about Christian the Pilgrim, and about his dangerous journey towards the celestial country. While it was pleasant to me, I also hope it was profitable to you. At that time, I also went on to tell you what I saw concerning his wife and children, and how unwilling they were to go with him on pilgrimage. As a result, he was forced to go on his journey without them, for he dared not run the danger of that destruction, which he feared would come by staying with them in the city of destruction. Therefore, as I showed you then, he left them and departed. Now it so happened that through a growing number of things to accomplish, I have been kept extremely busy, which greatly hindered any chance for me to travel into those parts where he went. Until now, I had no opportunity to make further review about those whom he left behind, so that I might give you an update of what became of them. However, recently I had some concerns, and so I went down again toward the city. Now I took up lodging in the woods about a mile from that place, and as I slept I dreamed again. In my dream, an aged gentleman came by where I lay, and because he planned to go part of the way I was traveling, it seemed to me that I got up and went with him. So as travelers usually do, we walked and fell into a conversation. Our talk happened to center on Christian and his travels, and this is how I began the discussion with the old man, Mr. Sagacity. "Sir," I said, "what town is that there below, that lies on the left hand of our way?" Mr. Sagacity said, "It is the city of destruction, a populous place, but possessed with a very ill-conditioned and idle sort of people." "I thought it was," I said. "I went once through that town myself, and therefore what you say is true." "Too true." Mr. Sagacity shook his head. "I wish I could continue to speak the truth, and have better things to say about those who live there." "Well, sir," I said, "I can see that you are a well-meaning man, and that you are one who takes pleasure in hearing and telling about that which is good. Please tell me, did you ever hear what happened some time ago to a man from this town whose name was Christian? For he went on a pilgrimage up towards the higher regions." Mr. Sagacity's eyes grew wide. "Hear of him?" "Yes, I certainly did. I also heard of the disturbances, troubles, wars, captivities, cries, groans, frights and fears, with which he met and experienced on his journey. Besides, I must tell you, all our country rings with tales of him and his adventures. But there," he gestured toward the city of destruction, "there are few houses in the city where people have heard of him and what he did. However, some have sought after and got the records of his pilgrimage, and I think I may accurately say that his hazardous journey has garnered many well-wishers to his ways. For though he was considered a fool by most men when he lived here, now that he is gone he is highly commended by them all. For it is said he lives bravely where he is, and many of them who are determined to never risk his hazards, have gained the benefit of water for their own mouths through his rewards." "They may," I said, "clearly believe that he lives well where he is, for he now lives at and in the fountain of life. He has what he has without labor and sorrow, for there is no grief mixed with this. But please tell me what the people have to say about him." "They?" Mr. Sagacity's eyebrows arched. "The people talk strangely about him. Some say he now walks in white, but you have a few people in Sardis who have not soiled their garments, and they will walk with me in white, for they are worthy." Revelation 3:4, and that he has a chain of gold about his neck, and a crown of gold surrounded with pearls upon his head. Others say that the shining ones, who sometimes showed themselves to him on his journey, have become his companions, and that he is as familiar with them where he is, just like neighbors are with one another here. Besides this, it is confidently said concerning him that the king of the place where he is has already bestowed upon him a very rich and pleasant dwelling at court, and he eats and drinks with him every day. Plus, he also walks and talks with him, and receives smiles and favors from him who is judge of all there. Thus says the Lord of hosts, "If you will walk in my ways, and if you will perform my service, then you will also govern my house, and also have charge of my courts, and I will grant you free access among these who are standing here." Zechariah 3:7. Besides this, it is expected by some that his prince, the lord of that country, will shortly come into these parts, and will know the reason if they can give any, why his neighbors showed him so little support, and held him in such ridicule, when they understood he would be a pilgrim. It was also about these men that Enoch, in the 7th generation from Adam, prophesied saying, Behold, the Lord came with many thousands of his holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to convict all the ungodly of all their ungodly deeds, which they have done in an ungodly way, and of all the harsh things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Jude 14-15. For they say that now his prince shows him much fondness, and that his sovereign is very concerned with the indignities and humiliations that were cast upon Christian when he became a pilgrim. He will look upon these actions as if they were done to him. The one who listens to you listens to me, and the one who rejects you rejects me, and he who rejects me rejects the one who sent me. Luke 10:16. And this is no surprise, for it was because of the love that Christian had for his prince, that he attempted all that occurred during his pilgrimage. I dare say I'm glad that's the end of it for the poor man's sake, for he now has rest from his labor, I said. And he now reaps the benefit of his tears with joy, has moved beyond the gunshot of his enemies, and is out of the reach of them who hate him. Those who sow in tears shall reap with joyful shouting. He who goes to and fro weeping, carrying his bag of seed, shall indeed come again with a shout of joy, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalm 126 5-6. I also am glad that a rumor of these things is heard throughout this country. Who knows, it may have a good effect on some of those who are left behind. But please, sir, while it is fresh in my mind, have you heard anything about his wife and children? Poor hearts. I've wondered often about what has become of them. Who? Mr. Sagacity asked. You mean Christiana and her sons? It looks like they will do as well as Christian did himself. For though they all played the fool at first, and in no way would be persuaded by either Christian's tears or pleas, they had second thoughts and responded wonderfully. They have already packed up and headed out after him. Better and better, I said. The news both pleased and surprised me. You mean to say his wife and children have all left destruction? Mr. Sagacity gave an earnest nod. It is true. I can tell you the whole story, every detail, for I was right there at the moment it happened, and am thoroughly acquainted with all the details of the matter. Then since you were there, I said, you may report it for a truth. You need not have any misgivings when affirming it, Mr. Sagacity said. I mean, the fact is that they have all gone on pilgrimage, both the good woman and her 4 boys. And since we are, as I understand it, going some considerable distance together, I will give you an account of the whole matter, and how it came about. His wife was called Christiana from the day she and her children took to a pilgrim's life. After her husband had gone over the river, and she heard no more of him, she started pondering all that had happened. First, because she had lost her husband, and that the loving bond of that relationship was now utterly broken between them. For you know, Mr. Sagacity said to me, nature can do no less than to entertain the living with many heartfelt and heavy reflections in the remembrance of the loss of a loved one. In this way, the loss of her husband cost her many a tear. But her thoughts stirred her heart in other ways as well. Christiana began to ask herself whether her unbecoming behavior towards her husband was not one reason that she saw him no more, and that for this reason he had been taken away from her in such a manner. With these thoughts came swarms of memories of all her unkind, unnatural, and ungodly demeanor toward her dear friend and husband. These thoughts clogged her conscience and loaded her down with guilt. In the same way, she was greatly broken and distressed as she recalled all these things too, with restless groans, salty tears, and the mourning of her husband. She regretted how she had hardened her heart against all his pleas and loving persuasions, trying to get her and her sons to go with him. All the things Christian had said and done before her, while his burden hung on his back, returned to her thoughts now like a flash of lightning, rending the hold on her heart to pieces. She especially remembered that bitter outcry of his, "What shall I do to be saved?" Now his words continued to ring in her ears, most dolefully. Then said she to her children, "Sons, we are all ruined. I have sinned away your father, and he is gone. He would have had us go with him, but I refused to go along. In this way, I have also hindered you from receiving true life." With that, tears fell from the boys' eyes, and they cried out that they wished to go after their father. "Oh," said Christiana, "if only it had been our lot to go with him. Then perhaps it would have fared well with us more so than what it is like now. For formerly, concerning the troubles of your father, I foolishly imagined that they were the product of a foolish notion he had, or that he was overcome with a depressed mood. Yet now I find his frame of mind was not due to foolish imaginations, but they sprang from another cause, that is to say, that the light of life was given him. Then Jesus again spoke to them, saying, I am the light of the world. He who follows me will not walk in the darkness, but will have the light of life. John 8:12, and by the help of which, as I understand now, he has escaped the snares of death. The fear of the Lord is the fountain of life, that one may avoid the snares of death. Proverbs 14:27. Christiana's thoughts began to work in her mind. Then Christiana and the boys all wept again and cried out, Oh, may trouble happen to the day. The next night Christiana had a dream in which she saw a large parchment opened before her. It held a recorded summary of her ways, and to her way of thinking the crimes looked very black against her. She cried out aloud in her sleep, Lord, have mercy upon me a sinner. But the tax collector, standing some distance away, was even unwilling to lift up his eyes to heaven, but was beating his breast, saying, God be merciful to me, a sinner. Luke 18:13, and the children heard her. After this she thought she saw two very offensive ones standing beside her, speaking between themselves. What shall we do with this woman? For she cries out for mercy whether awake or asleep. If she is allowed to go on like this, we shall lose her, as we have lost her husband. Therefore we must, by one way or another, seek to distract her from the thoughts of what shall happen in the hereafter, or else all the world cannot prevent her from becoming a pilgrim. Christiana's dream. She awoke in a great sweat with trembling, but after a while she drifted off to sleep again. And while asleep, she thought she saw Christian, her husband, in a place of bliss among many immortals, with a harp in his hand, standing and playing upon it before one who sat on a throne. In her dream, her husband bowed his head with his face to the pavement that rested under his prince's feet, saying, I heartily thank my lord and king for bringing me into this place. Then a company of those who stood round about them shouted and strummed their harps, but no man living could tell what they said except for Christian and his companions. The next morning, when she was up and had prayed to God, she talked with her children for a while, until someone knocked hard at the door. She called out, If you come in God's name, come in. So the man at the door said, Amen, and opened the door. He greeted her with, Peace be to this house. When he finished saying this, he looked directly at Christiana and said, Christiana, do you know why I have come? Christiana blushed and trembled, and her heart began to grow warm with desires to know where he had come from, and what his errand to her might be. He said to her, My name is Secret. I dwell with those on high. Where I dwell it is talked of that you have a desire to go there. There is also another report that says you are aware of the evil you have formerly committed against your husband in hardening your heart against his way, and in keeping these children in their ignorance. Christiana, the merciful one has sent me to tell you that he is a God ready to forgive, and that he takes delight in increasing in number the pardon of offenses. He would also have you know that he invites you to come into his presence to his table, and that he will feed you with the best food of his house, and with the heritage of Jacob your father. There is Christian your husband, who with a great number of companions has beheld that face, which ministers life to those who look upon his face, and they will all be glad when they hear the sound of your feet step over your father's threshold. At this Christiana was greatly embarrassed by this visitor's words, and bowed her head to the ground. Secret then proceeded to say, Christiana, here is also a letter for you, which I have brought from your husband's king. So she took it and opened it. It released a fragrance that smelled of the best perfume. Your oils have a pleasing fragrance, your name is like purified oil, therefore the maidens love you. Song of Soul. 1-3. The letter was written in letters of gold, and explained that the king wanted her to do as her husband Christian had done, for that was the way to come to his city, and to dwell in his presence with joy forever. At reading this, Christiana was quite overcome and cried out to her visitor, Sir, will you carry me and my children with you, so that we may also go and worship the king? Then the visitor said, Christiana, the bitter is before the sweet. You must first go through troubles, just as your husband did, before you can enter this celestial city. Therefore I suggest you do as your husband, Christian, did. Go to the wicket gate which you can see in the distance. He pointed to the spot across the plain. For that gate stands at the start of the way up which you must go, and I wish you all good speed in your journey. I also advise you to put this letter in the pocket next to your heart, and that you read the contents of it to yourself and to your children, until you know it by heart. For it is one of the songs that you must sing while you are in this house of your pilgrimage. Your statutes are my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. Psalm 119:54, and you must also be prepared to present it at the further gate at your journey's end. Now in my dream, as this old gentleman told me the story, he seemed to be greatly affected by it, but he pressed on with the story. So Christiana called her sons together, and began to speak to them. My sons, I have, as you may have noticed lately, been under much anguish in my soul about the death of your father. This torment is not due to any doubt that he is happy, for I am satisfied that he is well where he is. I have also been very disturbed with the thoughts of my own state and yours, which I truly believe by nature are miserable. My behavior also toward your father in his distress is a great load to my conscience, for I hardened both my own heart and yours against him, and refused to go with him on pilgrimage. The thoughts of these things would now kill me outright, except for a dream which I had last night, and for the encouragement which this stranger has given me this morning. She gestured towards Secret. Come, my children, she said. Let us pack up, and go to the gate that leads to the celestial country, so that we may see your father and be with him and his companions in peace, according to the laws of that land. Her children burst into tears of joy that their mother's heart was so inclined. So their visitor bid them farewell, and together the family made preparations to set out for their journey. When they were almost ready to leave, two of the women who were Christiana's neighbors came up to her house and knocked at her door. When Christiana opened the door, she said to the two women, "If you come in God's name, come in." These words stunned the women, for they were not used to this kind of language, and certainly didn't expect it to drop from the lips of Christiana. Yet they came inside, and to their surprise, they found the good woman preparing to depart from her house. "Neighbor, what is the meaning of this?" they asked. Christiana answered and said to the oldest of the two, whose name was Mrs. Timorous, "I'm preparing for a journey." This Timorous was daughter to him who met Christian up on the hill Difficulty, the very same man who would have had him go back for fear of the lions. Mrs. Timorous frowned. "For what journey? Where are you planning to go?" Christiana said, "To go after my good husband." But the words barely escaped her lips when she dropped to her chair and wept. Mrs. Timorous pressed her hand to her bosom, and stood with her chin held high. "I certainly hope not, good neighbor. Please, for the sake of your poor children, do not do such an unwomanly thing. Your children need you here." Christiana looked up at her neighbor, and wiped her tears with the corner of her apron. "No, you misunderstand. My children shall go with me, for not one of them is willing to stay behind." Mrs. Timorous and Mercy find Christiana packing up. Mrs. Timorous's lips tightened, as if she'd taken a sip of vinegar. "I wonder deep down who or what has put such a notion into your mind." "Oh, neighbor," Christiana said, "if you knew what I do now, I have no doubt that you would go along with me." Mrs. Timorous crossed her arms. "Please tell me what new knowledge you have that has stirred the idea to leave your friends, and tempts you to go nobody knows where." Then Christiana replied, "Mrs. Timorous, I have been deeply troubled since my husband's departure from me, but especially since he went over the river. What troubles me the most is my rude behavior toward him when he was under his distress. Besides, now I am feeling just as he did then. Nothing will help me except going on pilgrimage. Last night I dreamed I saw him. Oh, how I longed for my soul to be with him. He lives in the presence of the king of the country. He sits and eats with him at his table. He has become a companion of immortals, and a house has been given to him to live in, a house that when compared to the best palace on earth makes the earthly house seem to be nothing but a dunghill. For we know that if the earthly tent which is our house is torn down, we have a building from God, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. For indeed in this house we groan, longing to be clothed with our dwelling from heaven, inasmuch as we, having put it on, will not be found naked. For indeed while we are in this tent, we groan being burdened, because we do not want to be unclothed but to be clothed, so that what is mortal will be swallowed up by life. 2 Corinthians 5:1-4. The prince of the place has also sent for me, with promise of receiving me as a guest, if I come to him. His messenger was here just a short time ago, and brought me a letter which invites me to come. She plucked the letter from her pocket and read it out loud, and then asked her neighbors, "What do you say to this?" "Oh, the madness!" Mrs. Timorous threw her arms toward the ceiling and wailed. The same madness has possessed both you and your husband to run yourselves purposefully into such difficulties. You have heard, I am sure, the problems your husband met with, from his very first step on his way. Our neighbor Obstinate can certainly testify to how poorly it went as he left on his journey, for he was with him. And Pliable too, but the two of them came to their senses, and like wise men returned to destruction, when they were afraid to go any further. Over and above that, her neighbor said, we also heard how he met with the lions Apollyon, the shadow of death, and many other things. Plus don't forget the danger he met with at Vanity Fair. And think of how hard put he was being a man. How can you, being but a poor woman, expect to endure such a thing? And think about these 4 sweet children of yours. They are your flesh and your bones. Therefore, even though you might be so rash as to go on such a journey yourself, for the sake of your children reconsider, and stay at home. But Christiana stood and smoothed her apron. Don't tempt me, my neighbor. I have now been shown the value of this journey, and the gain I shall receive. I would be a fool of the greatest size if I should lose heart now, and not strike out on this opportunity. And for all those troubles which you remind me I am likely to meet with in the way, they are so far from being a discouragement to me that they show me I am making the right choice. The bitter must come before the sweet, and that also will make the sweet the sweeter. Therefore, since you didn't come to my house in God's name as I said, I ask you to leave and not to alarm me further. Then Mrs. Timorous loathed Christiana, and said to her fellow neighbor, Come, Mercy, let us leave her to her own undoing, since she scorns our advice and company. She spun on her heels and took a step toward the door. But Mercy stood firm, for she could not so readily conform to her neighbor's wishes for 2 reasons. First, her sense of pity and kindness ached for Christiana. So she said to herself, if my neighbor Christiana feels she needs to go, I will go a little way with her and help her. Second, that same sense of pity and kindness hungered within her own soul, for what Christiana had said had taken hold upon her own mind. Therefore she thought, I will talk more with this Christiana, and if I find truth and life in what she has to say, I shall also go along with her wholeheartedly. It was after thinking these things through that she answered her neighbor Mrs. Timorous. Neighbor, Mercy said, I did indeed come with you to see Christiana this morning, and since she is, as you see, making her last preparations to depart this country, I think I'll walk a little with her this sunshiny morning to help her on her way. But Mercy chose not to mention her second reason, and just kept it to herself. Well, Mrs. Timorous faced Mercy with her chin held high, and her nostrils flaring. I see clearly that you have a mind to go a-fooling too. She shook her finger toward her neighbor. But be wise, and listen to me. While we are out of danger we are out, but when we are in, we are in. With that, Mrs. Timorous turned her back to them, walked out the door, and returned to her house. So Christiana busied herself in preparation for her journey. When Mrs. Timorous arrived home, she quickly sent for some of her neighbors, including Mrs. Bat's Eyes, Mrs. Inconsiderate, Mrs. Light Mind, and Mrs. Know Nothing. When they had all gathered at her house, she started to tell them the story of Christiana and her intended journey. Mrs. Timorous and her neighbors. She said, Neighbors, having little to do this morning, I went to visit Christiana. When I came to the door I knocked, as is our custom. She answered, If you come in God's name, come in. It seemed a bit odd, but I went in thinking all was well. However, when I walked in, I found her preparing to leave town along with her children. So I asked her what she was doing. And she told me, in short, that she had decided to go on pilgrimage, just like her husband had done. She also told me of a dream she had, and how the king of the country where her husband was had sent an inviting letter to come there. Mrs. Know Nothing asked, Do you think she will go? Mrs. Timorous let out a deep sigh and nodded. Yes, she will go whatever comes, that's all there is to it. I think I knew it most of all, and I tried to persuade her to stay at home by reminding her of all the troubles she was likely to meet with on the way. Instead of discouraging her, my great argument only encouraged her to move forward on her journey. For she told me in so many words that the bitter goes before the sweet, and because it does, it makes the sweet the sweeter. Mrs. Bat's eyes pursed her lips. That blind and foolish woman. You mean to say she takes no warning from her husband's afflictions? For my part, I'd say that if he were here again, he would be content to relax here unharmed, and never to endure so many hazards for nothing. Mrs. Inconsiderate also replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. Away with such fantastical fools from the town, and good riddance. However, as far as I'm concerned, I think she should stay here where she lives. But who could bear to live by her? For she will either be dull and neighborly, or talk about matters nobody can put up with. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, I will never be sorry to see her leave. Let her go, and let someone better come in her place. Let's face it, it has never been good since these whimsical fools have lived among us. Then Mrs. Lightmind joined the conversation. Come, let us put this kind of talk behind us. Yesterday I spent the day at Madame Wanton's, where we were as merry as the maids. And who do you think should be there along with me, but Mrs. Love the Flesh and 3 or 4 more, with Mrs. Lechery, Mrs. Filth, and some others. So we enjoyed music and dancing and whatever else we could think of to give us pleasure. And I dare say, my lady herself is an admirable well-bred gentlewoman, and Mr. Lechery is a handsome fellow. The first stage. By this time Christiana had gotten underway on her journey along with her children, and Mercy went along with them also. And Mercy, Christiana said, I take this as an unexpected favor that you should set forth like this to accompany me a little in the way. Young Mercy smiled, for she was but a young maid. If I thought it would lead to anything of good consequence to go along with you, I would never go near the town again. Well, Mercy, Christiana said, join with me, for I know well what awaits at the end of our pilgrimage. My husband is in a place where he would not be, even if he had all the gold in the Spanish mines. And you won't be rejected either, for you go upon my invitation. The king who has sent for me and my children delights in Mercy. Besides, if you are willing, I will hire you and you shall come with me as my servant. Yet we will have all things in common between you and me. Just come along with me. Lines of thought marked Mercy's young brow. But how shall I be certain that I would also be received with hospitality? If I had such a hope as this, but from one with authority, I wouldn't hesitate at all. I would go being helped by him who can help, even though the way is ever so wearisome. Well, my dear loving Mercy, Christiana said, I'll tell you what you should do. Go with me to the wicket gate, and there I will further ask for you. If you do not receive encouragement to continue with me on pilgrimage, I will be content for you to return to your home. I will also pay you for the kindness which you have shown to me and my children by coming with us and supporting us in the way you have. Mercy clasped her hands beneath her chin and said, Then I shall go to the wicket gate, and will accept what comes next. May the Lord grant that my portion fall there, and that the King of Heaven shall have his affections upon me. Christiana's face beamed with gladness, not only because she had a travelling companion, but also because she had succeeded in making this poor maid fall in love with her own salvation. So they went on together, and Mercy began to weep. Christiana looked at her friend and asked, Why are you weeping like this, my sister? I can't help it, Mercy said. I am compelled to cry and weep when I consider what a state and condition my poor relatives and friends are in. You know, the ones who remain behind in our sinful town. What makes my sorrow and regret all the more heavy is that they have no instructor or anyone to tell them what is to come. Christiana and her family with Mercy set out. Compassion becomes pilgrims, Christiana said. And you weep for your family and friends, as my good Christian did for me when he left me. He grieved and wept because I would not listen to him or pay attention. I treated him as if what he had to say was of no interest, but his Lord of ours gathered up his tears and put them into his bottle. And now you and I, plus my sweet children, are reaping the fruit and benefit of them. I hope, Mercy, that these tears of yours will not be lost, for the truth has said that those who sow in tears shall reap with joyful shouting. He who goes to and fro weeping, carrying his bag of seed, shall indeed come again with a shout of joy, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalm 126 5-6. Then Mercy said, Let the Most Blessed be my guide, if it be his will. Unto his gate into his fold, and up to his holy hill. And let him never allow me to turn aside or veer from his free grace and holy ways, whatever I suffer. And let him gather those of mine whom I have left behind. Lord, please make them be thine, with all their heart and mind. Now my old friend continued with the tale of Christiana's pilgrimage, and said that when she came to the Slough of Despond, she slowed and came to a stop. For, she said, This is the place in which my dear husband was almost smothered with mud. Nevertheless, she also recognized the command of the king to make this place good for pilgrims, and yet it was worse than before. So I asked if that was true. Yes, said the old gentleman. Too true. For many pretend to be the king's workers, and say that they are for restoring the king's highways, but they bring dirt and dung instead of stones, and as a result cause more damage rather than repair. Therefore it was here at the Slough of Despond where Christiana and her boys came to a stop. But Mercy said, "Come, let us risk going forward, but let us be cautious." Then they looked carefully where they stepped, and shifted their path and reeled from one side to the other with doubt. The experience left Christiana feeling like she had been mired in a slough, more than once or twice, but eventually they did cross over. They had no sooner reached the other side when they thought they heard someone say, "Blessed is she who believed that there would be a fulfillment of what had been spoken to her by the Lord." Luke 1:45. Hearing these words, they continued on their way, and Mercy said to Christiana, "If I had as good a cause to hope for a loving reception at the wicket gate as you, I don't think any Slough of Despond would be able to discourage me." "Well," said Christiana, "you know your affliction and I know mine." She placed her hand on Mercy's shoulder. "We shall all have enough misfortune before we reach our journey's end, my good friend. For can you imagine people like us who plan to reach such excellent glories as we do, and who are subject to envy because of the happiness we have without enemies who hate us? They will assault us with fears and snares and with troubles and afflictions." And now Mr. Sagacity left me to dream out my dream by myself. Therefore, it seemed to me that I saw Christiana, Mercy, and the boys all go up to the gate. When they came to it, they entered into a short debate about how they should conduct their affairs when calling at the gate. For instance, they discussed what should be said to the one who opened the gate, and who should do the talking. So they concluded, since Christiana was the eldest, that she should be the one to knock for entrance, and that she should also speak for the rest of them to the man who opened the gate. So Christiana began to knock, and just like her poor husband, she knocked and knocked again. But instead of a person answering the knock, they all thought they heard the sound of a dog barking in their direction. It wasn't just any bark, but the deep sound of an enormous dog. This filled the women and children with dread. They dared not knock any more for fear the mastiff would stir at the noise and rapidly overtake them. Due to this turn of events, they were greatly confused and unsure of what they should do next. They dared not knock for fear of the dog. They dared not go back for fear the keeper of that gate should see them as they left, and then be offended with them. Finally they thought about knocking again, but this time they knocked more passionately than they did the first time. The keeper of the gate answered, "Who is there?" And at the sound of the gatekeeper's voice, the dog ran off to bark elsewhere, and the gatekeeper opened the gate to them. Christiana bowed low and said, "Lord, please don't be offended with your handmaidens, because we have knocked at his princely gate." Then the keeper said, "From what place have you come? And what is it that you want?" Christiana answered, "We have come from the same place from which Christian came, and for the same business. To be clear, we are asking that if it pleases you, that we be graciously admitted by this gate into the way that leads to the celestial city. And I answer, my lord, in regarding the second question, that I am Christiana, once the wife of Christian, who now has arrived above." With that the keeper of the gate gaped in wonder, saying, "What? Did the one who abhorred that life just a short time ago now become a pilgrim?" She bowed her head and said, "Yes, and so are these my sweet children also." He reached out and took her by the hand and led her in and also said, "Permit the little children to come unto me." And with that he shut up the gate. Then he called to a trumpeter who was situated above, over the gate, to receive Christiana with shouting, and the sound of a joyful trumpet. So he obeyed and sounded the trumpet which filled the air with pleasant music. Now all this time poor Mercy stood outside the gate trembling and crying, for she feared she had been rejected. But when Christiana had gained admittance for herself and her boys, she began to make intercession for Mercy. Christiana said, "My lord, I have a companion who still stands outside the gate, who has come here for the same reason as myself. She is feeling quite discouraged, because she thinks she has come here without an invitation, while I was sent for by my husband's king." Mercy began to be very impatient, and each minute seemed as long as an hour to her. Therefore, she prevented Christiana from a fuller interceding for her, by knocking at the gate herself. And she knocked so loud that she made Christiana jump. Then the keeper of the gate asked, "Who is there?" And Christiana said, "It is my friend." So he opened the gate and looked out, but Mercy had fallen down unconscious outside the gate, because she had fainted for fear that the gate would not be opened to her. The keeper reached down and took her by the hand. He said, "Young woman, I command you to get up." Mercy opened her eyes and said, "Oh, sir, I am faint. There is hardly a trace of life left in me." But the keeper answered her that one once said, "While I was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to you, into your holy temple." Jonah 2:7. The keeper told her, "Fear not, but stand upon your feet and tell me why you have come here." Mercy stood on shaking legs and said, "I have come for that which I was never invited like my friend Christiana was. Hers was from the king, and my invite was but from her. Therefore I fear I have ventured here without permission." "Did she desire you to come with her to this place?" the keeper asked. Mercy gave an earnest nod. "Yes, and as my Lord sees, I have come. And if there is any grace and forgiveness of sins to spare, I request that your poor handmaid may be a partaker of it." The keeper of the gate finds Mercy fainting outside. The keeper took Mercy again by the hand, and led her gently inside the wicket gate. He said, "I pray for all who believe on me. I ask on their behalf. I do not ask on behalf of the world, but of those whom you have given me, for they are yours." John 17:9. Then he said to others who stood nearby, "Fetch something and give it to Mercy to smell, to help stop her from fainting." So they fetched a bundle of myrrh, and she inhaled deeply of its fragrance, and a short while later was revived. And so Christiana and her boys and Mercy were all received by the Lord at the head of the way, and they were spoken kindly to by him. They also said to him, "We are sorry for our sins, and beg of our Lord his pardon, and further information regarding what we must do." He said, "I grant pardon by word and deed. By word in the promise of forgiveness, by deed in the way I obtained it. Take the first from my lips with a kiss, and the other as it shall be revealed." And when he had said this, he showed them both his hands and his side. The disciples then rejoiced when they saw the Lord. John 20:20. Now I saw in my dream that he spoke many good words to them, by which they were greatly gladdened. He also brought them up to the top of the gate, and showed them at what time they were saved, and also told them that this sight would comfort them again, as they went along in the way. So he left them a while in a summer parlor below, where they refreshed themselves and discussed what had happened. Christiana began and said, "Oh, how glad am I that we have gotten in here." Mercy agreed, but said, "You may very well be glad, but I have even more cause to leap for joy." Christiana considered the time she spent knocking at the gate and said, "I thought at one time, as I stood knocking at the gate and no one answered, that all our labor had been for nothing, especially when that ugly mongrel made such a loud, deep barking against us." Mercy said, "My worst fear came after I saw you were taken into his favor. When you disappeared through the gate, I thought I had been left behind. At the time I thought that what is written had been fulfilled. 2 women will be grinding at the mill, one will be taken and one will be left. Matthew 24:41. I made quite a commotion but refrained from crying out, 'Ruined! Destroyed!' I was afraid to knock at the gate again, but when I looked up and saw what was written over the gate, I took courage. I also decided I must either knock again or die. So I knocked, but I can't begin to tell how my spirit struggled between life and death." Christiana asked, "Couldn't you tell how loudly you knocked?" "I can tell you that your knocks were so earnest that they startled me. I thought that I had never heard such knocking in all my life. In fact, I thought perhaps you would enter the gate by force or take the kingdom by storm. From the days of John the Baptist until now the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and violent men take it by force." Matt. 11:12. Regrettably for someone in my situation, what else could I do? Mercy asked. "You saw that the door shut after you entered, and I stood on the other side along with that cruel dog. No one could be more faint-hearted than me, but who in my situation would not have knocked with all their might? But please tell me, what did my Lord say about my rudeness? Was he angry with me?" A grin tugged at the corner of Christiana's mouth. "When he heard your unwieldy noise, he smiled a most wonderful smile. I believe what you did pleased him, for he showed no sign to the contrary. But I wonder in my heart why he keeps such a dog. I have to say that if I had known that before we came to the gate, I'm not sure I would have had courage enough to have attempted any of this. But now we are in. She grabbed Mercy's shoulders. "We are in. And deep down I've never been happier." Mercy's head bobbed in agreement. "Please, next time he comes down, be sure to ask him why he keeps such a filthy mongrel in his yard." She paused for a moment and said, "I hope he will not take it wrong." "Yes, do ask him," the children said in unison, "and persuade him to hang the mongrel, for we are afraid he will bite us in the future." So finally he came down to them again. When Mercy saw him, she fell to the ground on her face before him and worshipped. She said, "Let my Lord accept the sacrifice of praise, which I now offer to him with my lips." So he said to her, "Peace be to you, stand up." But she continued to lay face down and said, "Righteous are you, O Lord, that I would plead my case with you. Indeed I would discuss matters of justice with you." Jeremiah 12:1. She peeked up at him and asked, "Why do you keep such a cruel dog in your yard?" At the sight of it, women and children such as us are ready to flee from your gate in fear. He said, "That dog has another owner who lives in the castle which you see there in the distance. He just keeps him close to another man's property, and my pilgrims hear his barking, but can still come up to the walls of this place. While that is neither bad nor good, he has frightened many an honest pilgrim by the deep booming of his barking. The fact is that the owner of the dog doesn't keep him out of any goodwill to me or mine, but with the sole intent to keep pilgrims from coming to me. It is his hope that pilgrims may be too afraid to come and knock at this gate, when they hear the ferocious bark of his dog. Sometimes the dog has even broken out and harassed some whom I loved, but for now I accept it patiently. I also give my pilgrims timely help, so that they are not transferred to his power to do with as his doggish nature would prompt him to do. But if you had been my purchased one before you met the dog, I trust you would not have been afraid. The beggars who go from door to door are willing to run the hazard of the bawling, barking, and biting of a dog, rather than lose possible donations. So shall a dog in another man's yard, a dog whose barking I turn to the profit of pilgrims, keep any from coming to me. I deliver them from the lions, and my precious ones from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, from the horns of the wild oxen you answer me. I will tell of your name to my brethren. In the midst of the assembly I will praise you. Psalm 22:21-22. Mercy sat up and said, "I confess my ignorance. I spoke about things which I did not understand. I acknowledge that you do all things well." Then Christiana began to talk of their journey and to ask for directions. So he fed them and washed their feet, and set them in the way of his steps, in the same way he had done for her husband at the start of his pilgrimage. The second stage. So I saw in my dream that they walked on their way and enjoyed very comfortable weather. Then Christiana began to sing, "Blessed be the day that I began, a pilgrim for to be, and blessed also be the man who to that place moved me. 'Tis true, it was long before I began to seek to live forever, but now I run as fast as I can. 'Tis better late than never." Our tears to joy, our fears to faith, are turned as we see. Thus our beginning, as one says, shows what our end will be. Now there was, on the other side of the wall that fenced in the way which Christiana and her companions travelled, a garden that belonged to the one who owned the barking dog. It happened that some branches of fruit trees that grew in that garden hung over the wall with fruit dangling from the branches. Being ripe, the pilgrims found them and gathered them up and ate them to their harm. Christiana's boys, as boys tend to do, were delighted with the trees and the fruit that hung on them. So they plucked the fruit and began to eat. Their mother scolded them, but the boys went on eating their fill of the fruit. "Well," she said, "my sons, you sin. That fruit does not belong to us." But she didn't know that it belonged to the enemy. I'll guarantee you, if she had known, she would have been ready to die for fear. But that passed, and they went on their way. The children eat of the enemy's fruit. Now, once they had travelled about 2 bow shots from the place where they had entered into the way, they spotted 2 very ugly men walking swiftly toward them. When they spotted them, Christiana and Mercy, her friend, covered themselves with their veils, and kept walking on their journey. The children also continued along the way, and eventually they met up with the 2 ugly men who had come down to meet them. They walked up to the women as if they would embrace them, But Christiana said, "Stand back or go peaceably on your way." But these two acted like men who are deaf, for they ignored Christiana's words and began to lay hands upon them. Christiana became very angry and kicked at them with her feet. Mercy also fought back as well as she could, and did what she could to divide them. Christiana warned them again. "Stand back and be gone, for we don't have any money. Being pilgrims, as you see, we live on the charity of our friends." Then one of the two unattractive men said, "We don't attack you for money. Rather, we have come to tell you that if you will just grant one small request which we shall ask of you, we will make women of you forever." Now Christiana could only imagine what they might possibly mean by that, so she said, "We will neither here consider, nor yield to what you plan to ask. We are in a hurry, and cannot stay. Our business is a business of life and death." Once again, she and her companion made another attempt to go past them again, but they stood menacingly in their way. One of the men said, "We don't intend to hurt you. It is another thing we want from you. You would have us body and soul," Christiana said, "for I know this is the reason you have come after us, but we would rather die right here and right now, than to permit ourselves to be brought into such snares, and run a risk to our well-being in the future." With that they both screamed out and cried, "Murder! Murder!" and so placed themselves under those laws that are provided for the protection of women. But if in the field, the man finds the girl who is engaged, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lies with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the girl. There is no sin in the girl worthy of death, for just as a man rises against his neighbor and murders him, so is this case. When he found her in the field, the engaged girl cried out, but there was no one to save her. Deuteronomy 22:25-27. But the men still approached them with malice, and planned to triumph over them. The two women, therefore, cried out again. Now, like I said, the women and children were not yet far from the gate through which they entered the way, and their screams were heard by those in the house. Therefore, a man hurried out of the house, for he knew that it was Christiana's voice he heard, and so he hurried to aid her. But by the time the reliever was within sight of them, the women were caught up in a great scuffle with the two ugly men, while the children stood by crying. The reliever who came to save them from the attack called out to the ruffians, saying, "What are you doing? Would you make my lord's people sin?" He attempted to overtake them, but the two men made their escape over the wall into the garden of the man who owned the great dog, and once there, the dog became their protector. With the ugly men gone, this reliever walked up to the women and asked them how they were. "We thank your prince," the women answered. "We do pretty well, we have only been somewhat frightened. Thank you so much for coming to help us. If you hadn't, we would surely have been overcome." So after a few more words this reliever said, "When you were visitors at the gate, I marveled that you knew you were weak women, and that you didn't petition the Lord for a conductor, so that you might avoid troubles and dangers such as these. He would have granted you one if you had asked." Christiana brushed dust from her dress. "Unfortunately, we were so preoccupied with our present blessing that we didn't think about the dangers to come. Besides, who could have imagined that such naughty ones could have lurked so near the king's palace? Indeed, it would have been best if we asked our Lord for a conductor, but since our Lord knew it would be for our profit, I wonder why he didn't send one along with us." The reliever said, "It is not always necessary to grant things not asked for by doing so such things are often viewed as of little value or are taken for granted. However, when the need of something is sensed, that thing becomes valued in the eyes of the one who has recognized the need. And when the value which it is properly due is perceived, it will consequently be used after that point, because it is recognized as something of worth. Had my Lord granted you a conductor, you would not have regretted your oversight in not asking for one, as now you have occasion to do. So all things work for good and tend to make you more wary. Shall we go back again to my Lord and confess our folly and ask for one?" Christiana asked. "I will present him with your confession of your folly," the reliever said. "You do not need to go back again, for in all places where you shall go, you will find no lack at all. In every one of my Lord's lodgings, which he has prepared for the reception of his pilgrims, there is enough to furnish them against all such attempts as the one you just experienced. But, as I said, he will be asked by the pilgrims to do it for them. Thus says the Lord God, this also I will let the house of Israel ask me to do for them. I will increase their men like a flock." Ezekiel 36:37, "And it is a poor thing that is not worth asking for." When he had said this, He went back to his place, and the pilgrims went on their way. Then Mercy said, "Suddenly I feel such a void here among us." I made a whole list of reasons for why I thought we had been past all danger. In fact, I actually thought we would never see such trouble again. "Your innocence, my sister," said Christiana to Mercy, "may excuse you of much, but as for me, my fault is so much greater. You see, I saw this danger before I even stepped out the door, and yet I didn't plan for it when I could have made provision for it. I bear much blame." Mercy gave Christiana a questioning look. "How could you possibly know such things before you left home? Please tell me the answer to this riddle." Christiana said, "Of course I will tell you, dear friend. You see, before I ever set foot from the door of my home, I had a dream about this one night as I lay in my bed. In it I saw two men, like these who assaulted us. They stood at the foot of my bed plotting how they might prevent my salvation. This happened at a time when I was very troubled, and here is what I heard them say. 'What shall we do with this woman? For she cries out for forgiveness, whether awake or asleep. If she is allowed to go on like this, we shall lose her, as we have lost her husband.' You would think this might have made me pay attention to what I needed to bring for this pilgrimage, while I had all the provision I might need for the asking." "Well," Mercy said, "due to this oversight, we have been ministered to, and had an opportunity to see our own imperfections. For our Lord has used these circumstances to make clear in our sight the riches of His grace. And as we can see, He has followed us with unasked for kindness, and delivered us for His good pleasure from the hands of these men who were stronger than us." Now as they talked and walked for a little more time, they drew near to a house which stood in the way. This house had been built to offer relief for pilgrims passing this way. You can find out more about the house of the interpreter in the first part of these records of the Pilgrim's Progress. They walked towards the house, and when they came to the door they overheard voices in the house. They listened and thought they heard Christiana mentioned by name, for you must know that talk of her and her children's going on pilgrimage had gone on ahead of her. Those in the house talked about how hearing this news was very pleasing to them, because she was Christian's wife, and she was the same woman who had been unwilling to hear of going on pilgrimage some time ago. Therefore, Christiana and Mercy stood outside the door listening to the good people inside the house commending her, though they had no idea she was at the door. Finally Christiana knocked, in the same way she had knocked at the wicket gate. A young damsel came and opened the door, and looked from Christiana to Mercy. Then the damsel said to them, "With whom would you like to speak?" Christiana answered, "We understand that this is a privileged place for those who have become pilgrims, and as such we now stand at this door. Therefore we ask that we may come in at this time to partake in your hospitality, for as you can see it is getting late, and we are reluctant to go any further tonight." The young woman at the door was named Innocent. She said, "Please tell me your name, so that I may tell it to my lord within the house." Christiana said, "My name is Christiana. I was the wife of that pilgrim who some years ago traveled this way, and these are his 4 children." Christiana motioned toward Mercy and said, "This young woman is also my companion and is going on pilgrimage too." Then Innocent ran into the house and said to the others, "You won't believe who is at the door. It is Christiana, her children, and her companion, all waiting for admission here." All those in the house jumped for joy and went and told their master that Christiana and the others were there. So he came to the door, and upon seeing her and the others he said, "Are you that Christiana whom Christian, the good man, left behind when he accepted a pilgrim's life for himself?" Christiana nodded. "I am that woman who was so hard-hearted as to neglect my husband when he was in distress. I left him to go on his journey alone, and these are his 4 children. However, I now also have come on pilgrimage, for I am convinced that this is the only right way." The interpreter said, "Then it is fulfilled, which is written of the man who said to his son, 'Go work today in my vineyard,' and he said to his father, 'I will not,' but afterward he regretted it and went." Matthew 21:29. Christiana said, "So be it. Amen. God made it a true saying regarding me, and granted that I may be found at last in peace with him, without spot and blameless." "But why do you stand at the door?" the interpreter asked. "Come in, daughter of Abraham. We were just talking about you, but now you have come to us for advice as to how you are to journey as a pilgrim." He gestured for her to step inside, and waved her children and Mercy to enter as well. "Come children, come in. Come maiden, come in." And so they all entered into the house. Once they were inside, they were invited to sit down and rest. When they did, those who ministered to pilgrims in the house came into the room to see them. One smiled, then another smiled, until they all beamed with joy because Christiana had become a pilgrim. They also looked at the boys and gently stroked the children's faces with their hands, in a gesture of kind welcome. They also lovingly greeted Mercy, and offered all of them a warm welcome into their master's house. After they greeted one another, since supper wasn't ready yet, the interpreter took them into his significant rooms. He showed them what Christiana's husband, had seen when he had visited the house. They saw the man in the cage, the man and his dream, the man who cut his way through his enemies, and the picture of the biggest of them all, along with the rest of those things that were so profitable to Christian when he had visited. The man could look no way but downwards, at the muck rake in his hands. After they had seen all these things and Christiana and those with her had time to think about all they witnessed, the interpreter took them aside again. First, he brought them into a room where there was a man who couldn't look any way but down, and in his hand he held a muckrake. One stood above the man's head holding a celestial crown, and he offered him that crown for his muckrake. But the man didn't look up or regard the one holding the crown in any way. Instead, he only raked bits of straw, small sticks and dust from the floor. Then Christiana said, "I believe I understand the meaning of this somewhat, that this is a figure of a man of this world, is it not, good sir?" "You are right," the interpreter said. "He and his muck rake show his carnal mind. You see how he pays more attention to raking up straws, sticks and the dust of the floor, than to what he who calls to him from above with the celestial crown in his hand has to say. It is to show that heaven is nothing but a fable to some people, and that things here in this world are the only things considered important to them. Now, when you saw that the man with the rake could only look down, it was to let you see that when earthly things hold power over men's minds, they completely carry their hearts away from God." Then Christiana said, "Oh, deliver me from this muck rake. Keep deception and lies far from me, give me neither poverty nor riches, feed me with the food that is my portion." Proverbs 38. That prayer, the interpreter said, is so little used that it is almost rusty. And give me not riches is such a scarce prayer, that it is only prayed by 1 in 10,000. Instead, straw, sticks and dust are sought after as great things by most. With that Christiana and Mercy wept and said, "Alas, it is too true." After the interpreter had shown them this, he brought them into the very best room in the house. It was a magnificent room, and he invited them to look around and see if they could find anything useful there. They looked and looked, but there was nothing to be seen except a very large spider on the wall, which they chose to overlook. Mercy looked back at the interpreter and said, "Sir, I see nothing." But Christiana didn't say a word. The interpreter said, "Look again." So Mercy looked again and said, "There is nothing here but an ugly spider, who hangs by her hands upon the wall." The interpreter asked, "Is there only one spider in this entire spacious room?" Then tears brimmed in Christiana's eyes, for she was a woman quick to understand. She said, "Lord, there are more here than one, and such spiders whose venom is far more destructive than hers." The interpreter looked pleased and said, "You have spoken the truth." Mercy blushed and the boys covered their faces with their hands, for they all began to understand the riddle now. The interpreter said, "The spider you may grasp with the hands, yet it is in kings' palaces." Proverbs 30:28. Therefore, this is recorded only to show you how full you are of the venom of sin. However, by the hand of faith, you may lay hold of and live in the best room in the king's house above. "I thought it was something like this," Christiana said. "But I could not figure it all out. I thought we were like spiders, and that we looked like ugly creatures, no matter what fine room we were in. But to think that by this spider, that venomous and ugly creature, we were to learn how to act in faith, that I did not understand. Yet the fact that she has taken hold and lives in the best room in the house shows that God has made nothing in vain." Their hearts filled with gladness as they looked at each other with tear-filled eyes, and then bowed before the interpreter. He brought them into yet another room. In this room, they found a hen and chicks, and he told the pilgrims to observe them for a while. One of the chicks went to the trough to drink, and every time she drank, she lifted up her head and her eyes toward heaven. The interpreter said, "See what this little chick does and learn from her. Your mercies come from above. Acknowledge this by receiving them with eyes turned to heaven." Again he told the pilgrims to observe and watch, and so they paid attention again to the hen and chicks. They noticed that the hen used a fourfold vocal pattern to communicate with her chicks. 1. She had a common call she used all throughout the day. 2. She had a special call which she only used once in a while. 3. She had a brooding note. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, who kills the prophets and stones those who are sent to her. How often I wanted to gather your children together, the way a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you were unwilling. Matt. 23:37. 4. She had an outcry. Now, said the interpreter, compare this hen to your king and these chicks to his obedient ones. For just as the chicks are answerable to the hen, the king himself has methods which he uses to call his people. By his common call he gives nothing, and by his special call he always has something to give. He also has a brooding voice he uses for those who are under his wing, and an outcry which sounds the alarm when he sees the enemy coming. I am going to lead you into the next room where such things are, because you are women, and they are easy for you. Christiana nodded and said, Please let us see some more. So he led them into the slaughterhouse, where a butcher was killing a sheep, and the sheep was quiet and patiently accepted her death. The interpreter said, You must learn from this sheep to suffer, and to put up with wrongs without murmurings and complaints. Look how quietly she accepts her death, without objection. She permits her skin to be pulled over her ears. Your king calls you his sheep. The interpreter's garden. After this he led the pilgrims into his garden, amid a great variety of flowers. He said, Do you see all these? Christiana said, Yes. He gestured to the colorful display and said, These flowers are diverse in size, quality, color, smell, and strength. Some are better than others, and where the gardener planted them there they stand, and they do not quarrel with another. Again, he brought the pilgrims into his field, which he had sown with wheat and corn. But when they looked at the crops, the tops were cut off, and only the straw remained. He said, This ground was fertilized, plowed, and sowed, but what shall we do with the crop? Christiana thought for a moment and said, Burn some and make compost of the rest. The interpreter said, What you need to look for is the fruit. You see, lack of fruit will condemn it to the fire, and to be trampled underfoot by men. Be careful that in this matter you don't condemn yourselves. Then as they were coming back from the field, they saw a little robin with a great spider in his mouth. So the interpreter pointed to the bird and said, Look here. The pilgrims looked and Mercy wondered what it meant, but Christiana said, What a disgrace to see such a pretty little bird as the robin redbreast in this way. He is a favorite bird to many because they are easy to love, for they are rather sociable toward people. I had thought they lived on crumbs of bread, or upon other such harmless matter. I admit I like him less than I did now. The interpreter replied, This robin is a good example, very suitable as an illustration of some who teach publicly. For by their appearance they are, as this robin, notably pretty because of their color and bearing. They also seem to have a very great love for teachers who are sincere. Above all else, they show a desire to associate with such teachers, to be in their company, as if they could live upon the good man's crumbs. They also pretend that this is the reason they frequent the house of the godly, and the decrees of the Lord. But when they are by themselves as the robin, they catch and gobble up spiders, they change their diet, drink iniquity and swallow down sin like water. So when they arrived back at the house they went inside, but because supper wasn't ready yet, Christiana desired for the interpreter to show or tell some other worthwhile and valuable things. This pleased the interpreter. He said, The fatter the sow is the more she desires the mire. The fatter the ox is the more playfully he goes to the slaughter, and the healthier the lustful man is the more prone he is to evil. There is a desire in women to walk free, and to discover something never before seen or known, and it is a properly becoming thing to be adorned with that which in God's sight is of great price. It is easier watching a night or two, than it is to sit up a whole year together. In the same way, it is easier for one to begin to profess well than it is to continue faithfully on as he should to the end. Every shipmaster when in a storm, willingly casts items of the smallest value overboard, but who will throw the best out first? No one, except for those who do not fear God. One leak will sink a ship, and one sin will destroy a sinner. He who forgets his friend is ungrateful to him, but he who forgets his Saviour is unmerciful to himself. He who lives in sin and looks for future happiness, is like a person who sows weeds and plans to fill his barn with wheat or barley. If a man wants to live well until he reaches his last day of life, he should remember each day may be his last and live accordingly. Backbiting and shifting thoughts prove sin in the world. But if the world which God sets light by is counted as a thing of worth in the eyes of men, then in comparison what is heaven which God commends as worthy of notice? If the life that is fraught with so many troubles is so odious as to be let go of by us, what is the life above? Everybody is willing to praise the goodness of men publicly, but who is there who is as impressed with the goodness of God as he should be? We seldom sit down to a meal just to eat and leave. In the same way in Jesus Christ there is more merit and righteousness than the whole world has need of. When the interpreter had finished speaking, he took the pilgrims out into his garden again, and led them to a tree. The inside of the tree had rotted away, and yet it grew and had leaves. Mercy asked, "What does this mean?" The interpreter said, "This tree, which is pleasing to the eye on the outside, but is rotten inside, may be compared to many who are in the garden of God. I speak of those who with their mouths speak highly of God, but in fact do nothing for him. Their outer appearance looks good, but their heart is good for nothing but to be tinder for the devil's tinderbox." By this time, supper had been prepared and the table spread with a wide variety of dishes. And after one of them gave thanks, they sat down to eat. According to the interpreter's usual hospitality, they enjoyed music played by the minstrels. Among them was one who sang with a very fine voice. His song was this: "The Lord alone sustains me, and it is he who does me feed. How can I then want anything of which I stand in need?" When the song and music ended, the interpreter asked Christiana what it was that first moved her to take up a pilgrim's life. Christiana answered, "First, I thought about the loss of my husband whom I heartily grieved for, because he had changed. But all that was only natural affection. Then I thought about the troubles and pilgrimage of my husband, and how I had treated him like a rude, ill-bred man. So then guilt took hold of my mind. It would have drawn me into the pond, except for a timely dream I had about the well-being of my husband, and a letter sent to me by the king of that country where my husband dwells, to come to him. The dream and the letter worked together and so shaped my thoughts that they compelled me to this way." "You didn't meet with any opposition before you left your home?" the interpreter asked. Christiana said, "Yes, I did. A neighbor of mine, one Mrs. Timorous, she was related to the man who tried to persuade my husband to go back, for fear of the lions. In the same way, she also tried to deceive me by calling my intended pilgrimage a desperate adventure, and urged me in every way she could to discourage me from it. She reminded me of the hardships and troubles my husband met with in the way, but I got over all that pretty well. The thing that troubled me most was a dream I had of two ugly ones, who I thought plotted about how to make me fail in my journey. It still runs through my mind, and makes me wary of every person I meet, for fear that they should plan to do me harm, and to cause me to turn out of the way. I'll tell you this, my lord, though I wouldn't want everybody to know about it. Mercy and I was so violently assaulted between the wicket gate and arriving here that we cried out murder. And the two who assaulted us looked like the two I saw in my dream." The interpreter said, "Your beginning is good, and nearer the end you shall increase greatly." He turned and addressed Mercy, and in the same way asked her, "And what moved you to come here, dear one?" Mercy blushed and trembled, and stood silent for a while, for she didn't know what to say because her experience was so different from Christiana's. The interpreter encouraged her and said, "Don't be afraid, only believe and speak your mind." She took a deep breath, let it out slowly and said, "Truly, sir, my lack of experience is what makes me want to be silent. This lack also fills me with fears of coming short at the end. I can't tell you about visions and dreams, like my friend Christiana can, nor do I know what it is to weep, because I refuse the advice of good relatives." "What was it then, dear heart?" the interpreter asked. "What is it that made you do what you have done?" "Why, it was when our friend here was packing up to leave our town." Mercy motioned toward Christiana. "It just so happens that I and another of our neighbors happened to stop by to see her at that time. We knocked at the door and went into her house. As soon as we did, we saw her preparing to leave and asked what she was doing. She told us she had been sent for to come join her husband. She explained how she had seen him in a dream, living in an unusual place, among immortals, wearing a crown, playing a harp, eating and drinking at his prince's table, and singing praises to him for bringing him there. While she was telling us these things, my heart burned within me. I thought, if this is true, I will leave my father and my mother, and the land of my birth, and if I may, I will go along with Christiana. Where you go I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Ruth 1:16. So I asked her more about the truth of these matters, and whether or not she would let me go with her, for I recognized there was no longer any way to live in our town without the danger of ruin. But as I walked away from our town, I did so with a heavy heart, not because I was unwilling to leave, but because I grieved for the many relatives I was leaving behind. But I came along with all the desire of my heart, and will go, if I may, with Christiana to her husband and his king. The interpreter said, You have started out well, for you have given credit to the truth. You are a Ruth, who because she loved Naomi and the Lord her God, left her father and mother and the land of her birth to come out and go with a people she didn't previously know. The Lord compensate your work, and a full reward be given to you from the Lord God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to trust. All that you have done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband has been fully reported to me, and how you left your father and your mother in the land of your birth, and came to a people that you did not previously know. May the Lord reward your work, and your wages be full from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to seek refuge. Ruth 2:11-12. When they finished eating and were getting ready for bed, the women were in their own room and the boys by themselves in another room. When Mercy climbed into bed, she could not sleep because she was so excited and full of joy. For now that all her doubts had finally been removed, she lay in the bed blessing and praising God, who had showed her such favor. In the morning, they arose with the sun and prepared to leave, but the interpreter wanted them to linger a while longer. For you must go forth in an orderly manner. Then he said to the young woman, innocent, who had opened the door to them when they first arrived, Take them into the garden to the bath, and there wash them and make them clean from the soil which clings to them from traveling. Innocent did as she was told, and led the pilgrims into the garden to the bath. She told them that they must wash there and become clean, for her master wanted the women to do that, and then to come back to his house before going on pilgrimage. The women went in and washed, and the boys did the same, and all came out of that bath sweet-smelling and clean, and much invigorated and strengthened. When they walked back into the house, they looked much better than when they went out to wash. When they returned from the garden bath, the interpreter took them and looked at each one of them. He smiled his approval and said, Fair as the moon. Then he called for the seal with which those who were washed in his bath used to be sealed. So the seal was brought, and he set his mark upon them, so they might be known in the places where they were yet to go. Now the seal was the substance and some of the Passover, which the children of Israel ate when they came out of the land of Egypt. And it shall serve as a sign to you on your hand, and as a reminder on your forehead, that the law of the Lord may be in your mouth, for with a powerful hand the Lord brought you out of Egypt. Exodus 13:9. At that time the mark was set between their eyes, and was a seal that greatly added to their beauty, like an ornament for their faces. It also added to their earnestness, and made their countenance more like that of angels. Then the interpreter spoke again to the young woman who waited upon these women and said, Go into the vestry and select garments for these people. She fetched white apparel for each one of them, and laid them down before the interpreter. Then he commanded the pilgrims to put the fine, white clean linen garments on. When the women were dressed in this way, they seemed to be a terror to each other, for neither could see the glory each one had in herself, but they could see it in each other. Because of this they began to honor each other more than themselves. For you are fairer than I am, said one, while the other said, You are more becoming than I am. The children also stood amazed to see what garments they were brought. The third stage. The interpreter then called for a manservant of his by the name of Great Heart and told him, Take a sword, helmet and shield, and take these my daughters, and conduct them to the house called Beautiful, which is the place they will rest next. Great Heart becomes the pilgrim's guide. Great Heart gathered his weapons and went before them, and the interpreter called, Godspeed. The others who also belonged to the family who resided in the house also sent them away with many good wishes. So the pilgrims once again went on their way and sang. This place has been our second stage. Here we have heard and seen good things that from age to others hid have been. The dunghill raker, spider hen, the chicks also to me have taught a lesson, let me then conform to it be. The butcher garden, and the field, the robin and his bait. Also the rotten tree, yields for me an argument of weight. To move me to watch and pray, to strive to be sincere. To take my cross up daily and serve the Lord with fear. Now I saw in my dream that the small group of pilgrims went on with great heart before them. Eventually they reached the place where Christian's burden fell off his back and tumbled into a sepulchre. Here they paused and blessed God. Christiana said, "Standing here, I remember what was said to us at the gate, specifically that we would obtain pardon by word and deed, that is by the promise and by deed. I know something of what the promise is, but what is it to have pardon by deed? And in what way was it obtained, Mr. Greatheart? I believe you know, so if you please, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the subject." Greatheart said, "Pardon by the deed done is pardon, which is obtained for another who has need of it, not for the person pardoned. This is how I have obtained it. To speak to the question on a larger scale, the pardon that you mercy and these boys have attained was obtained by another, namely by him who let you in at the gate. And he has obtained it in two ways. He has allowed his righteousness to cover you, and has spilled his blood to wash you." Christiana said, "But if he parts with his righteousness in order to give it to us, what will he have for himself?" Greatheart said, "He has more righteousness than you need, or than he needs for himself. Please, can you explain this in a way that I can understand, Mr. Greatheart?" Greatheart said, "I will do so gladly, but first I must explain that the one we are about to speak about is like no other. He has two natures which can be clearly seen as different, but which are impossible to divide. Each nature has its own righteousness which is essential, because if you took either away, that nature would die. We don't have this righteousness, but it can be put on us so we can be made to live accordingly. For apart from this, there is a righteousness this person has which joins his two natures into one person. This is not the righteousness of God separate from the man, nor is it the righteousness of the man separate from God. It is a righteousness which joins both natures, and is essential for him in preparation to fulfill the role of the mediator, which he has been given by God. If he loses his first sort of righteousness, he stops being God. If he loses the second type, he loses the purity of his humanity. And if he loses the third sort, which comes through actions and following the revealed will of God in obedience, then we lose the sort he puts upon sinners so their sins are covered. Therefore he said, "For as through the one man's disobedience the many were made sinners, even so through the obedience of the one the many will be made righteous." Romans 5:19. Christiana asked, "Does that mean the other types of righteousness are of no use to us?" "They are," Greatheart said, "for while they are essential to his nature and task, and cannot be passed on to another, they are what make the righteousness that justifies us work for the forgiveness of sin. The righteousness of his godliness gives power to our obedience, and the righteousness of his humanity allows his obedience to justify, and the righteousness that joins his two natures provides the authority to perform the work for which it was ordained. So then, there is a righteousness of which Christ as God has no need. For without it, he is God. There is a righteousness that Christ as man has no need of because he is perfect man without it. Again, there is a righteousness of which Christ as God man does not need himself because he is God without it. There is also a righteousness that Christ as God and as God man has no need of for himself, and therefore he can spare it for us, and gives this justifying righteousness freely. For this reason, it is called the gift of righteousness. Since Christ Jesus the Lord is by the law God, this righteousness must be given away. For the law not only binds those who are under it to act in conformity to the law, but also to do so in love. For if by the transgression of the one, death reigned through the one, much more those who receive the abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness will reign in life through the one, Jesus Christ. Romans 5:17. So the law says that a man who has two coats should give one to him who doesn't have one. Now, our Lord in fact had two coats, one for himself and one to spare. Therefore, he freely places one on those who have none. And in this way Christiana and Mercy, and the rest of you who are here, your pardon comes by deed, by the work of another man. Your Lord Christ is he who worked, and gives away what he worked for to the next poor beggar he meets. But in order to pardon through deed, there must be a price paid to God, and something prepared to cover us as well. Sin has brought a just curse of a righteous law, and now from this curse we must be justified by way of redemption, a price being paid for the evil we have done. This price is the blood of your Lord who came and stood in your stead and died in your place for your sins. In this way he ransomed you from your transgressions by blood, and covered your polluted and deformed souls with righteousness. Blessed are those whose lawless deeds have been forgiven, and whose sins have been covered. Romans 4:7. Because of this, God passes over you, and will not hurt you when he comes to judge the world. When he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door, and will not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. Exodus 12:23. Christiana looked at Greatheart with wide eyes filled with awe. This is wonderful. Now I see and understand that we needed to learn about being pardoned by word and deed. She turned her gaze upon Mercy. Good Mercy, let's make sure to keep this in mind, and you too, my children, don't forget what we've learned here. Then she turned her attention back to Greatheart and said, But sir, wasn't this what made my good Christian's burden fall from his shoulders, and made him leap for joy? Greatheart nodded. Yes, it was the belief in this that cut those strings that could not be cut any other way, and it was to show him the proof of this truth, that he was permitted to carry his burden to the cross. I thought so, Christiana said. While in my heart I was calm and joyous before, now it is 10 times calmer and happier than ever. And I think what I am feeling, though I have only felt it a little so far, reveals that if the most burdened man in the world was here, and saw and believed as I now do, it would make his heart even more merry and carefree. Greatheart looked about as he considered Christiana's words. These things not only bring comfort and the easing of our burden, but they also create a love within us. For who can think about the pardon that comes through the promise without being affected by the way and means of his redemption, and in return love the man who accomplished it for him? Christiana said, True. I feel as if it makes my heart bleed to think that he bled for me. Oh, you loving one. Oh, you blessed one. You deserve to have me, you have paid the price for me. You deserve all of me, for you have indeed paid for me 10,000 times more than I am worth. It's no wonder that this brought tears to my husband's eyes, and made him hike along lightly on his journey. I believe he wished I were with him, but vile wretch that I was, I let him go all alone. Oh Mercy, I wish your father and mother were here, and Mrs. Timorous too. In fact, I wish with all my heart that Madame Wanton was here too. Surely, their hearts would be affected. Neither the fear of the one, nor the powerful lusts of the other, could succeed in making them refuse the opportunity to become good pilgrims, and to return home again. Greatheart smiled. Now you speak in the warmth of your love. Do you think it will always be like this with you? The fact is that this is not communicated to everyone, not even to everyone who saw your Jesus bleed. There were some who stood by and saw the blood run from his heart to the ground, and yet was so unaffected that instead of weeping, they laughed at him. Instead of becoming his disciples, they hardened their hearts against him. As a result, my daughters, all you have is the result of a unique impression made by divine contemplation upon what I have spoken to you. Remember what you learned about the hen, and how her common call gave no food to her chicks. Therefore this is known to you by a special grace. Now I saw in my dream that the pilgrims went on until they came to the place where simple sloth and presumption lay asleep. As Christiana walked by on pilgrimage, she spotted them hanging up in irons a little way off on the other side of the way. Mercy looked at Greatheart and asked him, Who are these 3 men, and for what reason are they hung there? Greatheart said, These 3 are men with very bad traits. They have no desire to be pilgrims, and whomever they can hinder, they hinder. They want to be lazy and foolish, and they try to persuade others to be the same, and at the same time they teach all will be all right in the end. They were asleep when Christian went by, and now as you go by they are hanged. Mercy's brow furrowed as she looked upon the 3. You mean to say they persuade anyone to be of their opinion? Greatheart glanced at the ground and back at the 3. Yes, sadly enough they have turned several out of the way. There was Slow Pace whom they persuaded to pick up their practices. They also succeeded with Shortwind, No Heart, Linger After Lust, Sleepy Head, and with a young woman named Dull. They all turned out of the way to become like them. Besides this, they said bad things about your Lord, convincing others that he was a slave driver. They also spread bad things about the good land, saying it was not half so good as some pretended, and they began to slander his servants. They even called the best of them meddlesome busybodies. Even more, they called the bread of God husks, and the good things he gives his children imaginary. They finished by saying the travel and hardship pilgrims endure is pointless and serves no purpose. No, Christiana covered her mouth in astonishment. If this is how they were, I will never grieve for such as them. They have only received what they deserve, and I think it is good that they hang so near the highway, so others may see them and be warned. But wouldn't it be better if their crimes were engraved on a plate of iron or brass, and left here as a caution to other bad men? Greatheart said, it already exists, as you will see if you travel a little further to the wall. Mercy said, let them hang and their names rot, and may their crimes live forever against them. I can't help but consider it a great kindness that they were hung before we came here. Who knows what else they might have done to such poor women as Christiana and me. Then she turned it into a song, saying, now you three hang there and be a sign to all who shall against the truth combine. And let him who comes after fear this end. If unto pilgrims he is not a friend. And you, my soul, of all such men beware, that unto holiness combatants are. And so the pilgrims went on from there, until they came to the foot of the hill Difficulty, where the good Mr. Greatheart again took the opportunity to tell them what happened when Christian had travelled this way. First he led them to the spring. Look, he said. This is the spring from which Christian drank before he went up this hill. Then the water was clear and good, but now it is dirty and muddied with the feet of some who do not want pilgrims to come here and quench their thirst. Is it too slight a thing for you that you should feed in the good pasture, that you must tread down with your feet the rest of your pastures? Or that you should drink of the clear waters, that you must foul the rest with your feet? As for my flock, they must eat what you tread down with your feet and drink what you foul with your feet. Ezekiel 34:18-19. At that time, Mercy said, why do you sound so uneasy? Their guide did not answer her directly, but only said, it will do best if you collect it into a vessel that is sweet and good, for that allows the dirt to sink to the bottom and the water to become clearer. So Christiana and her companions scooped up the water and put it into an earthen pot, and let it stand until the dirt settled to the bottom before they drank from it. Next Greatheart showed them the two byways located at the foot of the hill, the very byways where formality and hypocrisy lost themselves. He said, these are dangerous paths. 2 men who were here when Christian came by chose to follow those paths, and even though they have since been blocked off with chains, posts, and a ditch, there are still those who will choose to venture here, rather than to put forth the effort required to go up this hill. Christiana said, the way of the treacherous is hard, Proverbs 13:15. It is a wonder anyone can get into these ways without danger of breaking their necks. You are right, but yet they will venture onto these ways, Greatheart said. And if any of the king's servants happen to see them, they call out to them and tell them they are going the wrong way, and tell them to beware of the danger. But they answer with reproachful words and say such things as, the message that you have spoken to us in the name of the Lord, we are not going to listen to you. But rather we will certainly carry out every word that has proceeded from our mouths, Jeremiah 44:16-17. Now if you look a little further, you can see these ways have been made secure in an effort to warn travelers, not only by these posts, a ditch and chains, but also by being barricaded. Yet even with all this, some still choose to go there. Christiana shook her head sadly. They are idle and hate putting forth the effort needed to climb the hill. So as a result they get what is written, the way of the lazy is as a hedge of thorns, Proverbs 15:19. They choose rather to walk into a trap than to go up this hill, in order to follow the rest of the path to the celestial city. Then the pilgrims set out and began to walk up the hill. Before they reached the top, Christiana began to pant and said, I dare say this hill is hard work. No wonder those who love an easy life more than their souls choose to follow the flatter path. Mercy agreed and said, I must sit down. And the smallest of the children began to cry. Come, come, Greatheart said. Don't sit down here, but just a little further up the hill is the prince's shelter. Then he took the little boy by the hand and led him up to it. Greatheart helps the pilgrims climb the hill Difficulty. When they came to the shelter, they were all very happy to sit down, for they were sweltering. Mercy said, How sweet is rest after working so hard. Come to me, all who are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matt 11:28. And how good it is that the Prince of Pilgrims provides such resting places. I've heard a lot about this shelter, but I've never seen it before. Be careful not to fall asleep though, for I heard that it cost poor Christian dearly. Then Greatheart said to the little ones, Come on boys, how are you doing? What do you think of going on pilgrimage now? The youngest, named James, said, Sir, I was almost ready to give up, so I thank you for lending me a hand when I needed it. It reminds me of what my mother told me, that the way to heaven is like a ladder, and the way to hell is like the downward slope of a hill. He looked up at Greatheart and said, But I'd rather go up the ladder to life than down the hill to death. Mercy said, The proverb says, to go down the hill is easy. James added, The day is coming when, in my opinion, going down the hill will be the hardest of all. That's a good boy, Greatheart said. You have given Mercy a right answer. Mercy smiled, and the little boy blushed. Come, Christiana said. Eat a bit to sweeten your mouths while you sit here to rest your legs, for I have a piece of pomegranate which the interpreter gave me as I was leaving his house. He also gave me a piece of honeycomb, and a little bottle of spirits. I thought he gave you something, when I saw him call you aside, Mercy said. Yes, so he did. Christiana nodded. It's just like I said before we left home. You will share in all the good I have, because you so willingly agreed to become my companion. Then she shared the food with Mercy and the boys and they ate. Christiana said to Greatheart, Sir, will you join us and have something to eat? But he answered, You go ahead and eat it, for you are going on pilgrimage, but as your conductor, I shall return home. What you have to eat may do you much good, while at home I can eat the same every day. 18 Original. Who is the one who condemns? Christ Jesus is he who died, yes, rather who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who also intercedes for us. Romans 8:34. 19 Original. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us, for it is written, Cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. Galatians 3:13. The fourth stage. Now they ate and drank and chatted a little longer until their guide said, It's getting late, it's best if we get ready to go. So they got up to go, and the young boys went before the others. When Christiana set out she forgot to take her bottle of spirits with her, so she sent her little boy back to fetch it. Mercy said, I think this is a place where things get lost. It was here that Christian lost his scroll, and here Christiana left her bottle behind. She turned her attention to Greatheart and asked, Sir, what is the cause of this? Their guide said, The cause is sleep or forgetfulness. Some sleep when they should stay awake, and some forget when they should remember. This is why it often happens at resting places that some pilgrims come away losers. Pilgrims should pay careful attention and remember what they have already received during the good times. When they don't, their happiness ends in tears, and their sunshine is clouded, just as you witnessed happened in Christian's story, when he visited this place. When they came to the place where Mistrust and Timorous met Christian to persuade him to go back for fear of the lions, they saw something like a stage, and in front of it towards the road, stood a large sign with a verse written on it, and beneath the verse was the explanation of why the stage was there. The verse read, Let him who sees this stage take care of what he says and thinks. If he doesn't, he'll come here. Just like some did long ago. The words underneath the verse explained, this stage was built to punish those who, through cowardice or lack of faith, become too afraid to go further on pilgrimage. This is the stage where Mistrust and Timorous were burned through the tongue with a hot iron for trying to hinder Christian on his journey. Mercy said, This is much like the saying of the Beloved, What shall be given to you, and what more shall be done to you, you deceitful tongue. Sharp arrows of the warrior, with the burning coals of the broom tree. Psalm 123-4. So they went on until they came within sight of the lions. Now Greatheart was a strong man, so he was not afraid of the lions, but when the rest of them approached the place where the lions were, the boys were still walking ahead of the others. However, once they spotted the lions they quickly cringed and hurried to follow behind the others, for they were afraid of the lions. So when they hurried to fall in step behind the others, Greatheart smiled. He said, Tell me boys, how is it that you love to take the lead when there's no danger approaching, and yet love to hurry behind as soon as the lions appear? Now as they drew nearer to the lions, Greatheart pulled his sword and held it at the ready, with the intent to use it to make a way for the pilgrims in spite of the lions. Suddenly, a giant man appeared. He was bloody because he had slain pilgrims, and his name was Grim. He asked, "What is the reason you have come here?" The pilgrim's guide, Great Heart, said, "These women and children are going on pilgrimage, and this is the way they must go. And they will go this way in spite of you and the lions." The giant Grim said, "This is not their way. They shall not enter in. I am coming forth to stand against them and will back the lions." Now, to tell the truth, because of the fierceness of the lions and the door-bearing of the giant who backed them, this way a few travelers in recent times, and it was almost overgrown with grass. Christiana said, "Though the highway has been unoccupied lately, and even though other travelers have chosen to walk the bypaths, it must not be so this time, for I am risen a mother in Israel." The highways were deserted, and travelers went by roundabout ways. The peasantry ceased, they ceased in Israel, until I, Deborah, arose until I arose, a mother in Israel. Judges 5:6-7. Then Grim swore by the lions that the way should remain untraveled, and so he told them to turn aside, because he would not allow them to pass that way. But Great Heart, the pilgrim's guide and conductor, made his first approach toward Grim and came against him, and his sword struck so heavily that he was forced to retreat. The giant stood breathing heavily and said, "Will you slay me here on my own ground?" Great Heart said, "It is the king's highway we are on, and it is you who have placed lions in this way. But these women and these children, though they are weak, shall not veer from the way in spite of your lions." And with it he struck the giant again with a downright blow. The giant dropped to his knees. With another blow he broke his helmet, and with the next he cut off an arm. The giant roared so hideously that his voice frightened the women, and yet at the same time they were relieved to see him sprawling upon the ground. Death of Giant Grim. Now the lions were chained, and so they could do nothing on their own. Therefore when old Grim, who intended to back them, fell dead, Great Heart urged the pilgrims forward. "Come and follow me, the lions will not hurt you." So they hurried along, though the women trembled as they passed by them, and the boys looked as if they would die, but they all got by without further hurt. Now they were soon within sight of the porter's lodge, and they hurried to arrive at the gate before dark, for it is dangerous to travel there at night. So when they arrived at the gate, Great Heart immediately knocked. The porter cried out, "Who is there?" As soon as Great Heart said, "It is I," the porter knew his voice and came down, for Great Heart had often traveled this way as a guide, and had come here as a conductor of pilgrims. The porter hurried down and opened the gate, but he saw only the guide standing at the gate, for he didn't see the women or children who were standing behind him. The porter greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Great Heart, what brings you here so late at night?" "I have brought some pilgrims here," he said, "pilgrims whom my lord says must lodge here. I would have been here earlier, if I hadn't been opposed by the giant who used to back the lions. But after a long and tedious fight with him, I have cut him down and have brought the pilgrims here in safety." The porter said, "Won't you come in and stay till morning?" Great Heart shook his head. "No, I will return to my lord tonight." Christiana cried out, "Oh sir, I don't want to see you leave us in our pilgrimage. You have been so faithful and loving to us. You have fought so strongly for us, and your advice has been so good in counseling us. I will never forget all you have done for us." Mercy agreed. "Oh, I wish we could have your company until we reach our journey's end. How can such poor women like us manage our way when it is so full of troubles, without a friend and defender?" Then James, the youngest of the boys, said, "Please, sir, do come with us and help us, because we are so weak and the way so dangerous." Great Heart looked kindly at the boy and said, "I must do as my lord commands. If he had asked me to be your guide the whole way, I would willingly have stayed with you. But you made a mistake at the start, for when he told me to come this far with you, then you should have begged him to let me go the entire way with you, and he would have granted your request. However, as things stand now I must go, and so, good Christiana, Mercy, and my brave children, goodbye." Then the porter, whose name was Mr. Watchful, asked Christiana where she was from and about who her family was. And she said, "I came from the city of destruction. My husband is dead and I am a widow." His name was Christian the Pilgrim. "Oh," said the porter, "was he your husband?" A smile flickered on Christiana's lips. "Yes, and these are his children, and this," she pointed to Mercy, "is one of my townswomen." So the porter rang his bell, as he did at such times as these, and a young woman by the name of Humble Mine came to the door. The porter said, "Go announce that Christiana, the wife of Christian, and her children, have come here on pilgrimage." Humble Mind turned and went back inside, and she told the others in the house that Christiana had arrived with her family. No sooner did she make the announcement when an uproar arose with a clamor of gladness and celebration within the house. Those inside the house hurried to the porter, for Christiana was still standing at the door. Then some of the most earnest residents invited her to come into the house. "Come in, Christiana, come in. You blessed woman and wife of that good man, come in, with all who are with you." So Christiana went inside, and the boys and Mercy followed her. Once inside they were taken into a large room, where they were told to sit down. Each one sat, and the chief of the house came into the room to welcome them as guests. Then everyone else joined them, and when they understood who they were, they greeted each other with a kiss and said, "Welcome, you vessels of the grace of God, welcome us as your friends." By this time it was somewhat late and the pilgrims were weary from their journey, and also still a little shaken from seeing the fight and the terrible lions, so they just wanted to get ready for bed. Those in the family said, "No, first you must refresh yourselves with a little food," for they had prepared a lamb for them along with the usual sauce. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, "Go and take for yourselves lambs according to your families, and slay the Passover lamb." Exodus 12:21, for the porter had heard they were coming, and had told the others to prepare for their arrival. So when they had eaten and ended their prayer with a psalm, they longed to go to bed. Christiana said, "If we may be so bold as to choose, please let us be in the bedchamber my husband stayed in when he was here." The welcome at the palace beautiful. The others agreed to it and led the group up there, and they all lay in that same room. When they were settled in, Christiana and Mercy started to talk about things that were on their minds. Christiana, with her head upon the pillow, said, "Little did I think when my husband went on pilgrimage, that I would ever have followed him." Mercy turned to face her. "And I wager you thought it even less likely that you would be lying in his bed, and in his chamber to sleep as you do now." Christiana nodded thoughtfully. "I never thought about seeing his face with contentment, and of worshipping the Lord the King with him, and yet now I believe I shall." Mercy's eyes grew wide. "Listen, do you hear a noise?" "Yes," Christiana said. "I believe it is a sound of music, for joy that we are here." Mercy smiled brightly. "It's wonderful. Music in the house, music in the heart, and music also in heaven, for joy that we are here." And so the two women talked a while, and eventually the two of them drifted off to sleep. In the morning when they were awake, Christiana said to Mercy, "I heard you laugh in your sleep last night. I suppose you were dreaming. Do you remember what made you laugh?" Mercy nodded. "I was dreaming and it was a sweet dream, but are you sure I laughed?" "Oh yes," Christiana said, as she sat at the edge of the bed. "You laughed wholeheartedly. Please, Mercy, tell me your dream." Mercy scooted to the edge of the bed and settled in beside her. "I was dreaming that I sat all alone, in a solitary place, and mourned for the hardness of my heart. Now I had not sat there long when it seemed to me many gathered around to see me, and to hear what I had to say. So they listened, and I went on weeping over the hardness of my heart. The reaction of the crowd was mixed. Some laughed at me, some called me a fool, and some began to shove me. With that, it seemed to me that I looked up and saw one with wings coming towards me. He came directly to me and said, 'Mercy, what ails you?' When I had told him of my sorrow and the treatment of the people, he said, 'Peace be to you.' He also wiped my eyes with his handkerchief, and dressed me in silver and gold. Then I bathed you with water, washed off your blood from you and anointed you with oil. I also clothed you with embroidered cloth and put sandals of porpoise skin on your feet, and I wrapped you with fine linen and covered you with silk. I adorned you with ornaments, put bracelets on your hands and a necklace around your neck." Ezekiel 16:9-11. He put a chain around my neck, and earrings in my ears, and placed a beautiful crown on my head. Then he took me by the hand, and said, "Mercy, come with me." So he went up, and I followed him until we came to a golden gate where he knocked. When those inside opened the gate, the man went in and I followed him up to a throne. The one who sat upon the throne said to me, "Welcome, daughter." The place looked bright and sparkled like the stars, or rather like the sun, and I thought I saw your husband there. Then I awoke from my dream. But did I laugh in my sleep? Christiana's eyes grew wide. "Laugh?" She nodded vigorously. I certainly did hear you laugh. You should have seen yourself. You must forgive me, Mercy, but I have to say that your dream was a good dream. You see, you have begun to find the first part true, and in the same way you shall find the second part true in the end as well. Indeed, God speaks once or twice, yet no one notices it. In a dream, a vision of the night, when sound sleep falls on men, while they slumber in their beds, Job 33:14-15. We don't need to be in bed lying awake to talk with God. He can visit us while we sleep and cause us to hear His voice. Our heart often wakes while we sleep, and God can speak to that either by words, by proverbs, by signs and similar things, as well as if one was awake. Mercy pondered Christiana's words and said, "Well, I am glad I had my dream, and I hope before long to be laughing again as I see it fulfilled." Christiana said, "For now I think it is high time we get out of bed and figure out what we must do." Mercy didn't make a move to climb from the bed. Instead, she looked at Christiana and said, "If they invite us to stay a while, let's accept. I want to stay here for a time and to get better acquainted with Prudence, Piety and Charity, for they all seem to be very decent and clear-headed young women." "We shall see what they want to do," Christiana said. "Now let's get out of bed." Once they were up and dressed, they went downstairs where the others asked if they had slept well. "Very well," Mercy said. "It was one of the best nights' sleep I've ever had in my life." Just as they had hoped, Prudence and Piety invited them to stay. "If you are willing to stay here for a while, you can share in all the house provides." "Yes, we'd be very happy to have you stay," Charity said. So Christiana and Mercy agreed and stayed there about a month or more, and the time became very beneficial to them. For when Prudence saw how Christiana was bringing up her children, she asked her permission to teach them. So she gave her unrestricted consent, and Prudence began with the youngest, whose name was James. She said to the boy, "Come, James, can you tell me who made you?" "God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost." "Good boy," she praised him for his answer. "And can you tell me who saved you?" James nodded and said, "God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost." "That is still a good answer, but can you tell me how God the Father saved you?" "By His grace," James said. "And how does God the Son save you?" she asked. "By His righteousness, death and blood and life." "And how does God the Holy Ghost save you?" she asked. "By His enlightening of understanding through knowledge, by His renewing, and by His salvation." After this, Prudence said to Christiana, "You are to be commended for bringing up your children in this manner." After talking with James, I don't see the need to ask the rest of the children these questions, since the youngest can answer them so well. So I will move on and talk with the next to the youngest. So Prudence went to talk with the second youngest, whose name was Joseph. "Come, Joseph, will you let me teach you?" "With all my heart," he said. She asked him, "What is man?" "A rational creature made by God, as my brother said." "So what do you think is meant by this word saved?" Joseph said, "It means that man, by sin, put himself into a condition of captivity and suffering." "And what is meant by man's being saved by the Trinity?" "That sin is such a great and powerful oppressor, that no one can pull us out of its clutches except God," Joseph said. "And that God is so good and loving to man, that He is willing to pull him out of this miserable state." "And what is God's purpose for saving poor men?" Prudence asked. "To bring glory to His name, His grace, His justice and so forth, along with the everlasting happiness of His creature man." "Who are they who will be saved?" she asked. "Those who accept His salvation." "Good boy, Joseph," Prudence said. "Your mother has taught you well, and you have listened to what she has said to you." Then Prudence went to Samuel, who was the second eldest, and said, "Come, Samuel, are you willing that I should teach you?" Samuel said, "Yes, indeed, please do." She started with, "What is heaven?" "A place and condition most blessed, because God dwells there." "What is hell?" she asked. "A place and state most miserable, because it is the dwelling place of sin, the devil and death." Prudence asked, "And why would you want to go to heaven?" "So that I may see God, and serve Him without weariness." Samuel's eyes focused on Prudence. "And so I may see Christ, and love Him forever, and then I may have the fullness of the Holy Spirit in me, which I can't fully enjoy here in this world." Prudence sat up a little straighter. "A very good boy and one who has learned well." Then Prudence went to the eldest, whose name was Matthew. "Come, Matthew, Shall I also teach you? Yes, I'd like that very much. Then let's start here, she said. Was there ever anything that existed before God? No, Matthew said. For God is eternal. There was nothing except him that existed until the beginning of the first day. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. What do you think of the Bible? It is the holy word of God, he said. Is there nothing written that you don't understand in the Bible? Oh, there is a great deal I don't understand. What do you do when you happen across places in the scripture that you don't understand? Prudence asked. I think God is wiser than I am, so I pray for him to please let me know all that is in it that will be for my benefit. What do you believe regarding the resurrection of the dead? She asked. I believe God shall raise those who were buried, in the same nature but without corruption. And I believe this for 2 reasons. First, because God has promised it, and secondly, because he is able to perform it. Then Prudence addressed all the boys. You boys must still listen to your mother, for she can teach you more. You must also diligently pay attention to beneficial talk you'll hear from others, for it is for your sake that they will speak good things. Also be careful to observe what the heavens and the earth teach you, but particularly spend time meditating on that book, the Bible, which was the cause of your father becoming a pilgrim. I, for my part, will teach you what I can while you are here, and shall be glad if you ask me questions which lead to godly edifying. By this time, the pilgrims had been at this place for a week, and a visitor, by the name of Mr. Brisk, came to see Mercy. He was a man of some breeding, and he pretended to show good intentions toward her. He also pretended to care about the things of God, but in fact he was a man who stayed very close to the things of this world. So he visited once or twice, and then more, and told Mercy that he loved her. Mercy was an attractive young woman, and therefore all the more alluring. Mr. Brisk. It so happened that Mercy was one who always kept herself busy. Even when she had nothing to do for herself, she made garments and stockings for others, and would give them to those who had need. Mr. Brisk had no idea where or how she disposed of the items she made, but he found it an attractive trait that she was such a hard worker and never idle. I guarantee she'll be a good housewife, he said to himself. Mercy talked to the other young women who lived in the house about all that was happening with Mr. Brisk, and she asked about him, for they knew him better than she did. They told her he was a very busy young man, and one who pretended to be religious, but they feared he was a stranger to the power of that which is good. No, Mercy said. Then I won't consider a relationship like that with him, for I have determined never to have a drag on my soul. Prudence told her, there's no need to go out of your way to discourage him. If you continue to do as you've been doing for the poor, his commitment will quickly cool. So the next time he came to the house, he found her at work as was her usual custom, making things for the poor. He asked, Are you always working? Yes, she said. Either for myself, or for others. And how much can you earn in a day? He asked. I do these things so I may be rich in good works, storing up for myself a good foundation against the time to come, so I may lay up treasures in heaven. Instruct those who are rich in this present world not to be conceited, or to fix their hope on the uncertainty of riches, but on God, who richly supplies us with all things to enjoy. Instruct them to do good, to be rich in good works, to be generous and ready to share, storing up for themselves the treasure of a good foundation for the future, so that they may take hold of that which is life indeed. 1 Tim 6:17-19. Why? Please tell me what you do with them, said he. Clothe the naked, Mercy said. With that his countenance fell, and he decided to no longer see her. And when he was asked the reason why, he said, Mercy is a pretty lass, but troubled with an illness of mind. When he had left her, Prudence said, Didn't I tell you that Mr. Brisk would soon reject you? And don't be surprised if he stirs up bad rumors about you, for besides his facade of religion and his seeming love for you, Mercy, the two of you have temperaments that are so different I believe the two will never come together. Mercy said, I could have had husbands before now, although I haven't talked about it to anyone. You see, they also did not like my way of thinking, though none of them found fault with my character. As a result, we could not agree, and the relationship could not work. Prudence rested her hand on Mercy's shoulder and said, Mercy, in our days few are willing to go beyond the title of being religious, and to actually practice what is set forth by the Bible. Very few men will be able to accept your moral convictions. Well, if nobody will have me, Mercy shrugged, I will die unmarried and my moral convictions will be to me like a husband. For I cannot change my nature, and for as long as I live I do not intend to marry someone who disagrees with me in this. I had a sister named Bountiful who was married to one of these misers. The two of them could never agree, but because my sister determined to continue to show kindness to the poor, like she had always done, her husband mocked her for kindness, and then threw her out of the house. I wager he was a churchgoer? Prudence asked. Mercy nodded. Yes, the type of churchgoer you see everywhere these days, but I can't stand any of them. Now Matthew, Christina's eldest son, became sick, and his sickness was serious. He had excruciating stomach pangs that left him doubled over. Now there lived nearby a man by the name of Mr. Skill. He was old and a well-respected physician. So Christiana called for him and he came. When he entered the room and examined the boy, he concluded that he was sick with colic. He turned to his mother and asked, "What has Matthew eaten lately?" "Eaten?" Christiana said. "Nothing but wholesome foods." The physician said, "Your son has eaten something that lies undigested in his stomach, and it will not be passed without help. It must be purged or he will die." Then Samuel spoke to his mother and said, "Mother, what was it that my brother gathered and ate right after we came through the gate, that is at the head of this way? You remember the orchard on the left side of the way which was on the other side of the wall. Some of the branches hung over the wall, and my brother plucked and ate the fruit." Christiana covered her mouth and looked to the physician with eyes as large as saucers. "He's right. My child did take and eat. That rascal. I told him not to do it, but he ate it anyway." "I knew he had eaten something that was not wholesome," Mr. Skill said. "That food specifically, that fruit is the most damaging of all. It is the fruit of Beelzebub's orchard. It's a wonder no one warned you about it because many have died from it." Christiana began to cry. Between her sniffles, she said, "What a naughty boy. And what a careless mother I have been. What am I going to do? How can I help my son?" Mr. Skill comforted her and said, Come, Christiana, don't be too depressed. There is a chance your son will be well again, but he must purge and vomit." Christiana looked to the physician with renewed hope. "Please, sir, do everything you can, whatever the cost." "Don't worry about that," the doctor said. "I hope to keep it reasonable." So he made Matthew a purge made of the blood of a goat, the ashes of a heifer, and some of the juice of hyssop, but it was too weak. For the law, since it is only a shadow of the good things to come, and not the very form of things, can never by the same sacrifices which they offer continually year by year, make perfect those who draw near. Otherwise, would they not have ceased to be offered, because the worshippers, having once been cleansed, would no longer have had consciousness of sins. But in those sacrifices there is a reminder of sins year by year. For it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Hebrews 10:1-4. When Mr. Skill saw that purge was too weak, he made one of the flesh and blood of Christ. How much more will the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without blemish to God, cleanse your conscience from dead works to serve the living God? Hebrews 9:14. It was made into pills with a promise or two, and a proportional quantity of salt. For every one will be salted with fire, and every sacrifice will be salted with salt. Mark 9:49. The boy was to take them 3 at a time, in half a quarter pint of the tears of repentance. I will pour out on the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and of supplication, so that they will look on me whom they have pierced, and they will mourn for him, as one mourns for an only son, and they will weep bitterly over him like the bitter weeping over a firstborn. Zechariah 12:10. Dr. Skill. Once this potion had been prepared and brought to Matthew, he was reluctant to take it, even though he felt like the cramping was tearing his insides to pieces. Come, the physician encouraged. "You must take it." Matthew looked at him with his brow furrowed in distress. "It upsets my stomach." "You must take it," his mother said. "But I will only vomit it up again," he said. "Please, sir," Christiana said to the doctor. "Can you tell me how it tastes?" "It doesn't have a bad taste." With that, Christiana touched one of the pills to the tip of her tongue. "Oh, Matthew," she said, "this potion is sweeter than honey." If you love your mother, if you love your brothers, if you love mercy, and if you love your life, take it. So with much fussing, after a short prayer for the blessing of God upon it, he took it, and it affected him kindly. It caused him to purge, and then he fell asleep and rested quietly. His temperature returned to normal, and his pain disappeared. In a short time he got up and walked about with the support of a staff. He went from room to room and talked with prudence, piety and charity about his disease, and how he was healed. So when Matthew was healed, Christiana asked Mr. Skill, "Sir, what is the cost for all your efforts regarding the care for my child?" "According to the rules, you must pay the master of physicians. Through him then, let us continually offer up a sacrifice of praise to God, that is, the fruit of lips that give thanks to his name." Hebrews 13:15. "But sir," Christiana said, "what else is this pill good for?" "It is a universal pill," Mr. Skill said. "It is good against all the diseases pilgrims are confronted with, and when it is well prepared, it will keep for time immemorial." Christiana said, "Please sir, make me up 12 boxes of these pills, for if I can get these, I will never take another medicine." Mr. Skill smiled. "These pills are good to prevent diseases as well as to cure when one is sick. I have to say that if a man would just use this medicine as he should, it will make him live forever. I am the living bread that came down out of heaven. If anyone eats of this bread, he will live forever, and the bread also which I will give for the life of the world is my flesh." John 6:51. "However, Christiana, you must not administer these pills in any way other than the way I have prescribed, for if you do, they will do no good." He gave Christiana medicine for herself, her boys and for Mercy, and he told Matthew to be careful not to eat any more green plums. Then he kissed each one and went his way. As I mentioned earlier, Prudence had told the boys that if at any time they had beneficial questions to feel free to ask, and she would be happy to answer them. After Matthew was well, he went to her and asked why for the most part medicine was bitter tasting. It shows how unwelcome the word of God and the effects are to a fleshly carnal heart. And why does the medicine, if it does good, purge and cause one to vomit? Prudence said, to show that the word, when it works effectually, cleanses the heart and mind. For you see, when it comes to purging and vomiting, what the one does to the body, the other does to the soul. What should we learn when we see a flame of fire go upwards, or when we see the sweet effects of sunbeams as they strike downwards? Prudence said, when we see fire reaching upward, we learn to reach toward heaven with a fervent hot desire. And by sending the warmth and sweet influence of his sunbeams, we are reminded that although the Saviour of the world is high above, he reaches down with his grace and love to us. Where do clouds get their water from? Out of the sea, Prudence answered. And what may we learn from that? That ministers should draw their doctrine from God, she said. And why do the clouds empty themselves upon the earth? Just like clouds get their water from the sea, and let it fall to the earth, ministers should give out what they know of God to the world. Matthew nodded in understanding and asked, why does the sun cause a rainbow? To show that the covenant of God's grace is confirmed to us in Christ. Why do the springs come to us through the earth from the sea? To show that the grace of God comes to us through the body of Christ. And why do some springs rise from the tops of high hills? Prudence said, to show that the Holy Spirit of grace can spring up in those who are great and mighty, as well as in many who are poor and humble. Why does fire fasten itself upon the candle wick? To show that unless we have grace kindled in our hearts, there will be no true light of life in us. Why does the wick and wax all burn up to maintain the light of the candle? Matthew pressed with another question. To show that body and soul and all should be used to help maintain the light of God's grace within us. Why does the pelican pierce her own breast with her bill? The boy asked. To nourish her young ones with her own blood. In this way, she demonstrates how Christ blessed his young, his people whom he loved, and saved them from death by his blood. What can we learn when we hear the cock crow? Prudence said, we can learn to remember Peter's sin and Peter's repentance. The cock's crowing also shows that that day is coming, and with that let it also remind you of the last, the terrible day of judgment. Now about this time their month in the house was up, and they told those in the house that it was time for them to be going. Joseph said to his mother, don't forget to write to the interpreter, to ask him if Mr. Greatheart can be sent to escort us for the rest of the way. Good reminder, Joseph. I had almost forgotten. So she drew up a request and asked Watchful the porter, to send it by a messenger to her good friend the interpreter. When it arrived at the interpreter's house and he read the request, he said to the messenger, "Go tell them that I will send him." When the family where Christiana was saw that they were ready to travel on, they called the whole house together to give thanks to their king for sending them such pleasant guests. When they finished, they said to Christiana, "Before you leave, may we show you something as we usually do with pilgrims? Something for you to think about as you travel." Christiana, her children, and Mercy agreed, so they took them into a closet, and showed them one of the apples of the kind Eve ate from, and which she also gave to her husband. It was after eating of this fruit that they were both turned out of paradise. They asked Christiana what she thought it was. Christiana said, "It is either food or poison, I know not which." So they told her all about it, and she held up her hands in wonder. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable to make one wise, she took from its fruit and ate, and she gave also to her husband with her, and he ate. Genesis 3:6. They led her to another place, where they showed her Jacob's ladder. He had a dream, and behold, a ladder was set on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Genesis 28:12. At that time there were angels climbing up it. So Christiana and the others watched the angels going up the ladder for some time, and then they were to be taken to another place to be shown something else. But James said to his mother, "Please, tell them we want to stay here a little longer, for this is a curious sight." So they stayed a little longer and feasted on the sight of this pleasant scene. Jacob's ladder. After a time, they led the pilgrims into a place where a golden anchor hung. They asked Christiana to take it down. For they said, "You shall have it with you, for it is absolutely necessary you have it so you may bring it within the veil. This hope we have as an anchor of the soul, a hope both sure and steadfast and one which enters within the veil." Hebrews 6:19. So you are able to stand steadfast in the event you meet with turbulent weather. The Lord roars from Zion and utters his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth tremble. But the Lord is a refuge for his people, and a stronghold to the sons of Israel. Joel 3:16. It made the pilgrims happy. Then they led the pilgrims to the mountain on which Abraham our father offered up Isaac his son, and showed them the altar, the wood of fire, and the knife used, for they remain there to be seen to this very day. Then they came to the place of which God had told him, and Abraham built the altar there, and arranged the wood, and bound his son Isaac, and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. Genesis 22:9. When they saw these things, they held up their hands and enjoyed spiritual happiness and favor with God. They said, "Oh, what a man was Abraham, who loved his master and denied himself in such a way." After they had showed them all these things, Prudence took them into a dining room, where a pair of excellent virginals stood. She walked over and played one of them, and turned the experience of what she had shown them into this excellent song. Eve's apple we have showed you. Of that be you aware. And you saw Jacob's ladder too, upon which angels dare. An anchor you received have. But let not these suffice, until with Abraham you have gave your best, a sacrifice. Now about this time, someone knocked at the door. When the porter opened the door, it was Great Heart. When he walked in, those in the room were filled with joy that he was there. Just seeing him again reminded them of how just a short while ago he had slain old Grim the giant, and how he had delivered them from the lions. Great Heart said to Christiana and to Mercy, "My lord has sent each of you a bottle of wine, and also some parched corn, along with a couple of pomegranates. He has also sent the boys some figs and raisins. All these things are to refresh you as you travel in the way." Then they headed outside to continue on their journey. Prudence and Piety went along with them. When they came to the gate, Christiana asked the porter if any other pilgrims had recently gone by. He said, "No, only one person some time back, who told me that recently there had been a great robbery committed on the King's Highway in the direction where they were headed. But the thieves have been apprehended, and will shortly be tried for their lives." The news frightened Christiana and Mercy, but Matthew said, "Mother, don't be afraid, since we have Mr. Great Heart as our guide." Christiana nodded and looked at the porter. "Sir, I'm so grateful to you for all the kindness you have showed me since I arrived here. I'm also thankful for how loving and kind you have been to my children. I don't know how I can ever repay your kindness, but I ask that you accept this small token of my respect for you." So she placed a gold angel in his hand. He bowed low in homage and said, "Let your clothes be white all the time, and let not oil be lacking on your head." Ecclesiastes 9:8. Let mercy live and not die, and let her works not be few. May Reuben live and not die, nor his men be few. Deuteronomy 33:6. And to the boys he said, "Now flee from youthful lusts and pursue righteousness, faith, love and peace, with those who call on the Lord from a pure heart." 2 Timothy 2:22. In this way you shall put gladness into your mother's heart, and will find praise from all who are sober-minded. So they thanked the porter one last time and departed. 20. A musical instrument. 21. A gold angel was a coin of the value of 10 shillings sterling, and according to the comparative value of money in Bunyan's time, equal at least to a guinea at the present time. The 5th stage. Now I saw in my dream that they travelled onward, until they came to the brow of the hill where Piety remembered something and cried out, "I forgot to give Christiana and her companions what I had intended to give them for the journey. I will hurry back and fetch it." So she ran and retrieved it, but while she was gone, Christiana thought she heard a most curious melodious note in a grove a little way off on the right side of the way. It was accompanied by words much like these: "Through all my life your favour is so freely showed to me, that in your house for evermore my dwelling place shall be." She continued to listen, and thought she heard another answer it, saying, "For why? The Lord our God is good. His mercy is forever sure. His truth at all times firmly stood, and shall from age to age endure." So Christiana asked Prudence who it was that made those curious notes. She said, "They are country birds which sing these notes, but only in the spring when the flowers appear and the sun shines warm. There are spring days when you may hear them all day long. In fact, I often go out to hear them, and we often even keep them tame in our house. For they make excellent company when we are feeling unhappy, and they also make the woods, groves and other solitary places pleasant to be in. For behold, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone. The flowers have already appeared in the land, the time has arrived for pruning the vines, and the voice of the turtle-dove has been heard in our land." Song of Sol. 2:11-12. By this time Piety had returned. She said to Christiana, "Look here, what I have brought you. It is a representation of all the things you saw at our house. This way you can look at this whenever you find yourself forgetful. It will help you call to mind these things for your edification and comfort." Now they followed the way down the hill and into the valley of humiliation. It was a steep, slippery descent, and they trod it very carefully until finally they reached the valley. Piety said to Christiana, "This is the place where Christian your husband met with the foul fiend Apollyon, and where they had that dreadful fight. I know you must have heard about it, but don't worry, because as long as you have Great Heart as your guide, we have hope that you will fare better." So when Prudence and Piety had committed the pilgrims over to the oversight of their guide and conductor Great Heart, he went ahead and they followed. Then Great Heart said, "We need not be so afraid of this valley, for there is nothing to hurt us here, unless it is something we bring about ourselves. It is true, Christian met with Apollyon, and the two of them fought severely, but that skirmish was the result of those slips he made going down the hill. For you see, those who slip up there must expect to enter combat here. In fact, this is how the valley got its hard name. For the common people, when they hear that some frightful thing has happened to someone in a place such as this, they think the place is haunted with some foul fiend or evil spirit, when sadly, it is the fruit of their own doing that such things happen to them there. This valley of humiliation is really as fruitful a place as any other over which the crow flies. I am convinced that if we could figure out a way, we may find something from around here that might give us a reason for why Christian was so severely harassed in this place." Then James pointed ahead and said to his mother, "Look over there, it's a pillar. And it looks like something is written on it. Let's go and see what it says." So they walked together to the pillar and read these words written on it: "Let Christian's unintentional errors and faults from before he came here, and the battles he met with in this place, be a warning to those who come after." Look at that. Their guide, Great Heart, gestured toward the pillar. "Didn't I tell you there was something around here that would give us an indication of why Christian was so severely harassed in this place? Then he turned to Christiana and said, "This is no more criticism to Christian than to any others who happen to come this way, for it is easier to go up than down this hill. And that can't be said about many hills in the world. But Christian was a good man. He is now at rest, and in the end had a brave victory over his enemy. Let him who lives above grant that we fare no worse than he did, when it is our turn to be tried." The pillar in the valley of humiliation. But we will come again to this valley of humiliation. It is the best and most fruitful piece of ground in all these parts. As you see, it is fertile and has many meadows. If a man happened to come here in the summertime, as we have done, and if he didn't know anything of what has happened here in the past, he might look around in delight at all he sees. He'd see how green this valley is, and how it is adorned with lilies. I'm the rose of Sharon, the lily of the valleys. Song of Soul. 2:1. I have known many hard-working men who have good estates in this valley of humiliation, for God is opposed to the proud, but gives grace to the humble. James 4:6. It is indeed a very fruitful soil, and it brings forth a bounty. Some have also wished they wouldn't be troubled by any more hills or mountains on the way, and that the next approach to their Father's house was right here. But the way is the way, and eventually there is an end. Now as they were going along and talking, they saw a boy feeding his father's sheep. The boy was dressed in very nasty clothes. In contrast, his countenance was very fresh and good-looking. He sat by himself and sang. Great Heart said, "Listen to what the shepherd's boy sings." So they listened, and this is what they heard. He who is down, needs fear no fall. He who is low, has no pride. He who is humble ever shall have God to be his guide. I am content with what I have, whether it be little or much. Lord, contentment still I crave, because you willingly save such. Fullness to like kind, a burden is, to those who go on pilgrimage. Here little and hereafter bliss is best from age to age. Then the guide said to the pilgrims, "Do you hear him? I have to say that this boy lives a happier life, and wears more of that herb called hot ease in his heart, than one dressed in silk and velvet. For now, let us continue our conversation about life in this valley. Our Lord formerly had his country house in this valley. He loved being here and to walk these meadows, for he found the air clean and pleasant. Besides, here a man walks free from the noise and hurrying of this life. All the other lands are full of noise and confusion. Only in the valley of humiliation is a man not led about in busyness and hindered in his thinking as he is apt to be in other places. This is a valley nobody walks in except for those who love a pilgrim's life. And though Christian had the hard misfortune to meet with Apollyon here and to enter with him in a brisk confrontation, I must tell you that in the past, men have met with angels here. Yes, he wrestled with the angel and prevailed. He wept and sought his favor. He found him at Bethel, and there he spoke with us, even the Lord, the God of hosts, the Lord is his name. Hosea 12:4-5, have found pearls here, and upon finding one pearl of great value, he went and sold all that he had and bought it. Matt 13:46, and have found the words of life in this place. Lord, to whom shall we go? You have words of eternal life. John 6:68, and like I told you, our Lord loved to walk here when he had his country house here. But along with that, he has left a yearly income to be faithfully paid at certain times to those who love and walk these grounds and care for them along the way, and for their encouragement to continue on in their pilgrimage. Now as they went on, Samuel spoke to Great Heart. Sir, he said, I understand that my father and Apollyon had their battle in this valley, but where exactly did the fight take place? For I see this valley is large. Great Heart said, your father battled with Apollyon at a place ahead of us where the passage is narrow, just beyond Forgetful Green. In fact, that place is the most dangerous place in all these parts. It is where others have been faced with difficulty, for if at any time pilgrims meet with any violence, it is when they forget what favors they have received, and how unworthy they are of them. But we can talk more about the place when we come to it, for I am sure there remains to this day either some sign of the battle, or some monument to testify that such a battle was fought. Mercy said, I think I feel as well in this valley as I have felt anywhere else on our entire journey. I think it suits my spirit. She drew in a deep breath of the fresh air. I love to be in such places, where there is no rattling of coaches or rumbling wheels. I think here one may, with such solitude and so little to disturb, think about what he is, where he came from, what he has done, and to consider what the King has called him to. Here in the quiet seclusion one may think deeply enough to break the heart and melt the spirit, until one's eyes brim like the pools in Heshbone's Song of Soul. 7-4. Those who walk through this valley in justice and by divine, will make it a well. The rain God sends down from heaven upon those who are here also fills the pools. This valley is also where the King will give vineyards to those who are his, and those who go through it shall sing as Christian did, even though he met with Apollyon. Then I will give her her vineyards from there, and the valley of Acre as a door of hope. And she will sing there as in the days of her youth, as in the day when she came up from the land of Egypt. Hosea 2:15. Great Heart nodded. This is true. I have gone through the valley of humiliation many times, and never have I been better than when I am here. I have also been a guide to several pilgrims who all say the same thing. But to this one I will look, to him who is humble and contrite of spirit, and who trembles at my word. Isaiah 66:2. Now they arrived at the place where the battle between Christian and Apollyon had been fought. Great Heart turned to Christiana, her children, and Mercy and said, This is the place. It was here on this ground that Christian stood when Apollyon came against him. He pointed to some stones stained with blood. Look here and here. This is some of your husband's blood upon these stones to this day. Didn't I tell you there would be a sign or monument of the battle still remaining? And look over here, some of the pieces from Apollyon's broken darts. And see here. He gestured toward the ground. You can still see here how they trampled the ground in this spot, as they sought firm footing, while they fought against each other. And here too you can see how they split the stones in pieces with their side blows. Truly, Christian made sport of the man, and proved himself as brave as Hercules. When Apollyon was beaten he retreated to the next valley, which is called the Valley of the Shadow of Death. We shall arrive there soon. Then he motioned to a nearby monument located next to the way. And look over there, it is the monument to the battle and Christian's victory, and to his fame, throughout all ages. So they gathered at the monument which stood just on the wayside before them, and read the writing which word for word said this. Here was a hard battle fought. Most strange and yet most true. Christian and Apollyon fought each other to subdue. The man so bravely played the man. He made the fiend to fly. Of which a monument I stand. The same to testify. When they travelled on, they came upon the borders of the shadow of death. This valley was longer than the other, and a place strangely haunted with evil things, as many can testify. Things went better than expected for this group of women and children, because they had daylight, and because Great Heart was their guide. When they were entering this valley, they thought they heard groaning like that of dying men. They weren't small whimpering sounds but an excessive moaning. Along with this noise, they thought they heard words of grief spoken by someone who sounded like they were being tormented. These sounds made the boys shake with fear, and the color drained from the women's faces until they looked pale, but their guide told them to take courage. They walked on a little further, and they thought they felt the ground begin to shake like there was a hollow place beneath their feet. Plus, they heard a kind of hissing noise like that of serpents. The combination of the two filled them with dread, but nothing happened. The boys said, "When will we get to the end of this miserable place?" Again, Great Heart encouraged them. He told them to take courage, and to pay close attention to where they stepped, so they didn't by chance get caught in some snare. Now James began to feel sick, but I think it was because he was so frightened. His mother pulled out that bottle of spirit she had been given at the interpreter's house, and she gave some to James along with 3 of the pills Mr. Skill had prepared. The boy quickly began to feel better. So they went on till they reached about the middle of the valley. Then Christiana said, "I think I see something in the distance on the road ahead, but I can't make out what it is. I've never seen anything like it." Joseph looked at his mother and asked, "What is it?" She placed her arm around him and said, "An ugly thing, child, an ugly thing." "But mother, what is it like?" he asked again. She shook her head as she stared at the thing. "I cannot tell what it is even though we are getting closer to it." "Well," Mr. Greatheart said, "those of you who are most afraid stay close to me." So the ugly fiend came toward them, and Great Heart met it, but when it came at him it vanished, and none could see it. Then they remembered what had been said some time ago, resist the devil, and he will flee from you, James 4:7. After that experience, they went on feeling a little refreshed, but they hadn't gone far before Mercy looked behind, and thought she saw something like a lion but not a lion. It followed after them quickly with great padded footfalls, and it roared with an eerie hollow voice. Every time it roared, it echoed throughout the valley and made the pilgrims' hearts ache, except for the heart of their guide. As the threat drew closer, Great Heart dropped back and walked behind the others, and made them to walk before him. The lion quickly cut the distance between them, and Great Heart turned to fight him. Be of sober spirit, be on the alert. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. But resist him, firm in your faith, knowing that the same experiences of suffering are being accomplished by your brethren who are in the world. 1 Peter 5:8-9. But when the lion-like fiends saw that they had decided to resist him, he drew back and came no further. Then they continued on again with Great Heart again before them, until they came to a great pit in the road. It took up the entire way from one side to the other, and before they could figure a way to get over it, a great mist and a darkness settled upon them. None of them could see anything, so they stood still in that place. Then the pilgrims cried out, "Oh dear! What should we do now?" But their guide said, "Don't fear, just stand still and see what happens." They stayed there, because their path was damaged, and they couldn't see because of smoke coming from the pit marring the way. As they stood within the smog, they thought they heard another noise, this time like the rushing of the enemies. Gradually the group saw fire and smoke coming from the pit. Christiana said to Mercy, "Now I see what my poor husband went through. I have heard much about this place, but I was never here until now. Poor man. He was here all alone at night. In fact, it was night for most of the time he walked the way through this valley. And these fiends were active and moving about him, as if they would tear him in pieces. Many have spoken about it, but no one knows what the valley of the shadow of death holds for them, until they enter it themselves. The heart knows its own bitterness, and a stranger does not share its joy. Proverbs 14:10, to be here is a fearful thing. Great Heart said, "This is like doing business in deep waters, or like going down into the heart of the sea, and like going down to the bottoms of the mountains. Now it seems as if the barriers of earth are about us forever, but let those who walk in darkness, and have no light trust in the name of the Lord, and stay upon their God. Who is among you that fears the Lord, that obeys the voice of his servant, that walks in darkness and has no light? Let him trust in the name of the Lord and rely on his God." Isaiah 50:10. For my part, as I have told you already, I have often walked through this valley, and have faced much harder times than this. Yet you can see I am alive. When I say this, I am not boasting in myself in any way, for I am not my own Savior. However, I have faith that we shall be delivered. Come, let us pray for light from him who can lighten our darkness, and who can rebuke not only these fiends we are facing right now, but also all the Satans in hell. So they cried out and prayed to God, and he sent light and deliverance. There was now no hindrance in their way, for the pit that had stopped them was no longer there. They continued on their way through the valley, but met with some very bad odors and a detestable stench which annoyed them all a great deal. Mercy said to Christiana, "Being here is not as pleasant as it was back at the gate, at the interpreter's, or at the house where we stayed last." One of the boys, Samuel, said, "Oh, it isn't as bad to go through here as it would be to live here forever. For all we know, one reason we must endure this stench on our way to the house prepared for us, is that the home awaiting us might be all the sweeter to us when we arrive." "Well said, Samuel," their guide said. "You have spoken like a man." "Well, if ever I get out of this valley," the boy said, "I think I shall prize light a great deal more than I ever have in all my life." Great Heart said, "We shall be out of here eventually." They went on, and after some time Joseph asked, "Can't we see to the end of this valley yet?" Great Heart said, "Pay attention to your feet and where you step, for now we shall be walking among the snares." So the pilgrims watched where they stepped as they went on, but even so they were troubled by many snares. When they arrived among the snares, they saw a man thrown into the ditch on the left side of the way, with his flesh all slashed and torn. Great Heart pointed toward the man and said, "That traveler was named Heedless. He was going this way but has lain there a great while." He had been traveling with a companion by the name of Taked when he was abducted and slain, but Taked escaped their hands. You cannot imagine how many are killed near this place, and yet men set out flippantly on pilgrimage and come without a guide. Poor Christian. It was a wonder he escaped this place, but he was beloved of his God, and he also had a good heart. If that wasn't the case, he could never have done it. Now they drew towards the end of this way, and came to the cave from which Maul the giant came forth when Christian approached on his pilgrimage. This Maul used to mess up young pilgrims with misleading reasoning, and at this time he called Great Heart by his name and said, "How many times have you been forbidden to do these things?" Great Heart called back, "What things? What things?" The giant roared. "You know what things. But I will put an end to your trade." As the giant taunted them, the women and children trembled and clustered together, for they didn't know what else to do. Great Heart said, "Please, before we begin, let us understand the stakes for which we must fight." The giant said, "You rob the country and rob it with the worst kind of thefts." Great Heart shook his head. "You're only talking in generalities. Get to the point and speak specifics, man." Then the giant said, "You are a kidnapper. You gather up women and children, and carry them into a strange country. As a result, you weaken my master's kingdom." Great Heart replied, "I am a servant of the God of heaven. My business is to persuade sinners to repent. I am commanded to strive to turn men, women, and children from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan to God. If this is, in fact, the reason for your quarrel, let us fall to it as soon as you are ready." The giant stepped forward and Great Heart went to meet him. As he did so, he drew his sword while the giant readied his club. Without exchanging any more words, they fell to blows. The giant struck the first blow. Great Heart dropped down onto one knee. When they saw this, the women and children cried out. Great Heart recovered and stood to his full height. He thrust his weapon toward the giant and wounded his arm. In this way, the fight went back and forth for about an hour. As the fight heightened, the breath from the giant's nostrils grew as hot as the heat that radiates from a boiling cauldron. Then the two of them took a break and sat down to rest. Great Heart took the time to pray, but the women and children did nothing but carry on with sighs and crying, for as long as the battle lasted. When the giant and Great Heart had rested and caught their breath, they both fell to fighting again. With a blow, Great Heart brought the giant down to the ground. The giant raised his hand and said, "No, hold on, let me recover." Great Heart kills giant Maul. So Great Heart fairly let him get up, and they started to fight again, and the giant narrowly missed breaking Great Heart's skull with his club. When Great Heart saw that, he ran at him hard and fast with all his spirit, and pierced him under the fifth rib. With that, the giant grew faint. His club tumbled from his grasp. Great Heart landed a second blow, and severed the head of the giant from his shoulders. The women and children rejoiced, and Great Heart praised God for the deliverance he had brought about. With the fight finished and the victory won, the pilgrims erected a pillar and fastened the giant's head on it, and under it wrote the following words so those passing by might read it. "He who once wore this head was one who often passing pilgrims abused. He stopped their way, he spared none, but them afflicted and misused. Until I Great Heart arose, the pilgrim's guide to be. Until that time I did him oppose. That was their enemy." 22 Original, "But he who sins against me injures himself, all those who hate me love death." Proverbs 8:36. The sixth stage. Now I saw the pilgrims continue on to the ascent not far from there, for they determined it to be a possibility for pilgrims. This happened to be the place from which Christian had first caught sight of Faithful his brother. It was here the pilgrims sat down, rested, ate, drank and celebrated, because they had been delivered from this dangerous enemy. As they sat there eating, Christiana asked Great Heart whether or not he had been hurt in the battle. He said, "No, except a little on my flesh, but that's not so bad. For it is proof of my love for my master and you, and by grace, it shall be a means to increase my reward at the end." "But weren't you afraid, good sir, when you saw him come at you with his club?" Christiana asked. Great Heart said, "It is my duty to not trust in my own ability, so that I may rely only on him who is stronger than all." Christiana thought about that for a moment. But what did you think when he brought you down to the ground with that first blow? Why, I thought that in this way my master was served, and it was he who conquered in the end. Always carrying about in the body the dying of Jesus, so that the life of Jesus also may be manifested in our body. For we who live are constantly being delivered over to death for Jesus' sake, so that the life of Jesus also may be manifested in our mortal flesh. 2 Corinthians 4:10-11, Matthew said, "While you all can think what you please, I think God has been wonderfully good to us. He brought us out of this valley, and delivered us from the hand of this enemy. As far as I am concerned, I see no reason why we should ever distrust our God again, since he has given us such a testimony of his love now in such a place." Then the group of them got up and continued forward on their journey. Now a little ahead of them stood an oak. When they came to it, they found an old pilgrim fast asleep under it. They recognized he was a pilgrim by his clothes, his staff, and the belt he wore around his waist. So the guide, Great Heart, woke the old gentleman. As the old man opened his eyes, he cried out, "What's the matter? Who are you and what is your business here?" Great Heart tried to calm the man. "Calm down," he said. "Come on, we here are all friends." But the old man rushed to his feet and was on guard, because he did not know them or what they were. Old Honest. Then the guide said, "My name is Great Heart. I am the guide of these pilgrims who are going to the celestial country." "My name is Mr. Honest," the old pilgrim said. "I ask your forgiveness for my reaction, for I feared you were part of the group who some time ago robbed Little Faith of his money. Now that I'm more awake and aware of my surroundings, I can see you are more honest people." Great Heart asked, "What do you think you could have done to help yourself, if we were in fact those people?" "What could I have done?" the man said. "Why, I would have fought to my last breath, and if I had, I'm sure you could never have bested me, for a Christian can never be overcome unless he surrenders himself." "Well said, Father Honest," Great Heart said, "for by this, I know you are a man of the right kind, for you have spoken the truth. And by this, I also know that you know what true pilgrimage is," the old pilgrim said. "For everyone else thinks we are the quickest of any to overcome." "Well," Great Heart said, "now that we have happily met, please let me ask where you are from." "I came from the town of Stupidity. It's the town just beyond the city of destruction." "Oh, you're that countryman," Great Heart said. "I've heard you called Old Honesty." The older gentleman blushed. "Not honesty in the abstract, but honest is my name. I have to admit, I wish my nature agreed with my name. But sir, how is it you have heard of me?" "I heard of you from my master," Great Heart said. "He knows everything. But I have often marveled that anyone from your hometown became a pilgrim, for your town is worse than the city of destruction." Mr. Honest nodded. "I agree. Those of us from Stupidity lie more often than the sun shines, and because of it we are cold and senseless in heart. But even if a man were inside a mountain of ice, if the sun of righteousness arises upon him, his frozen heart will experience a thaw, and that is exactly what happened with me. I believe it, Father Honest. I believe it. For I know what you say is true." Then the old gentleman greeted all the pilgrims with a holy kiss of love, asked their names, and how they had fared since they set out on their pilgrimage. Christiana stepped forward first. "I'm sure you have heard my name, for good Christian was my husband and these 4 are his children." She motioned toward her boys. You won't believe how the old gentleman reacted to the news of who she was. He skipped, he smiled, and he blessed them with 1,000 good wishes. He said, "I have heard so much about your husband and his travels, and the wars which he endured in his days. Be assured, the name of your husband resounds all through these parts of the world. He is famous for his faith, his courage, his endurance, and his sincerity." Then he turned to the boys and asked their names, which they told him one by one. He greeted Matthew and said, "Matthew, you are like Matthew the tax collector, not in wickedness but in virtue." As Jesus went on from there, he saw a man called Matthew, sitting in the tax collector's booth, and he said to him, "Follow me." And he got up and followed him. Matt. 9:9, he turned his attention to Samuel and said, "He is like Samuel the prophet, a man of faith and prayer." Moses and Aaron were among his priests, and Samuel was among those who called on his name. They called upon the Lord and he answered them. Psalm 99:6, and to Joseph he said, You are like Joseph in Potiphar's house, pure and one who flees from temptation. As she spoke to Joseph day after day, he did not listen to her to lie beside her or be with her. Now it happened one day that he went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the household was there inside. She caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand and fled, and went outside. Genesis 39:10-12. He turned to James, the last of the boys. You are like James the just and like James the brother of our Lord. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. 1 Corinthians 15:7. Then the boys told him about Mercy, and how she had left her town and her family, to come along with their mother and them on pilgrimage. At hearing this, the old honest man turned to Mercy and said, Mercy is your name. By mercy you shall be sustained and carried through all the difficulties that assault you along your way, until you come to that place where you will look directly at the fountain of mercy with comfort. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Matt. 5:7. During all this exchange, Greatheart walked along with his companions very pleased and smiling at them. As they walked, Greatheart asked the old gentleman if he knew Mr. Fearing, for he had come on pilgrimage from those same parts, as the old man. Yes, very well, he said. He was a man who understood the root of the matter, but he was one of the most troublesome pilgrims I ever met in all my days. Greatheart said, I can see you knew him, for you have given a very accurate description of his character. I more than knew him. I was one of his closest companions. I was with him most near the end, though I was also with him when he first started to think about what would come after this life. Greatheart said, I was his guide from my master's house to the gates of the celestial city. Then you knew him to be a troublesome one. I did. Greatheart nodded. But I could bear it well enough. Men of my calling are often entrusted to conduct men such as him. Well, Mr. Honest said, tell us a little about him and how he behaved under your guidance. Well, he was always afraid he would fall short of reaching the place he desired to go. Everything frightened him. I heard that he lay roaring at the Slough of Despond for more than a month. In all that time, he didn't dare to move on, even though he witnessed several others crossing the slough before him. And many of those people offered to lend him assistance, but he was too afraid to accept it. He wouldn't go forward, and he wouldn't go back again either. He said he would die if he didn't get to the celestial city, and yet he was discouraged by every difficulty and stumbled over problems as insignificant as straw, when tossed in his way. After he had lain at the Slough of Despond a long time, one sunshiny morning he somehow ventured on and finally crossed over, though I don't know the details. He could hardly believe he had reached the other side. I think he had something like a Slough of Despond in his mind, like an internal mire that he carried with him everywhere he went. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so fearful of everything. So Mr. Fearing came up to the gate, you know the one I mean, the gate at the beginning of this way. There he stood for quite a while before he found the courage to knock. When the gate was opened, he stepped back and let others go before him, and said he wasn't worthy. For even though he reached the gate before others, many of them went in before him. There at the gate, the poor man stood shaking and cowering. I dare say anyone who saw him would have pitied him. Finally he reached for the hammer which hung on the gate. He took it and rapped lightly a time or two. The gate opened to him, but he shrunk back again as he had done before. This time though, the one who opened the gate stepped out after Mr. Fearing and said, You tremble, what do you want? With that, Mr. Fearing fell to the ground. He who spoke to him marveled to see him so faint-hearted, so he said to him, Peace be to you. Get up, for I have opened the door to you. Come in, for you are blessed. With that he got up and went through the gate still trembling. Once he was in, he was too ashamed to show his face. Well, you know how it is there. After he had been shown hospitality for a while, he was told it was time to be on his way, and also told the way he should take. So Mr. Fearing went on till he reached our house, but when he arrived and my master came to the interpreter's door, Mr. Fearing behaved the same fearful way as at the gate. He lay there in the cold for a good while before he would say anything. He allowed his fear to paralyze him. The nights were long and cold then. And it is sad but true that in his chest pocket Mr. Fearing had a note that would allow him to receive all my master had to offer. He was ready to grant him the comfort of his house, and also to provide him with a brave and valiant guide, because he himself was so chicken-hearted. Yet even though Mr. Fearing understood all this, he was still afraid to call at the door. Instead, he lay here and there near the door until the poor man was almost starved, and his depression was so great that even though he saw several others knocking and entering in, he was just too afraid to even try. Finally, I think I looked out of the window and saw a man lying here and there around the door, and I went out to him. I asked him what he was doing there, but the poor man looked at me with tear-filled eyes without saying a word. I figured out what he wanted, so I went inside and told the others in the house about him, and we explained the situation to our Lord. So he sent me out again, to invite Mr. Fearing to come in, but I have to say, it wasn't easy. Finally he did come in, and my Lord lovingly carried nourishment to him. There wasn't much food at the table, but the master took some of it, and placed it upon the table in front of Mr. Fearing. Then Mr. Fearing presented the note from his pocket, and my Lord read it, and said his desires would be granted. So when he had been there a good while, Mr. Fearing seemed to gather a little courage, and to be a little more comfortable. For my master, you must know, is one who is very kind and compassionate, especially toward those who are afraid. Therefore, he introduced everything to him in ways that might encourage him the most. Well, when he experienced all the things at the house, he was ready to take his journey to the celestial city as Christian had done before him. My Lord gave him a bottle of spirits and some rich foods to eat. And so we set out together, and I led the way, but Mr. Fearing hardly said a thing. Instead, he sighed aloud as we walked together. When we came to the place where the 3 fellows were hanged, he said he doubted that he wouldn't end up the same way. Yet he seemed glad when he saw the cross and the sepulchre. There he wanted to linger a little, and it seemed to cheer him up for a little while. When he came to the hill difficulty, he didn't hesitate at that, nor did he fear the lions very much. This might seem strange for one so fearful, but his troubles were not related to things like these. His fear was about whether or not he would be accepted at the end of his journey. I got him in at the house Beautiful, I think before he was really willing. Once he was inside, I introduced him to the young women who lived there, but he was too ashamed to take advantage of their company. He just wanted to be alone, yet he always loved a good talk, and often stood out of sight and listened to others' conversations. He also loved to see ancient things and to think about them. After we left that house, he told me he loved the visit. In fact, he enjoyed the last house as well as the one at the gate and the interpreter's house, but even though he loved the ancient things found in these places, he couldn't find the courage to ask about them. When we left the house Beautiful, we walked down the hill into the valley of humiliation, and he entered the valley like one without a care, for he thought he might be happy at last. And I think there was a kind of understanding between that valley and him, for I never saw him in better spirits in all his pilgrimage than he was in that valley. Mr. Fearing in the Valley of Humiliation. Here he lay down and embraced the ground and kissed the flowers. It is good for a man that he should bear the yoke in his youth. Let him sit alone and be silent, since he has laid it on him. Let him put his mouth in the dust, perhaps there is hope. Lamentations 3:27-29. He woke every morning by break of day, and regularly walked to and fro in the valley. But when he reached the entrance of the valley of the shadow of death, I thought I might lose him. Not that I thought he would turn around to go back, for I knew he abhorred that idea. His problem was that he was ready to die of fear. He cried out, "Oh, the hobgoblins will get me. The hobgoblins will get me." I couldn't snap him out of it. He made so much noise. If they happened to hear him, it was enough to encourage them to come and attack us. But one thing I noticed as we entered this valley was how quiet it was. I'd never seen it so quiet, before or since. I suppose the Lord specially restrained those enemies, and commanded them not to meddle until Mr. Fearing had passed through the valley. It would be too tedious to tell you all the details, so I'll just tell you about 2 more aspects of the journey with Mr. Fearing. The first is when he came to Vanity Fair. You should have seen him there. I thought he was going to fight with all the men in the fair, and that we'd end up getting knocked on the head. His temper was hot against their habitual sinful acts. Upon the enchanted ground, he was very alert and wakeful, but when he reached the river and realized there was no bridge, he again became dejected. Now, he said, I will be drowned forever, and never see the comfort of the face I have come so many miles to behold. And at this time I noticed something very remarkable. At this particular time, the water of that river was lower than I'd ever seen it in all my life. So he finally crossed over without getting much more than his feet wet. When he was going out to the gate, I said goodbye to him, and wished him a good reception above. He said, I shall. Then we parted ways, and I never saw him again. So it seems all went well for him in the end? Mr. Honest asked. Greatheart nodded. Absolutely. I never had doubts about him. He was a man of a worthy spirit, but most of the time he felt very low, and that made his life very arduous for himself and very troublesome to others. O Lord, the God of my salvation, I have cried out by day and in the night before you. Let my prayer come before you, incline your ear to my cry. For my soul has had enough troubles, and my life is drawn near to Sheol. I am reckoned among those who go down to the pit. I have become like a man without strength, forsaken among the dead, like the slain who lie in the grave, whom you remember no more, and they are cut off from your hand. You have put me in the lowest pit, in dark places, in the depths. Your wrath has rested upon me, and you have afflicted me with all your waves. Selah. Psalm 88 1-7. He had positive attributes as well. He was more sensitive to sin than many, and he was so afraid of hurting others that he often didn't do things he thought might offend, even if they were lawful. It is good not to eat meat or to drink wine, or to do anything by which your brother stumbles. Romans 14:21. Mr. Honest's brow furrowed. But why would such a good man be forced to live so much of his life in such a disheartening way? There are two possible reasons, Greatheart said. One is that the wise God desires it. Some people must make a lot of noise and others must weep. Rejoice with those who rejoice, and weep with those who weep. Romans 12:15. The other is best explained if we look at it like music. Think of Mr. Fearing as one who played a deep tone, while he and those like him sound notes that are more doleful than the notes of other music. Some say the bass notes are the foundation of music. And for my part, I don't like that statement because while it reflects a mindful sorrow, it does not address the weakness of mind some experience. The first string the musician usually touches is the bass, when he intends to put all in tune. God also plays upon this string first, when he sets the soul in tune for himself. Only there was the imperfection of Mr. Fearing in that he couldn't play any other music until later when he neared the end. I've made this bold metaphorical statement to help mature the understanding of young readers, and because in the book of Revelation, the saved are compared to a company of musicians who play upon their trumpets and harps, and sing their songs before the throne. When he had taken the book, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each one holding a hop and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. Revelation 5:8. Mr. Honest said, by what you have said, Mr. Fearing was a very zealous man. He didn't fear difficulties, lions or Vanity Fair. It was only sin, death, and hell that filled him with terror, because he had some doubts about his share in that celestial country. You are right, Greatheart said. Those were the things that troubled him, and they, you have correctly observed, arose from the weakness of his mind. His fearfulness was not from weakness of spirit, pertaining to the practical aspect of living a pilgrim's life. I believe, like the proverb says, that he could have been a firebrand and withstood it in his own way, and not feared it in the least, but the things with which he was oppressed no man could ever help him shake off easily. Then Christiana said, hearing about Mr. Fearing and his struggles has done me good, because I thought nobody else was like me. But now I see a similarity between this good man and me. We just differed in 2 ways. His troubles were so great that they showed to everyone around him, but mine I kept inside. His struggle made his life so difficult that he could not knock at the door to the very houses willing to show him hospitality, while my trouble was such that it made me always knock even louder. Mercy said, I'd also like to speak my heart if you'll permit me. For I must say, I too am similar to him in another way. For I have always been more afraid of the lake, and the loss of a place in paradise, than I have been about the loss of other things. Oh, I thought, if only I had the assurance to know I have a place there, it would be enough. I would give up everything I have in all this world to win it. Matthew said, I experienced fear too, but for me it was a fear that perhaps I wasn't saved, that I lacked within me the thing that accompanies salvation. But now that I know how it was for Mr. Fearing, and that he arrived at the celestial city and gained admittance, why wouldn't it go well with me too? His brother James said, no fears, no grace. Though there isn't always grace where there is the fear of hell, you can be sure there is no grace where there is no fear of God. Well said, James, Greatheart said. You have hit the mark of this matter. For the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, Proverbs 9:10. Those who haven't reached the beginning don't have the middle nor the end. In other words, until that point they haven't feared hell. We have talked enough about Mr. Fearing for now, but let's finish off our discussion with this farewell to the good man. Well, Master Fearing, you did fear your God and were afraid of doing anything while here that would have you betrayed. And you feared the lake and pit. Would others do so too? As for them who lack your wit, they themselves undo. Now I saw that they still went on with their talk, for after Great Heart ended the discussion about Mr. Fearing, Mr. Honest began to tell the others of another traveller, by the name of Mr. Self-Will. He pretended to be a pilgrim, Mr. Honest said. But I am convinced that he never came in at the gate that stands at the head of the way. Did you ever talk with him about it? Great Heart asked. Mr. Honest nodded. Yes, more than once or twice, but he was always self-willed, doing what was right in his own eyes. He didn't care what others said or did, and he didn't care to enter into discussion or argument regarding the truth, nor was he willing to learn from others' examples. All he did is what he wanted to do, and follow his own way and nothing else. Honest tells about one's self-will. Please tell me more about the principles he held, for I'm sure you can tell me since you spent time with the man. Mr. Honest said, he held that a man could follow the vices as well as the virtues of pilgrims, and that if he lived his life doing both, he would still certainly be saved. Great Heart frowned. How could he think that? I could understand if he had said it is possible for the best pilgrim to be guilty of the vices, as well as to partake of the virtues. If that's what he said, then he would have been correct, for while we are on this side of the river, we are not expected to live absolutely vice-free. However, we are to watch and strive to live vice-free. But if I understand you correctly, this is not what he meant. But rather he meant that it was allowable for a pilgrim to continue on doing as he pleased, right or wrong. Mr. Honest bobbed his head earnestly. Yes, that is exactly what I mean. That's what he believed, and that's how he lived his life. But what did he base this belief on? Great Heart asked. Why, he said he had scripture that backed him up and permitted him to live this way. Great Heart's brows raised in mild surprise. Really? Scripture? Can you give us a few examples? I will try to explain it as he did. For instance, he said to have other men's wives was permitted because David, God's beloved, had done so. His reasoning was that since David did it, he could do it. He said that having more than one woman was permitted because it was a thing practiced by Solomon. He also said that Sarah and the godly midwives of Egypt lied, and so did Rahab when she hid the spies, and therefore he could lie. He also said that the disciples went at the bidding of their master, and untied the ass that did not belong to them and took it, and so it is fine for him to take what belongs to others too. He said that Jacob got the inheritance from his father through guile and dishonesty, and therefore he could practice such things as well. Great Heart shook his head thoughtfully. He has certainly raised the lowest types of behavior as his examples. And you are sure this was his opinion? Yes, Mr. Honest said. I heard him plead his case for it, and he pointed to scripture to support such beliefs, and to bring arguments for it into discussions with others. Great Heart said, his is an erroneous opinion that should not be allowed in the world. Let me clarify one thing, Mr. Honest said. He did not say that this behavior is permitted for everyone, but only for those who did such things before they were saved. For them it is, according to him, permitted to continue doing the same. But this is a false conclusion. For it is the same as saying that because good men, until now, have been weak and sinned, that it is okay for them to continue in this way and to do so on purpose and without any shame. Or it is like saying because a child is blown by a blast of wind or stumbles over a stone and falls in the mire and becomes filthy, that he should willfully lie down and wallow like a pig in the muck. Who would have thought that anyone could have been so blinded by the power of lust to this extent? But what is written must be held as true. They stumble at the word, being disobedient, to which they were also appointed. And a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, for they stumble because they are disobedient to the word, and to this doom they were also appointed. 1 Peter 2:8. His supposing that people who addict themselves to their vices may also have godly virtues is a strong delusion. To feed on the sin of my people, Hosea 4:8, like a dog licks up filth, does not reveal that such a person even possesses virtues. Nor can I believe that one who holds to this opinion can presently have faith or love in him. I know you have made strong objections against him regarding this view. When you did, what could he say for himself? Mr. Honest shrugged. Why, he says to live life based on one's own opinion seems abundantly more honest than to live in a way that is contrary to it. Great Heart let out a deep sigh. That is a very wicked answer. For if we freely let our lusts reign, it is sin. While it seems bad to hold back such feeling based on our opinions, yet not to do so is worse. When a person stumbles accidentally, it is bad enough, but allowing your lusts to go unbridled leads into the snare. Mr. Honest said, there are actually many who think as this man does, who do not speak out like he does, but they do purposely make going on pilgrimage seem of little importance. Great Heart nodded his head in resignation. That is the sad truth, but he who fears the King of Paradise shall come out from those who believe this way. Christiana said, there are strange opinions in the world. I knew one person who said that there was time enough to repent when it comes time to die. That's not very wise, Great Heart said. If that unwilling man were to plan a journey, and he had a week to run 20 miles to complete the trip, would he defer his journey to the last hour of that week? You're right, Mr. Honest said. Yet most of those who count themselves pilgrims do just that. I am, as you see, an old man and have been a traveler on this road for many a day, and I have taken notice of many things. I have seen some who have set out with so much enthusiasm that it seemed as if they would drive all the world before them, and yet in a few days they died like those in the wilderness who never got to see the promised land. I have also seen some who promised nothing when they first set out to be pilgrims. If you saw pilgrims such as these, you would think them unable to survive a day, and yet they proved to be very good pilgrims. I have seen some who have run quickly forward, only to have them run back quickly again after a little time. I have seen some who have spoken very well of a pilgrim's life at the beginning, but after a while have spoken just as much against it. I have also heard some who speak positively when they first set out for paradise. They say, there is such a place, but when they almost get there, they come back again and say, there is no such place. I have heard some boast about what they would do if they should be opposed, who even at a false alarm have fled faith, the pilgrim's way, and all. Now as they were on their way, a man came running to meet them and said, Gentlemen, women and children, if you love life, change directions, for robbers are before you. Great Heart said, they are the three who formerly assaulted Little Faith, but we are ready for them. So they cautiously continued on their way and looked this way, and that wherever there was a turn or place where the villains could try to ambush them. But whether the robbers had heard of Great Heart's reputation, or it was some other reason, the three robbers never even approached the pilgrims. Christiana wished for an inn to refresh herself and her children because they were weary. Mr. Honest said, there is an inn a short distance ahead of us, where a very honorable disciple by the name of Gaius dwells. Gaius, host to me and to the whole church, greets you. Romans 16:23. They all decided to turn in there and refresh themselves since the old gentleman had given them such a good report. When they came to the door they went in without knocking, for folks didn't used to knock at the door of an inn. Then they called for the master of the house, and he came to them. So they asked if they might spend the night. Gaius said, Yes, gentlemen, if you are true believers, for my house is only for pilgrims. This news made Christiana, Mercy and the boys happy, because the innkeeper showed love for pilgrims. The pilgrims were appointed rooms. Gaius showed one for Christiana, her children and Mercy, and another for Great Heart and Mr. Honest. Great Heart said, Good Gaius, do you have anything for supper? He gestured toward the others. These pilgrims have come far today and are weary. It is late, Gaius said. Too late to go out to look for food, but what we have you are welcome to if that will do. We will be perfectly content with whatever you have in the house, for as much as I have ascertained, you are never needy if you are satisfied with what is on hand. Then Gaius went down and spoke to the cook, whose name was, Taste that which is good, and instructed him to get supper ready for so many pilgrims. When he finished, he returned to the pilgrims and said, Come my good friends, you are welcome to join me. I am glad I have this house, and that I am able to show you hospitality. While supper is being prepared, let us sit and entertain one another with some good discussion if you please. The pilgrims all nodded and said they would be delighted to join him. Gaius opened the discussion by asking about Christiana and the others. Whose wife is this older woman, and whose daughter is this young woman? Greatheart motioned toward Christiana and said, "This woman is the wife of a former pilgrim by the name of Christian, and these are his 4 children." Then he nodded toward Mercy. "The young lady is a friend of hers, one whom she persuaded to come with her on pilgrimage. The boys all take after their father and desire to walk in his steps. And if they come across any place where their father has lain on pilgrimage, or even happen to see the print of his foot, it ministers to them and fills their hearts with joy, and they crave to lie or walk in the same way." Gaius said, "Is this Christian's wife? And these Christian's children? I knew your husband's father, and also his father's father. Many good men have come from this stock. Their ancestors first lived at Antioch, and the disciples were first called Christians in Antioch." Acts 11:26. Christians' ancestors, I suppose you have heard your husband talk of them, were very worthy men. They have, above any others I know of, showed themselves men of great virtue and courage for the Lord of the pilgrims, his ways, and those who loved him. I have heard of many of your husband's ancestors who have stood all manner of trials for the sake of the truth. Stephen, who was one of the first of the family from which your husband's family line sprang, was stoned to death. They went on stoning Stephen as he called on the Lord and said, "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit." Then falling on his knees, he cried out with a loud voice, "Lord, do not hold this sin against them." Having said this, he fell asleep. Acts 7:59-60. James, another from that same generation, was slain with the sword. Acts 12:2. To say nothing of Paul and Peter, men anciently related to the family from which your husband came, and Ignatius, who was thrown to the lions, Romanus, whose flesh was cut by pieces from his bones, and Polycarp, who played the man in the fire when they tried to burn him at the stake. When the flames didn't hurt him, they stabbed him. Then there was he who was hung up in a basket in the sun for the wasps to eat, and he whom they stuffed into a sack and cast into the sea to be drowned. It would be impossible to count all from that family who suffered injuries and death for the love of a pilgrim's life. And I can't help but be glad to see that your husband has left behind 4 fine boys such as these. I hope they will endure and carry on their father's name and walk in his steps, and that they eventually arrive at the same final destination as their father. In reality, sir, Greatheart said, the lads are likely to do just that, for they seem to enthusiastically choose their father's ways. For this reason Christian's family is likely to continue to spread abroad, and to be numerous upon the face of the earth. Let Christiana look for appropriate young women to which her sons may be betrothed, so that the name of their father and the house of his ancestors may never be forgotten in the world. Mr. Honest said, it would be a pity if his family should become extinct. It cannot fail, but it may become diminished. But let Christiana take my advice and it will be sustained. And Christiana, he turned to speak directly to her. I am glad to see you and your friend Mercy together here. If I may offer advice, I suggest you take Mercy to one of your closest relations. In fact, if she will consider the idea, I suggest she be given to Matthew, your oldest son, as a wife. This is the way to preserve future generations here on the earth. Gaius proposes marriage for Matthew and Mercy. So these 2 young people were matched and over time they were married, but we can tell more about that later. Gaius's advice continued. I will now speak on the behalf of women to take away their disgrace. For as death and the curse came into the world by a woman, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable to make one wise, she took from its fruit and ate, and she gave also to her husband with her, and he ate. Genesis 3:6. So life and health also came into the world in the same way. God sent forth his Son, made of a woman. But when the fullness of the time came, God sent forth his Son, born of a woman, born under the law. Galatians 4:4. It is clear how much women who were born later detested what the first mother did. You can see it in how much women in the Old Testament desired children, for they looked forward to the fact that this or that woman might become the mother of the Savior of the world. I will say again that when the Savior came, women rejoiced in him more than in either man or angel. And she cried out with a loud voice and said, Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. And how has it happened to me, that the mother of my Lord would come to me? For behold, when the sound of your greeting reached my ears, the baby leapt in my womb for joy. And blessed is she who believed that there would be a fulfillment of what had been spoken to her by the Lord. And Mary said, My soul exalts the Lord. Luke 1:42-46. I have never read about any man giving even one coin to Christ, while the women who followed him ministered to him of their means. And also some women who had been healed of evil spirits and sicknesses, Mary who was called Magdalene, from whom 7 demons had gone out, and Joanna the wife of Chuza, Herod's steward, and Susanna, and many others who were contributing to their support out of their private means. Luke 8:2-3. It was a woman who washed his feet with tears. And there was a woman in the city who was a sinner, and when she learned that he was reclining at the table in the Pharisee's house, she brought an alabaster vial of perfume, and standing behind him at his feet, weeping, she began to wet his feet with her tears, and kept wiping them with the hair of her head, and kissing his feet and anointing them with the perfume. Now when the Pharisee who had invited him saw this, he said to himself, If this man were a prophet he would know who and what sort of person this woman is who is touching him, that she is a sinner. And Jesus answered him, Simon, I have something to say to you. And he replied, Say it, teacher. A moneylender had 2 debtors, one owed 500 denarii, and the other 50. When they were unable to repay, he graciously forgave them both. So which of them will love him more? Simon answered and said, I suppose the one whom he forgave more. And he said to him, You have judged correctly. Turning toward the woman he said to Simon, Do you see this woman? I entered your house, you gave me no water for my feet, but she has wet my feet with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You gave me no kiss, but she since the time I came in, has not ceased to kiss my feet. You did not anoint my head with oil, but she anointed my feet with perfume. For this reason I say to you, her sins, which are many, have been forgiven, for she loved much, but he who is forgiven little, loves little. Then he said to her, Your sins have been forgiven. Luke 7:37-48. And a woman anointed his body at the burial. It was the Mary who anointed the Lord with ointment, and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Lazarus was sick. John 11:2. It was women who wept when he was going to the cross, and following him was a large crowd of the people, and of women who were mourning and lamenting him. Luke 23:27. And women stayed with him as he hung from the cross. Many women were there looking on from a distance, who had followed Jesus from Galilee while ministering to him. Among them was Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of the sons of Zebedee. Matt 27:55-56. Women also accompanied his body to the sepulchre when he was buried, and Mary Magdalene was there, and the other Mary, sitting opposite the grave. Matt 27:61. And women were the first to be with him on his resurrection morning, but on the first day of the week at early dawn, they came to the tomb bringing the spices which they had prepared. Luke 24:1. And women were the first to bring news of his resurrection to his disciples. But also some women among us amazed us. When they were at the tomb early in the morning, and did not find his body, they came, saying that they had also seen a vision of angels who said that he was alive. Luke 24:22-23. Based on these examples and more, it is clear women are highly favored and sharers with us in the grace of life. Now the cook sent a message to let them know supper was almost ready, and to set the table with a cloth, plates, salt and bread. Matthew said, Just seeing the tablecloth and all the preparations for supper makes me even hungrier than before. Gaius said, Let all the truths of the gospel minister to you in the same way in this life, stirring a greater desire to sit at the supper of the great King in his kingdom. For all preaching books and established rites and ceremonies here on earth are like laying the tablecloth, plates and salt upon the table, when compared with the feast which our Lord will prepare for us when we come to his house. Supper was served. First a right shoulder roast, which represented a heave offering, was brought to the table, followed by the breast of the wave offering. Each was set on the table to remind the pilgrims to begin their meal with prayer and praise to God. In the same way David lifted the heave shoulder and wave breast along with his hot up to God to show where his heart lay. Following this he used to play his hop. The breast of the wave offering, however, and the thigh of the offering you may eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they have been given as your due, and your sons, due out of the sacrifices of the peace offerings of the sons of Israel. The thigh offered by lifting up and the breast offered by waving they shall bring along with the offerings by fire of the portions of fat, to present as a wave offering before the Lord, so it shall be a thing perpetually due you and your sons with you, just as the Lord has commanded. Leviticus 10:14-15. These 2 dishes were very fresh and good, and they all ate heartily. Next a bottle of wine, red as blood, was brought to the table. And of the blood of grapes you drank wine. Deuteronomy 32:14. Gaius said to them, Drink freely. This is the true juice of the vine that makes the heart of God and man glad. So they drank, and were merry. Next a dish of fresh, delicious milk was served. Gaius said, Let the boys have that, to help them grow. Therefore, putting aside all malice and all deceit and hypocrisy and envy and all slander, like newborn babies, long for the pure milk of the word, so that by it you may grow in respect to salvation. 1 Peter 2:1-2. Among the courses they brought up a dish of butter and honey. This time Gaius said, Eat freely of this, for this is good to cheer up and strengthen your mind in understanding, and when making judgments. This was our Lord's dish when he was a child. He will eat curds and honey at the time he knows enough to refuse evil and choose good. Isaiah 7:15. Next they brought a dish of fresh, tasty apples to the table. Matthew asked, May we eat apples since it was by this fruit the serpent deceived our first mother? Gaius nodded. Apples were the fruit by which we were deceived. Yet sin, not apples, has defiled our souls. It is not the actual eating of the apple that corrupts. To eat this fruit does us good, for it is written, Sustain me with raisin cakes, refresh me with apples, Song of Soul. 2-5. Then Matthew said, I had misgivings because a while back I was sick because I ate fruit. Gaius said, Forbidden fruit will make you sick, but not what our Lord has allowed. While they were talking about this, another dish was presented. This one was a dish filled with nuts. I went down to the orchard of nut trees to see the blossoms of the valley, to see whether the vine had budded or the pomegranates had bloomed. Song of Soul. 6:11. Some at the table said, Nuts ruin tender teeth, especially the teeth of children. When Gaius heard this he said, Hard texts are nuts, I will not call them cheaters. Hard shells keep the kernel from the eaters. Open the shells and you shall have the meat. These have been brought to the table for you to crack and eat. Then the pilgrims were very merry, and sat at the table a long time talking about many things. Then the old gentleman, Mr. Honest, said, My good innkeeper, while we crack your nuts, will you please explain this riddle? A man there was, though some did count him mad, the more he cast away, the more he had. Then they all paid close attention, waiting to see what good words Gaius would have to say. For a moment he sat still. Then he said, He who gives his goods to the poor shall have it returned to him and 10 times more. Joseph's eyes grew wide. I have to say, sir, I did not think you could have figured it out. Oh, Gaius said, I have been trained up in this way a great while. Nothing teaches like experience. Through experience, I have gained an understanding of the kindness of the Lord. There are those who scatter and yet increase, and there are those who withhold more than they should, but it leads to poverty. There are those who make themselves rich yet have nothing, and those who make themselves poor, yet hath great riches. There is one who scatters, and yet increases all the more, and there is one who withholds what is justly due, and yet it results only in want. Proverbs 11:24. Then Samuel whispered to Christiana, his mother, and said, Mother, this is a very good man. Let us stay here in his house for a good while, and let my brother Matthew be married here to Mercy, before we go any further. Gaius overheard Samuel's suggestion and said, That's a very good idea, my child. As a result, they stayed there more than a month, and Mercy was given to Matthew as his wife. And while they stayed there, Mercy made coats and garments to give to the poor, which gave the pilgrims a very good reputation. But let's get back to our story. After supper the boys were ready to go to bed, for they were weary from traveling. Gaius called someone to show them to their bedchamber, but Mercy said, I will tuck them in. Mercy clothes the poor. She took them to their bedchamber, tucked them in, and they slept well. But the rest of the group sat up all night, for Gaius and the others enjoyed each other's company so much, they didn't want to say good night. After they talked much about their Lord themselves and their journey, old Mr. Honest began to nod off. Great Heart said, What? Are you getting drowsy? Come on, here's a riddle for you to think about. Let us hear it, Mr. Honest said. Great Heart said, "He who would kill must first be overcome. He who would live abroad first must die at home." "Ha," said Mr. Honest. "That is a hard one, hard to explain and harder to practice. I will leave it to you, innkeeper, if you please to expound it, for I would like to hear what you have to say." "No." Gaius shook his head. "The riddle was put to you, and you are expected to answer it." So the old gentleman answered thus. "He first by grace must conquered be. So that sin will mortify. So he who lives would convince me. Unto himself must die." "That is right," Gaius said. "This answer contains good doctrine and the knowledge to be taught to others. Until grace, Jesus Christ, displays itself and overcomes the soul with its glory, it is altogether impossible to oppose sin. For if sin is the cord by which Satan binds the soul, how would it be possible for it to resist before it is loosed from that bondage? Secondly, whether by reason or grace, no one will believe that a man who is a slave to his own corruptions can be a living testament of that grace. And talking about this has brought a story worth telling to mind. There were two men who went on pilgrimage. One began when he was young, the other when he was old. The young man had strong depravities to grapple with. The old man's were weaker due to the deterioration of nature. The young man walked each day in the same way as the older man. Their walk looked the same, but which of them had their graces shining clearest, since both looked to be alike? The young man's, without a doubt, Mr. Honest said. For the one who makes the noblest effort against the greatest opposition provides the strongest evidence, especially when it keeps up with one who is dealing with half as much opposition due to old age. I've noticed that old men often think more of themselves, because they no longer struggle with things as they did when younger, but they mistakenly take the decline of nature for a gracious conquest over sinful corruptions. The result is that they have been quick to deceive themselves. Indeed, old gracious men are best able to give advice to those who are young, because they have seen most of the meaninglessness of things. Yet for an old man and a young man to set out together, the young one has the advantage of witnessing the clearest discovery of a work of grace within himself, even though the old man's corrupt ways are naturally the lesser of the two. In this way they sat talking until the break of day. Now when the family had awakened and were up and about, Christiana told her son James that he should read a chapter, so he read Isaiah 53. When he finished, Mr. Honest asked why it said that the Saviour was to come out of a dry ground, and also that he had no form nor comeliness in him. "Start here," Mr. Greatheart said. "As for the dry ground, it refers to the Jews, from which Christ came, for they had almost lost all the sap and spirit of faith. They were spiritually dried up. As to the bit about no form or comeliness, the words are spoken to unbelievers, who judge based on outward appearance, even though they desire to see into our Prince's heart. They judge him by his outside, just like people who don't recognize precious stones when they are covered with a homely crust. When they find one they just throw it away like a common stone, because they don't know what they have found." "Well," Gaius said, "while you are here, and since I know Mr. Greatheart is good with his weapons, if you'd like, after we have washed up and eaten, we'll go out into the fields to see if we can do some good. You see, about a mile from here there lives one Slaygood, a giant, who annoys those traveling the King's Highway in these parts. I have a pretty good idea where his haunt is. He is the master over a number of thieves, and it would be a benefit if we could clear these parts of him." So they all consented and headed out, Mr. Greatheart with his sword, helmet, and shield, and the rest with spears and staves. When they came to the place where he was, they found him with feeble mind in his hands, for his servants had captured the poor man along the way, and brought him to their master. Now the giant was searching him and planned to pick his bones when he was done, for he was a flesh-eater. As soon as he saw Mr. Greatheart and his friends at the mouth of his cave with their weapons, he demanded to know what they wanted. Mr. Greatheart shouted, "We want you. For we have come to avenge the fights of the many pilgrims whom you have slain, after you dragged them from the King's Highway. Therefore come out of your cave to face us." So he armed himself and came out, and they immediately went to battle and fought for more than an hour, and finally stopped to catch their breath. While they paused, the giant asked, "Why are you here on my land?" "To avenge the blood of pilgrims, as I told you before," Greatheart said again. So with that they went to battle again, and the giant pushed Mr. Greatheart back, causing him to lose ground, but he gained it back again. With great confidence he let fly with such bravery at the giant's head and sides, that he made the weapon fall from his hand. So he struck the giant and killed him, and cut off his head and brought it back with him to the inn. He also brought along Feeble-mind the pilgrim. When they arrived back at the inn, they showed his head to the family, and then took it outside, and set it up as a warning to any who might attempt to do the same in the future. The pilgrims bring the head of giant Slaygood to the inn. They asked Mr. Feeble-mind how he fell into the giant's hands. The poor man said, "I am a sickly man, as you see. Since death usually knocks at my door at least once a day, I thought I would never be well at home, so I took up a pilgrim's life. I have travelled here from the town of Uncertain, where I and my father were born. I am a man of no bodily strength at all, nor of mind, but I thought if all I can do is crawl, I'll spend my life in the pilgrim's way. When I arrived at the gate at the head of the way, the lord of that place freely showed me hospitality. He made no objection against my weakly appearance, or my feeble mind. Instead, he gave me everything I needed for my journey, and told me to hope to the end. When I came to the house of the interpreter, I received much kindness, and because the hill difficulty was judged too hard for me, I was carried up it by one of his servants. Indeed, pilgrims gave me much relief, though none were willing to go so mildly as I am forced to do. Yet as we crossed paths, they encouraged me to be of good cheer, and said that it was the will of their Lord that comfort should be given to the feeble-minded. We urge you, brethren, admonish the unruly, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with everyone. 1 Thessalonians 5:14, and so after that they went along at their own pace. When I came to Assault Lane, this giant met me and told me to prepare for a fight. But alas, I am one who is feeble. He shrugged. So he came and took me, and I was so arrogant, I thought because I went along willingly that he would not kill me. And when he got me into his den, I really believed I would come out alive again. For I have heard that if a pilgrim keeps his whole heart trained on his master when he is taken captive by violence, that by the laws of providence, he will not die by the hand of the enemy. I just figured he would rob me, and sure enough that happened, but as you see I have escaped with my life, for which I thank my king as the originator of the plan, and you as the means that brought it to fruition. I expect other violence and contention along the way, but I have resolved to run when I can, to go forward even when I cannot run, and to creep along when I must. The main thing I do is to thank him who loved me, for I am fixed. My way is before me, and my mind is focused beyond the river that has no bridge, even though I am, as you see, feeble-minded. Old Mr. Honest said, "Along your travels weren't you acquainted with Mr. Fearing, who was also a pilgrim?" Acquainted with him? Yes, he came from the town of Stupidity, which is just 4 degrees north of the city of Destruction. Even though it was far from where I was born, we were still well acquainted, for he was my uncle, my father's brother. He and I have much the same temperament, and though he was a little shorter than me, we still had much the same complexion. Mr. Honest said, "I sense that you knew him, and I can see you are related to one another, because you have the same pale complexion as he and the same look around your eyes, plus, you sound very much like him when you speak." Most people who have known both of us have said that, and besides, what I have seen in him I have, for the most part, found in myself. "Come, sir," Gaius said. "Be of good cheer, for you are welcome by me in my house. Whatever you might think you might need, ask for it freely, and whatever you need my servants to do for you, they will do it gladly." Then Mr. Feeble-mind said, "This is an unexpected kindness, like the sun shining out of a very dark cloud. Did Giant Slaygood intend for me to receive this favor when he stopped me, and decided to let me go no further? And after he rifled through my pockets, did he intend that I should come to your house, and you would be my host? Yet that is what has happened." Now, just as Mr. Feeble-mind and Gaius were engaged in this conversation, a man ran up to the house and called at the door. He said, "About 1.5 miles away there is a pilgrim struck dead in his tracks by a thunderbolt. His name was Mr. Not Right." "Alas!" Mr. Feeble-mind cried out. "Is he dead? I met him some days ago when he overtook me. We walked together and he kept me company until today. He was with me when Slaygood the giant took me, but he was quick on his feet and escaped before the giant could grab him. But it seems he escaped to die, and I was taken to live." What one would think seeks to slay outright, often delivers from the saddest plight. That very providence, whose face is death, often gives life to the lowly life bequeath. I was taken while he did escape and flee. hands crossed, and gave death to him and life to me. Now about this time Matthew and Mercy were married, and Gaius also gave his daughter Phoebe to James, Matthew's brother, as his wife. After the marriage they stayed about 10 days more at Gaius's house, spending their time like as pilgrims used to do. The marriage of Matthew and Mercy. When they were ready to depart, Gaius prepared a feast, and they ate, drank, and were merry. Now the time arrived for them to leave, so Mr. Greatheart called for a settling of their account, so he could pay for their lodging. But Gaius told him that at his house, it was not the custom for pilgrims to pay for hospitality. He boarded them by the year, but looked for his pay from the Good Samaritan, who had promised to faithfully repay him for the costs when he returned, and came to him and bandaged up his wounds, pouring oil and wine on them, and he put him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn and took care of him. On the next day he took out 2 denarii and gave them to the innkeeper and said, "Take care of him, and whatever more you spend, when I return I will repay you." Luke 10:34-35. Then Greatheart said to him, "Dear friend, you are acting faithfully in whatever you accomplish for the brethren, and especially when they are strangers, and they have testified to your love before the church. You will do well to send them on their way in a manner worthy of God." 3 John 5-6. Then Gaius and his children said goodbye to all of them, and as he said farewell to Mr. Feeblemind, he also gave him something to drink as he travelled the way. But when they were going out the door, Mr. Feeblemind lingered in the house. When Mr. Greatheart saw him dawdling, he said, "Please come along with us, Mr. Feeblemind. I will be your conductor and guide, and you shall advance along the way with the rest of the pilgrims." Mr. Feeblemind sighed and said, "Alas! I desire a suitable companion, but you are all robust and strong, while as you see, I am weak. Therefore, instead of coming with you now, I plan to follow at my own pace so my many infirmities won't become a burden to you or me. Like I told you, I am a man of a weak and feeble mind, and things that you all can bear upset me and make me weak. As a traveling companion, I don't like laughing, I don't like cheerful clothing, and I don't like useless questions. No, I am such a weak man that things which others have the freedom to do displease me. And I am a very ignorant Christian man, for I still don't know all the truth. Sometimes if I hear people rejoice in the Lord, it bothers me because I don't feel the same way. I'm a weak man among the strong, or like a sick man among the healthy, or as a lamb shunned. I don't know what to do. He has weakened my strength in the way, he has shortened my days. Psalm 102:23. But brother, Greatheart said, I have been commissioned to comfort the feeble-minded and to support the weak. You must come along with us. We will wait for you and help you along the way. We will refrain from talking about preconceived notions and practical things that may upset you, and we will avoid opinionated disputes, for we will become all things to you, rather than leave you behind. To the weak I became weak, that I might win the weak. I have become all things to all men, so that I may by all means save some. 1 Corinthians 9:22. They spoke about all this while they stood at Gaius's door, and while they were in the heat of their discussion, Mr. Ready-to-Halt came by with his crutches in his hand, and he was also going on pilgrimage. Mr. Feeblemind turned to the newcomer and said, Man, how did you get here? I was just complaining about how I didn't have a suitable traveling companion, but my wish has come true with your arrival. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Ready-to-Halt. Mr. Feeblemind smiled brightly. I hope you and I can help one another along the way. Mr. Ready-to-Halt said, I happily welcome your company rather than to travel alone, my good Mr. Feeblemind. And even though we have just met, I would like to offer you the use of one of my crutches. Mr. Feeblemind held up his hand and shook his head. No thank you. While I appreciate your good intentions, I don't plan to halt before I am lame. Be that as it may, I think when such an occasion arises it may help me against a dog. Feeblemind welcomes Ready-to-Halt. Mr. Ready-to-Halt nodded. Well, if either myself or my crutches can be of a benefit to you, we are at your command, good Mr. Feeblemind. In this way, the group moved forward along the way with Greatheart and Mr. Honest leading the way, Christiana and her children following next, and bringing up the rear. Mr. Feeblemind walked behind along with Mr. Ready-to-Halt on his crutches. Mr. Honest turned to Greatheart and said, Please sir, now that we are underway, tell us some of the beneficial things you experienced on pilgrimage before you met us. Greatheart said, With pleasure. I suppose you have heard about how Christian of old met with Apollyon in the Valley of Humiliation, and about the hard times he had to endure as he made his way through the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Also, I'm sure you have heard how Faithful faced difficulty and death by Madame Wanton, with Adam the First with one discontent, and with shame 4 deceitful villains as a man could ever meet upon the road. Mr. Honest nodded. Yes, I have heard of all this, but truly good Faithful endured the ultimate hardship with shame, but he did not grow weary. You're right. For the Pilgrim said it correctly when he said he of all men had the wrong name. But where did Christian and Faithful meet Talkative? Mr. Honest asked. For that man was also notable but not in a good way. He was a confident fool, yet many follow his ways, Greatheart said. He almost enthralled Faithful with his talk. Yes, Greatheart said. But Christian quickly opened his eyes to the error in what Talkative had to say. In this manner, they talked and travelled until they came to the place where Evangelist had met with Christian and Faithful, the place in which he had prophesied to them what would happen to them at Vanity Fair. Greatheart pointed out the place. It was here Christian and Faithful met with Evangelist, who prophesied to them of what troubles they would meet with at Vanity Fair. You don't say. Mr. Honest stared about with wide eyes. I dare say it was difficult news he had to deliver to them. Mr. Greatheart nodded. That it was, but he also encouraged them at the same time. But what do we say about them? We say things like they were courageous as lions and set their faces like a flint in the face of adversity. Do you remember how fearless they were when they stood before the judge? Mr. Honest rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, Faithful suffered bravely. That he did, and as a result the story relates bold changes that came about from it for Hopeful and some others, for they were converted as a result of his death. Mr. Honest begged Greatheart to continue because he was well acquainted with many of the details he hadn't heard until now. Greatheart smiled. Once Christian passed through Vanity Fair, he met with other difficulties and people, including one by Enns who was an arch foe. Mr. Honest's brow wrinkled. By Enns? Who was he? A very haughty fellow and a downright hypocrite. He is one who shifts his religious views to line up with whichever way the world goes, but he is so cunning that he makes sure he never loses profit, or suffers for it. He had his mode of religion for every fresh occasion, and his wife was as good at it as he. He flip-flops from one opinion to another, and appeals to others to do the same. But as far as I know he came to a bad end with his selfish motives. I didn't ever hear of any of his children truly coming to fear God either. As far as I know, none of them amounted to anything even by the world's standards. Now by this time, they came within sight of the town of Vanity. When they saw they were so near the town, they talked over how they should pass through the town. Some suggested one thing and others something different. At last Mr. Greatheart said, I have often guided pilgrims through this town, as you know. For this reason, I am acquainted with one Mr. Monosin, a man originally from Cyprus who is an old disciple. Some of the disciples from Caesarea also came with us, taking us to Monosin of Cyprus, a disciple of long standing with whom we were to lodge. Acts 21:16, we may lodge at his house. If you think that a good option we will turn in there. Old Honest smiled. I'm content to do that. Christiana agreed. Mr. Feeblemind was content to stay there, and in the same way they all agreed. Now you might have guessed, it was evening by the time they reached the outskirts of the town, but Greatheart knew the way to the old man's house. So they went there and Greatheart called at the door, and the old man inside recognized his voice. He quickly opened the door and they all went inside. Their host Monosin asked, How far have you travelled today? We have travelled from the house of Gaius our friend. I declare, Monosin said. You have covered a lot of ground. You must be weary. Come sit down. So they eagerly sat down with thanks. Their guide Greatheart said, What a warm welcome, Monosin. He motioned for the others to come in. Come, this is my friend. He welcomes you all. Yes I do, Monosin said. Whatever you want, just ask for it, and we will do what we can to get it for you. Mr. Honest said, Our greatest need is lodging and good company, and now I hope we have both. Monosin smiled. As for lodging you can see for yourself what it is, but as for good company that will come about with time and a little effort. Are you willing to have the pilgrims stay here? Monosin nodded. I am. So he led them to their respective places, and showed them a very clean upper room, where they might gather to enjoy each other's company and eat together until it was time for bed. Now they were seated in their places around the table, and were in a good mood after their journey. Mr. Honest asked his landlord Manosin if there were any amount of good people in the town. "We have a few," he shrugged. "But there are far less compared with them who live on the other side." Mr. Honest asked, "Is there any way we can go to visit some of them? For the finding of other good men for those who are on pilgrimage is like the appearance of the moon and stars to those sailing upon the seas." Manosin stamped with his foot and his daughter Grace came up. He said, "Grace, go tell my friends Mr. Contrite, Mr. Holman, Mr. Love Saints, Mr. Dare Not Lie, and Mr. Penitent, that I have a friend or two at my house who have the desire to see them this evening." So Grace left the house and went to call them. In a short time, they all came, and after introductions and greetings were exchanged, they sat down together at the table. Manosin, their landlord, addressed them all. "My neighbors, as you see, I have a group of strangers who have come to my house. They are pilgrims who come from far away, and they are going to Mount Zion. But who do you think this is?" He pointed his finger at Christiana. "It is Christiana, the wife of Christian, the famous pilgrim who, with Faithful his brother, was so shamefully treated in our town." His neighbors stood amazed. They said, "We never expected to see Christiana when Grace came to call us to your home. What a pleasant surprise." They asked Christiana about her welfare, and if the young men with her were her husband's sons. When she told them they were, they said, "May the King whom you love and serve make you young men like your father, and bring you where he is in peace." Once they had all sat down, Mr. Honest asked Mr. Contrite and the rest about the current situation in their town. Mr. Contrite said, "You can be sure we are fully immersed in the flurry of fair time. It makes it difficult to keep our hearts and spirits in good order when we are in such a troubled and grieved condition. Those of us who live in such places as this, and who have to regularly deal with all the things that go on here, need to be reminded every moment of the day to be careful and pay attention to our spiritual health. How are your neighbors now? Are things quiet? Are you free from agitation stirred by high emotions?" Mr. Honest asked. Mr. Contrite said, "They are much more restrained now than they were before. You know how Christian and Faithful were treated in our town, but lately I'd say they have become far more reserved and less aggressive. I think the blood of Faithful is like a load upon them still to this day, for since they burned him they have been ashamed to burn anyone else. In those days when Christian visited us, we were afraid to walk the street, but now we can show our heads without fear. Back then the title of genuine Christian was odious, but now, especially in some parts of our large town, religion is considered honorable." Honest and Contrite converse. Then Mr. Contrite asked the pilgrims of their own welfare. He said, "Please tell me how things have fared with you thus far on your pilgrimage. And tell me about the country through which you traveled, and how the people reacted towards you." Mr. Honest said, "The same things happened to us as happens to all wayfaring men. Sometimes our way was free of trouble, sometimes it was dangerous, sometimes uphill, and sometimes downhill. We never knew what to expect with any certainty. The wind is not always at our backs, nor is every person we meet a friend within the way. We have met with some notable difficulties already, and while that is behind us, for the most part we find that old saying true that all who desire to live godly in Christ Jesus will be persecuted, 2 Timothy 3:12. "You talk of difficulties," Mr. Contrite said. "What difficulties have you met along with the rest of it?" Mr. Honest shook his head. "I'm not the one to ask. For the best account ask Great Heart, our guide." Great Heart didn't hesitate to answer. He said, "We have been afflicted with difficulties 3 or 4 times already. First, Christiana and her children were tormented by 2 thugs, and they feared they would be murdered. We have been harassed by Giant Bloody Man, Giant Maul and Giant Slay Good. For the last, we turned the circumstances in our favor, and instead of him harming us, we attacked him and escaped. After that we spent some time at the home of Gaius, my host, and that of the whole church. While we were there, we were persuaded to take our weapons with us, and to go see if we might come across any who were enemies to pilgrims. We had heard that there was a notable one in the region. Now Gaius knew the area where he lived better than me. So we searched and combed the area until we finally discovered the mouth of his cave. We were pleased and bolstered our spirits. We approached his den, and when we drew close to the mouth of the cave we found he had dragged this poor man, he pointed to Mr. Feeblemind, into his cave by mere force. He was about to kill him. We decided to show ourselves, and when he saw us he supposed us to be another prey, as we had hoped. He left the poor man in his hole and came out after us. So we pummeled him and he vigorously fought back, but in the end we brought him down to the ground and cut off his head. We set it up by the wayside to frighten any others who would practice such ungodliness. And to prove I'm telling you the truth, here is the man himself who can affirm every word. For he is the one who was snatched like a lamb from the mouth of the lion. Mr. Feeblemind nodded his head. He speaks the truth, to my cost and comfort, to my cost, when he threatened to pick my bones over and over again, and to my comfort, when I saw Mr. Greatheart and his friends, equipped with their weapons as they approached so near for my deliverance. Mr. Holloman added, there are two things people who go on pilgrimage need, courage and a life free from moral stain. If they don't have courage, they can never bolster their way, and if they live loose lives, they will make the very name of a pilgrim stink. I hope this warning isn't needed among this group, Mr. Lovesaints said. But really there are many who walk the road who rather say they are strangers to pilgrimage than admit they are strangers and pilgrims on the earth. That's true, Mr. Dare Not Lie nodded. They don't have the pilgrim's clothing, nor the pilgrim's courage. They don't walk with an upright heart, but walk in a way that is neither straight nor true. One shoe turns inward, the other outward, and their stockings are on the outside, nothing but a torn rag to the ridicule of their Lord. These things ought to be disturbing, Mr. Penitent said. For the pilgrims are not likely to have that grace put upon them and their pilgrim's progress as they desire, until the way is cleared of such spots and blemishes. In this way they passed the time talking until supper was set upon the table. Then they went in and ate. The meal refreshed their weary bodies, and they turned in for the night and went to bed. Now they stayed in the fair a long time at the house of Mr. Monossin. Over time he gave his daughter Grace to Samuel, Christian's son, to be his wife, and his daughter Martha to Joseph. The reason they were able to stay here so long was that things had changed from the time when Christian had visited the fair. Therefore, the pilgrims grew to know many of the good people of the town, and did for them whatever service they could. Mercy, as was her custom, worked hard to help the poor, and their bellies and backs blessed her for it. She was an example to her profession there. And to tell the truth, Grace, Phoebe and Martha all had an easygoing and pleasing nature. They did much good, each in their own way, and all were very fruitful, so that Christian's name, as was said before, was like it was alive in the world. While they stayed here, a monster came out of the woods and slew many of the people of the town. It would carry away their children and teach them to suckle its whelps. Now, no man in the town dared to face this monster. All of them fled at the very noise of its coming. The monster was unlike any beast on the earth. Its body was like a dragon, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns. It brought great devastation and destruction to the lives of the children, and yet it was governed by a woman. And he carried me away in the spirit into a wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast, full of blasphemous names, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Revelation 17:3. This monster proposed certain conditions to men, and those men who loved their lives more than their souls accepted those conditions. So they came under the beast's authority. Now Greatheart, along with those who came to visit the pilgrims at Monossin's house, agreed to go and engage this beast, thinking they might deliver the people of this town from the paws and mouth of this devouring serpent. So Greatheart, along with Mr. Contrite, Mr. Holloman, Mr. Dare Not Lie, and Mr. Penitent, went forth with their weapons to meet the monster. At first the monster was unchecked. He looked upon the pilgrims with great disdain as enemies, but being hardy men skilled with their weapons, they thrashed him until he retreated. Then they returned to Monossin's house. It is worth noting that the monster had certain seasons when he came out to make his attempts upon the children of the town. During these seasons, these valiant and important pilgrims watched him and continued to assault him. Over time he wasn't just wounded but became lame. As a result, that devastation of the townsmen's children doesn't happen like it used to. Some truly believe that this beast will die of his wounds. This made Greatheart and his fellow pilgrims famous in this town. Even though many of the people still had an appetite for worldly things, they highly regarded the pilgrims with reverent esteem and respect. For this reason, these pilgrims were not hurt or put under much pressure. However, some of the more vile sort who were as blind as moles and lacked understanding, still showed no reverence for these men, and paid no attention to their valor and daring adventures. 23 Original, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the tax collector, James the son of Alphaeus and Thaddeus Matt. 10:3. 24 Original, when they had entered the city, they went up to the upper room where they were staying, that is Peter and John and James and Andrew, Philip and Thomas, Bartholomew and Matthew, James the son of Alphaeus and Simon the Zealot, and Judas the son of James. Acts 1:13. 25 Original, but to what shall I compare this generation? It is like children sitting in the marketplaces, who call out to the other children, and say, We played the flute for you, and you did not dance, we sang a dirge, and you did not mourn. Matt. 11:16-17. 26 Original, he who is at ease holds calamity and contempt, as prepared for those whose feet slip. Job 12:5. The seventh stage. Well, the time finally came when the pilgrims had to be on their way, and so they prepared for their journey. Before they left, they sent for their friends, talked with them, and trusted each one to the protection of their prince. Those who were able brought items with them, things from their own possessions that were suitable for the weak and the strong, for the women and the men. In this way, they equipped the pilgrims with the things necessary for their journey. They also honored us with many marks of respect, and when we were setting sail, they supplied us with all we needed. Acts 28:10. When it came time to leave, they set out and their friends accompanied them for as far as was convenient. Before they said goodbye, they once again committed each other to the protection of their king, and then parted ways. In this manner, the small group of pilgrims went on with great heart leading the way. Now, the women and children had little physical strength, but pressed on the best they could. Mr. Ready to Halt and Mr. Feeble Mind could sympathize with their condition. Shortly after they were away from the townspeople and their friends, they came to the place where Faithful had been put to death. They stood there and gave thanks to him who enabled him to bear his cross so well, and in addition they were thankful for how they had benefited from his suffering and example. The pilgrims at the place where Faithful perished. From there they went on. As they walked along, they talked about Christian and Faithful, and how Hopeful joined himself to Christian after that Faithful was dead. Now they came up to the hill Luca, where the silver mine stood which Lord Demas from his pilgrimage. It was the same mine into which some think by ends fell and perished. The pilgrims recalled these stories and considered all that had happened. When they came to the old pillar of salt monument that stood against the hill Luca, they stood and looked out at the view of Sodom and its stinking lake. There they marveled, just like Christian did when he stood in that same place, thinking about how men of such knowledge and maturity could be so blinded by their own greed as to turn aside here. But as they thought more about it, they understood that nature is often not influenced by the harm others experience, especially when the thing they are looking at is alluring to one with a foolish eye. They went on until they reached the river that rests on this side of the Delectable Mountains. Fine trees lined the banks of this river, and when the leaves of these trees were eaten they helped prevent gluttony. Here the meadows remained green all year long, and the pilgrims could lie down safely. He makes me lie down in green pastures, he leads me beside quiet waters. Psalm 23:2. By this riverside in the meadows, there were sheepfolds for sheep and a house built for the nourishing and raising of those lambs, the babes of women who go on pilgrimage. Also one was here who was entrusted with them, who with compassion and in his arm he will gather the lambs and carry them, and in his bosom he will gently lead the nursing ewes. Isaiah 40:11. Now, Christiana advised her 4 daughters to place their little ones in the care of this man, so they might be housed, refreshed, assisted and nourished by these waters, and so none of them would lack in the future. If any of them went astray or were lost, this man would bring them back again. He would also bind up their wounds and strengthen them when sick. I will also raise up shepherds over them, and they will tend them, and they will not be afraid any longer, nor be terrified, nor will any be missing, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 23:4. Here they would never lack food, drink, or clothing. They were kept safe from thieves and robbers, and this man would die before he allowed one of those in his trust to be lost. Besides, here they were guaranteed good instruction and counseling, and they would be taught to walk in right paths, and that, you know, is a no insignificant kindness. Also here, they enjoyed clear waters, pleasant meadows, dainty flowers, and a variety of trees bearing healthy fruit, not fruit like Matthew 8 which fell over the wall from Beelzebub's garden. This fruit brings about health where there is none, health that continues and increases as long as the fruit is there. So they were happy to commit their little ones into his care. In fact, it was an encouragement to do so, for all of this was under the charge of the king, and there would be no place more hospitable to young children and orphans. Now they went on and came to Bypath Meadow. They arrived at the stile which Christian crossed over with his fellow traveller Hopeful. It was here those two pilgrims were taken by Giant Despair and put into Doubting Castle. Here the group of pilgrims sat down and talked together about what had happened to Christian and Hopeful here, and what was best for them to do now. For they wondered if now that they were so strong, and had such great heart as their guide, if perhaps it would be best to make an attempt on the giant and to demolish his castle. They also thought that if there were any pilgrims being held in the castle, this could be an opportunity to set them free, before they journeyed further. As they talked, one said one thing and another said the opposite. One questioned if it was lawful to step upon unconsecrated ground, another said it might be permitted as long as the end result was good. But Greatheart said, though that last claim cannot be true in every case, I do have a commandment to resist sin, to overcome evil, and to fight the good fight of faith. I have to ask, with whom should I fight this good fight, if not with Giant Despair? I will therefore attempt to take his life and to demolish Doubting Castle. Then he asked, who will go with me? Old Honest said, I will. And so will we, Christiana's 4 sons, Matthew, Samuel, Joseph, and James said, for they were now young men and strong. I'm writing to you, fathers, because you know him who has been from the beginning. I'm writing to you, young men, because you have overcome the evil one. I have written to you, children, because you know the Father. I have written to you, fathers, because you know him who has been from the beginning. I have written to you, young men, because you are strong, and the word of God abides in you, and you have overcome the evil one. 1 John 2:13-14. So they left the women at the road, along with the Mr. Feeble-Mind, and Mr. Ready to Halt with his crutches. The men were meant to guard the women until the others returned, since the Giant Despair lived so near. The plan was for them to stay in the road, for then even a little child could lead them. And the wolf will dwell with the lamb, and the leopard will lie down with the young goat, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and the little boy will lead them. Isaiah 11:6. Mr. Greatheart, Old Honest, and the 4 young men headed up to Doubting Castle to look for Giant Despair. When they arrived at the castle gate, they knocked for entrance with a most uncommon noise. And the old giant came to the gate in diffidence, his wife followed. The giant called out, Who and what is he who is so brave as to come to my gate, and bother the Giant Despair in this manner? Greatheart replied, It is I, Greatheart, one of the king of the celestial country's guides to pilgrims. I conduct them to their place, and I demand that you open your gates and let me in. Prepare yourself to fight, for I have come to take off your head and to demolish Doubting Castle. Now Giant Despair, because he was a giant, thought that no man could overcome him. So he reasoned that since in times past he had conquered angels, why should he be afraid of this man Greatheart? So he equipped himself with armor, and went out to meet Greatheart. He wore a cap of steel on his head, a breastplate of fire, and shoes made of iron. In his hand he held a great club. The 6 men drew up to him, and surrounded him in front and behind. When Diffidence the giantess came to help her husband, old Mr. Honest cut her down with one blow. Then the fight grew fierce, and they fought for their lives. Giant Despair was brought down to the ground, but was very reluctant to die. He struggled hard and seemed to have, as they say, as many lives as a cat. Finally Greatheart killed him, but didn't leave until he had severed his head from his shoulders, and buried his body under a great pile of stones. Greatheart and the sons of Christiana destroyed Doubting Castle. Since Giant Despair was dead, they started demolishing Doubting Castle. It took them 7 days to bring it down, and in the process they found 2 pilgrims alive inside, a Mr. Despondency who was almost starved to death and his daughter much afraid. But it would have made you wonder to have seen all the dead bodies scattered here and there in the castle yard, and how full the dungeon was of dead men's bones. When Greatheart and his companions had performed this heroic act, they took Mr. Despondency and his daughter much afraid into their protection, for they were honest people who had been imprisoned in Doubting Castle by that tyrant Giant Despair. They took the head of the giant with them to the road, and showed it to their companions who waited for them there, and told them what they had done. Much afraid. Now when Feeble-Mind and Ready to Halt saw that it was really the head of Giant Despair, they were very lively and merry. Now Christiana, if needed, could play upon the viol, and her daughter Mercy the lute, so since everyone was so happy, they played them a song and Ready to Halt danced. He took Despondency's daughter, Much Afraid, by the hand and danced with her in the road. True, he could not dance without using one crutch, but I promise you he handled his footwork well, and the girl was to be commended, for she kept time to the music handsomely. As for Mr. Despondency, he wasn't as interested in the music. He cared more about eating than dancing, because he was almost starved while held captive in the castle. So Christiana gave him some of her bottle of spirits to help him feel better immediately, and then she prepared him something to eat. In a short time, the old gentleman became more himself, and revived. Now I saw in my dream, when all these things had taken place, that Great Heart took the head of Giant Despair, and set it upon a pole by the side of the highway. He placed it right against the pillar which Christian had erected for a warning to other pilgrims, who would come after him when entering into the giant's grounds. Beneath it he wrote upon a marble stone these verses. This is the head of him whose name only in former times terrified pilgrims. His castles torn down and diffidence his wife. Brave Mr. Great Heart has deprived of life. Despondency and his daughter Much Afraid. Great Heart for them also the man has played. Whoever doubts this, if he'll just cast his eye up here, may his doubts and questions satisfy. This head also, when doubting cripples dance, does show from fears they have deliverance. When these men had bravely proven themselves against Doubting Castle, and had slain Giant Despair, they continued on their journey until they came to the Delectable Mountains, where Christian and Hopeful refreshed themselves with the beautified woods, vineyards, fruits of all sorts, as well as flowers of the place. They also became acquainted with the shepherds there, who welcomed them to the Delectable Mountains in the same way they had welcomed Christian before. Now the shepherds were well acquainted with Great Heart, and when they saw him leading such a large group of people, they said to him, "Good sir, you have a good-sized group here. Where did you find all these people?" Great Heart replied, "First, there is Christiana and her train, her sons and her sons' wives, who, like the wain, keep by the pole and do by compass steer from sin to grace, else they had not been here. Next here's Old Honest, come on pilgrimage, Ready to Halt too, who I dare engage. True-hearted is, and so is Feeble-Mind, who willing was not to be left behind. Despondency good man is coming after, and so also is Much Afraid, his daughter. May we have entertainment here, or must we further go? Let's know whereon to trust." The shepherds said, "We are comfortable with this group. You are welcome to stay with us, for we have accommodations for the feeble as well as for the strong. Our prince pays attention to what is done to the least of these. Therefore frailty and sickness must not be a hindrance to our hospitality." The king will answer and say to them, "Truly I say to you, to the extent that you did it to one of these brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did it to me." Matt 25:40. So they ushered them to the palace door and said, "Come in, Mr. Feeble-Mind, come in, Mr. Ready to Halt, come in, Mr. Despondency, and Mrs. Much Afraid his daughter." "These, Mr. Great Heart," said the shepherds to the guide, "we call in by name, for they are most likely to draw back. But as for you, and the rest of the group who are strong, we leave you to your usual liberty." Great Heart said, "This day I see that grace shines in your faces, and that you are truly my lord's shepherds, for you have not pushed the infirm or diseased with your side or shoulder, but instead have scattered flowers on the path at their feet as you should. Pure and undefiled religion in the sight of our God and Father is this, to visit orphans and widows in their distress, and to keep oneself unstained by the world." James 1:27. So the feeble and weak went into the palace, and Great Heart and the rest followed. When they were inside and seated, the shepherds said to those of the weaker sort, "What is it that you would like to have?" For the shepherds said all things must be managed to support the weak as well as to warm the unruly. So they made them a feast of easily digested foods that were tasty and nourishing. After they had eaten they went to lie down, with each one going to their respective and proper place. When morning came the day was clear. There, high in the mountains, As was the custom of the shepherds, they planned to show the pilgrims some rare and uncommon things before their departure. After the pilgrims had refreshed themselves and were ready, the shepherds took them out into the fields, and first showed them what they had shown to Christian when he was there. Then they led them to some new places. The first was Mount Marvel. From here they saw a man in the distance who disturbed the quiet of the hills with words. The pilgrims turned to the shepherds and asked, "What does this mean?" The shepherds told them, "That man is the son of one Mr. Great Grace. He is the same man whom you read about in the first part of the records of the Pilgrim's Progress. He teaches pilgrims how to believe down to their core, and how to turn one way or the other as they meet difficulties by faith. Truly I say to you, whoever says to this mountain, 'Be taken up and cast into the sea,' and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says is going to happen, it will be granted him. Therefore I say to you, all things for which you pray and ask, believe that you have received them, and they will be granted you." Mark 11:23-24. Then Greatheart said, "I know him, he is a man above many." Then the shepherds brought them to another place called Mount Innocents. Here they saw a man clothed all in white, along with two men by the names of Prejudice and Ill Will. These two men continually threw dirt upon the man in white. Now whatever dirt they threw at him would just fall off again after a short time, and his garment would look as clean and white, as if no dirt had ever touched it. The pilgrims asked, "What means this?" The shepherds answered, "This man is named Godlyman, and this white garment shows the innocence of his life. Now, those who throw dirt at him are men who hate his good conduct, but as you see, the dirt will not stick on his clothes. This is how it shall be with those who live innocently in the world. Whoever tries to make such men dirty labor in vain, for when such men spend a little time with God, their innocence shall shine forth like light and their righteousness as bright as the sun at noon." Then they took them to Mount Charity, where they showed them a man who had a bundle of cloth lying before him. Out of this cloth he cut coats and other garments for the poor who stood around him, yet his bundle and roll of cloth never became any less. "What does this mean?" the pilgrims asked. "This is to show you that one who has a heart to give of his labor to the poor shall never lack. He who waters shall himself be watered, and the cake that the widow gave to the prophet did not result in any less in her barrel." The shepherds then escorted them to the place where they saw one full, and one washing an Ethiopian with dark skin with the intention of making him white, but the more they washed him the blacker he became. Again they asked the shepherds the meaning of what they saw. The shepherds said, "This is an example of how it is with the vile person who uses all means in their own strength to get a good name. In the end, all their effort only results in making them more abominable. This is how it was with the Pharisees, and this is also how it shall be with all hypocrites." Mercy at the byway to hell. Then Mercy, the wife of Matthew, said to Christiana, "Mother, if possible, I would like to see the hole in the hill that is commonly called the byway to hell." So her mother revealed her thought to the shepherds, and so they went to the door on the side of a hill, opened it, and told Mercy to listen for a while. So she listened and heard one saying, "Cursed be my father for holding me back from the way of peace and life." Another said, "Oh, if only I had been torn in pieces before I had lost my soul to save my life." And another said, "If I were to live again, how I would deny myself rather than to end up living in this place." Then a noise emanated from the door, as if the very earth groaned and quaked under Mercy's feet. The color drained from her face, and she walked away trembling and said, "Blessed are they who are delivered from this place." Now when the shepherds had shown them all these things, they took them back to the palace, and showed them hospitality with all the house had to offer. But Mercy, being a young married woman, longed for something she saw there, but was ashamed to ask for it. Christiana could tell something was bothering her, and asked her what troubled her if she didn't look well. Mercy said, "There is a looking-glass which hangs in the dining room." She glanced at her mother-in-law and back at the floor. "I can't stop thinking about it. I feel that if I don't have it I shall miscarry." Christiana said, "I will mention your desire for the mirror to the shepherds, and they will not deny you your desire." Mercy let out a deep sigh. "I'm ashamed to admit to these men that I long for it in such a way." "No, my daughter, don't feel that way. There is no shame in such longing, for it is a virtue to long for such a thing as that." "If that is the case," Mercy said, "then mother, if you are willing, please ask the shepherds if they are willing to sell it." Now the looking-glass was one of 1,000. It had the special ability to reflect a man with his own features exactly, but when it was turned another way, it showed one the very face and likeness of the Prince of Pilgrims himself. I have talked with those who have seen it first-hand, and they have said they have seen the very crown of thorns upon his head when looking in that mirror. They have also seen the holes in his hands, his feet, and his side. And this mirror has an outstanding feature that reveals him to anyone who has a mind to see him, whether living or dead, on earth or in heaven, in a state of humiliation or in exaltation, or whether they come to suffer or to reign. But we all with unveiled face, beholding as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, are being transformed into the same image from glory to glory, just as from the Lord, the Spirit. 2 Corinthians 3:18. Christiana went to the shepherds alone. Now the names of the shepherds were Knowledge, Experience, Watchful and Sincere, and she said, "One of my daughters who is pregnant longs for something that she has seen in this house, and she thinks that if she is denied by you that she shall miscarry." Experience said, call her now, for she shall assuredly have what we can offer her." So they called her, and said, "Mercy, what is the thing you long to have from the house?" She blushed but said, "The large looking-glass that hangs in the dining room." Without a word, Sincere ran to get it and brought it back, and it was given to her with much joy. Mercy bowed her head, gave thanks and said, "By this I know that I have obtained approval in your sight." The shepherds adorn the pilgrims. They also gave to the other young women the things they desired, and to their husbands great praise, for they had joined great heart in the slaying of giant Despair, and the demolishing of Doubting Castle. The shepherds hung a necklace around Christiana's neck, and did the same with her 4 daughters. They also placed earrings in their ears and jewels on their foreheads. When they were ready to go from the house, the shepherds let them go in peace, without issuing the same warnings which they had given Christian and his companion when they were there. For these pilgrims had great heart as their guide, and he was well acquainted with things, and could offer them warnings in a timely fashion, when the danger was near, or approaching. For the warnings Christian and his companion had received from the shepherds had been forgotten by the time they needed to put them into practice. Therefore, this group of pilgrims had an advantage over them in this way. From there they went on their way singing these words. Behold how suitably the stages are set for pilgrims to find relief when they enter, and how they receive us without hindrance, who make the other life our target and residence. What new things they have to us they give, that we, though pilgrims, joyful lives may live. They do upon us too such things bestow, that show we are pilgrims wherever we go. 27 Original, because you push with side and with shoulder, and thrust at all the weak with your horns until you have scattered them abroad. Ezekiel 34:21. The 8th stage. When they left the shepherds, they quickly arrived at the place where Christian met with Turnaway, who lived in the town of apostasy. Therefore, Great Heart, acting as their guide, reminded them of Turnaway. He said, "This is the place where Christian met with one Turnaway, who carried with him the character of his rebellion on his back. And concerning this man I have to tell you, he would not listen to counsel from anyone. Once he started to abandon his faith, no persuasion could stop him. When he came to the place where the cross and sepulchre were, he met with one who told him to look at them. Instead, he only gnashed his teeth, stamped his feet, and said he was determined to return to his own town. Before he came to the gate, he met with Evangelist, who offered to lay hands on him, and to turn him into the way again, but this Turnaway resisted him. In fact, he showed much violent hatred toward him, and then made his way over the wall, and so escaped his hand. The pilgrims went on considering this, and when they reached the place where little Faith had been robbed, they came face to face with a man who had his sword drawn, and his face was covered with blood. Great Heart asked, "Who are you?" The man said, "My name is Valiant for Truth. I'm a pilgrim on my way to the celestial city. Now as I was in my way, there were 3 men who attacked me, and offered me 3 options. The first was to join with them. The second was for me to go back from where I came, and the third was to decide whether or not I was ready to die right then and there. If they say, 'Come with us, let us lie in wait for blood, let us ambush the innocent without cause, let us swallow them alive like Sheol, even whole, as those who go down to the pit, we will find all kinds of precious wealth, we will fill our houses with spoil, throw in your lot with us, we shall all have one purse.'" Proverbs 1:11-14. To the first I answered that I had been true to my faith for a long time, and so they could not expect me to join with thieves. Then they demanded my answer to the second option, and I told them that I had found no disadvantage in the place from where I had come, and that I had not abandoned it at all. It was just that I found it no longer suitable to me, and in fact very unprofitable for me. So I had forsaken it for this way. Then they asked me for my response to the third option. I told them my life was valuable and dear, and that I would not give it away lightly. Besides that, I told them they had no authority to offer such choices to me. I warned them that if they planned to interfere, they did so at their own peril. Then these three, namely Wild-Head, Inconsiderate and Pragmatic, drew weapons, and I also drew mine. Valiant for Truth beset by thieves. So we started to fight, and it was 1 against 3. The battle raged for more than 3 hours. As you can see, they left upon me some of the signs of their valor, and I also marked them with some of mine. They just now left. I suppose they might have heard you coming and so took off. Greatheart said, 3 against 1 were pretty great odds. Valiant for Truth nodded. That's the truth, but whether great or small, odds are nothing to him who has the truth on his side. Though a host encamp against me, said 1 Psalm 27:3, my heart will not fear, though war arise against me, in spite of this I shall be confident. Besides, he said, I have read in some records that one man fought an army, and look how many Samsons slew with the jawbone of an ass. Then Greatheart asked, why didn't you cry out, so someone might have heard you and come to your aid sooner? I called out to my king, whom I knew could hear me and provide invisible help, Valiant for Truth said. That was sufficient for me. Greatheart said to Valiant for Truth, you have behaved in a worthy manner, let me see your sword. So Valiant for Truth showed it to him, and he took it into his hand. He studied the blade closely for a moment and said, aha, it is a straight Jerusalem blade. Valiant for Truth nodded and said, that's right, it is. Let a man have one of these blades, with a hand to wield it, and skill to use it, and he may venture upon an angel with it. He has no need to fear holding it, as long as he knows how to apply it. Its edge will never blunt. It will cut flesh and bones and soul and spirit and all. For the word of God is living and active and sharper than any two-edged sword, and piercing as far as the division of soul and spirit, of both joints and marrow, and able to judge the thoughts and intentions of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. You fought a long time, Greatheart said. I am surprised you didn't grow weary. I fought until my sword clung to my hand. The two melded, as if a sword grew out of my arm. When the blood ran through my fingers, I fought with the most courage. Greatheart said, you have done well. You have resisted to the point of shedding your blood while striving against sin. Come, you shall live along with us, for we are your companions. Then they took him in, washed his wounds, and gave him what they could from what they had, to refresh him, and from that point they travelled together. Now as they went on, Greatheart was delighted in Valiant for Truth, for he found him to be one who worked well with his hands, who provided help to the pilgrims who were feeble and weak. As they travelled, Greatheart enjoyed his company, and asked him about many things. He started out asking what country he was from. I'm from Darkland, he said. I was born there, and my father and mother are still living there. Darkland, Greatheart said. Isn't that located along the same coast as the City of Destruction? Yes, it is, and the thing that caused me to come on pilgrimage was this. We had a man by the name of Mr. Tell-True come into our area, and he told us about what Christian had done, and how he left the City of Destruction. He told about how he had left his wife and children, and had taken up a pilgrim's life. It was also reported how he had killed a serpent that had resisted him in his journey, and how he reached his intended destination. Mr. Tell-True also told about the welcome he received at all his lord's lodgings, especially when he came to the gates of the celestial city, about how he was received with the sound of trumpets by a company of shining ones. He also told about how all the bells in the city rang for joy at his reception, and about the golden garments with which he was clothed, along with many other things that I shall refrain from relating right now. In a word, the story of Christian and his travels, as I heard it, filled my heart with an urgency to follow after him. My father and mother wanted me to stay with them, but I just couldn't do it. So I left them, and I have come this far on my way. The parents of Valiant for Truth tried to dissuade him from going on pilgrimage. Greatheart asked. You came in at the gate, didn't you? Yes, yes, for the same man also told us that it all would be for nothing if we did not begin by entering this way at the gate. Greatheart went to Christiana and said, Look at how the testimony of your husband's pilgrimage has spread abroad far and near. Valiant for Truth looked at Christiana with wide eyes. You mean to say that this is Christian's wife? Greatheart nodded. Yes, she is. He also gestured to the young men and said, And these are his 4 sons. Valiant for Truth couldn't hide his surprise. What? They are all going on pilgrimage too. Greatheart smiled. Yes, they truly are following after their father. It gladdens my heart, Valiant for Truth said. Can you imagine how joyful Christian will be when he sees his entire family who wouldn't go with him when he left, but who will enter in after him at the gates into the celestial city? Without a doubt it will be a comfort to him, Greatheart said, for next to the joy of seeing himself there, it will be a joy to meet his wife and children there. As long as you brought that up, please, I'd like to hear your opinion about that. Some question whether we shall know one another when we are there. Greatheart asked, Do you think when they arrive that they shall know themselves then, or that they will rejoice to see themselves in that blessedness? And if they shall know themselves in this way, why wouldn't they know others and rejoice in their welfare also? And since relatives are our kin, though that relationship will be suspended there, why wouldn't it be rational to conclude that we shall be more glad to see them there than to see that they are lacking? Well, I can see where you stand on this. Did you have any more to ask me about how I first came on pilgrimage? Yes, Greatheart said. Were your father and mother willing to see you become a pilgrim? Valiant for Truth shook his head. Oh no. They did everything imaginable to persuade me to stay at home. Why? What could they say against it? They said it was an idle life, and that if I weren't inclined to idleness and laziness, I would never tolerate a pilgrim's condition. Sadness filled Greatheart's eyes. And what else did they say? Why, they told me that it was a dangerous way. In fact, they said that the way which pilgrims go is the most dangerous way in the world. Greatheart asked, Did they explain to you why, or how this way is so dangerous? Yes, and they gave me many particulars. Like what? Greatheart asked. Name some of them. They told me of the Slough of Despond, where Christian was almost smothered. They told me about archers standing ready in Beelzebub Castle prepared to shoot any who knock at the wicket gate for entrance. They also told me of the woods and dark mountains, the hill difficulty of the lions and the 3 giants, Bloody Man, Maul and Slaygood. And beyond that they said that there was a foul fiend that haunted the Valley of Humiliation, and that Christian was almost killed by him. Besides, they said, you must go over the Valley of the Shadow of Death, where the hobgoblins are, where the light is darkness, where the way is full of snares, pits and traps. They told me also of giant despair of Doubting Castle, and of the ruin that the pilgrims met with there. Plus, they said I must go over the enchanted ground, which was dangerous, and that after all that I would come to a river, over which there was no bridge, and they made sure to tell me that river was located between me and the celestial country. Was that all that they said? Valiant for Truth shook his head. No. They also told me that this way was full of deceivers and people who lay in wait to steer good men out of the path. A slight frown creased Greatheart's brow. But how did they know all of this? Valiant for Truth shrugged. They told me that Mr. Worldly Wiseman waits along the way, ready to deceive any who come along. They also said formality and hypocrisy are continually on the road, as well as others like Byends, Talkative and Demas. They said if any of these met up with me they would capture me, and if I escaped them they said the flatterer would catch me in his net. They also told me that if I met up with green-headed ignorance, I would imagine I was headed to the gate, but instead I'd be following him back to the hole in the side of the hill, and made to go the byway to hell. I'm sure that was enough to discourage you, Greatheart said. Was that all they had to say? Valiant for Truth shook his head. No, there is more. They also told me about many who from long ago had tried to follow the way, and had actually gone a great distance to see if they could find any evidence of the glory so many had talked about so much. According to them, those people came back again saying they had been fools for taking one step on the path. Plus, they named several more who had done this, including Obstinate and Pliable, Mistrust and Timorous, Turnaway and Old Atheist. In fact, they listed several more, making sure to explain that some of them had gone quite far to see what they could find, but not one of them found a single advantage to following the way. Did they say anything more to discourage you? Great Heart asked. Yes, Valiant for Truth nodded. They told me about a man by the name of Mr. Fearing who was a pilgrim, and how he found his way so lonely that he never found a time that he felt comfortable. They also talked about Mr. Despondency who had almost been starved along the way. And I almost forgot this, but they talked about Christian too. They admitted that much talk surrounded him and his adventures on his way to claim a celestial crown, but that even he had almost drowned in the Black River, and that he never actually went another foot further following that incident. However, it was hushed up. Didn't any of these things discourage you? Valiant for Truth shook his head and smiled. No, not really, because they seemed all to be stories of no value, so I counted them as nothing. Tell me, Great Heart said. How did this thinking come about? Why, I still believed what Mr. Tell True had told me, and that truth carried me beyond all the stories those scoundrels had to tell. Great Heart clapped him on the back. Then this was your victory, your faith in action. I believe you are right. My faith grew as I walked in the way and fought all those who assaulted me, and by believing, my faith has brought me to this place. Who desires to true valor see? Let him come hither. Such a one will constant be. Come wind, come weather. There's no discouragement. That makes him even once relent. His first declared intent. To be a pilgrim. Who hem him all round. With dismal stories. That themselves confound. His strength all the more. No lying can cause him fright. He'll even with a giant fight. But he will have a right. To be a pilgrim. Hobgoblin nor foul fiend can daunt his spirit. He knows that at the end he shall life inherit. Then fancies fly away. He'll not fear what men say. He'll labor night and day. To be a pilgrim. By this time they arrived at the enchanted ground, where the air naturally tended to make a person drowsy. It was totally overgrown with briars and thorns, except for here and there in the area where an enchanted arbor stood. If a man sat or fell asleep in this arbor, some say it raises the question of whether or not they shall ever rise, or wake up again in this world. They went through this forest with Mr. Great Heart leading the way, for he was the guide after all. Mr. Valiant for Truth followed behind, as a rear guard, in case some fiend, dragon, giant or thief, should assault them from behind. Each man walked with his sword drawn in his hand, for they all knew it was a dangerous place. Also, they cheered one another up the best they could. Great Heart commanded Feeblemind to come up behind him, and placed Mr. Despondency under Valiant for Truth's watchful care. Now they had not gone far when a vast misty darkness fell over them. For a great while, they could scarcely see one another. For some time they were forced to feel their way and call out to one another, because they couldn't see where they were going. One might think it was miserable going for the best of them at that. It was even worse for the women and children whose feet and hearts were tender. But Great Heart encouraged them on from the front, and Valiant for Truth did the same from behind, so that they walked along at a pretty good pace. The way grew very wearisome and took them through dirt and mire. There was no inn or house in the area to feed them or offer the feebler pilgrims refreshment. For this reason, they walked along with much grunting, puffing and sighing. One tumbled over a bush and another stuck fast in the dirt. One cried out, "I've fallen down." And another, "The bushes have caught me and hold me fast. I can't get away from them." And another would answer, "Where are you?" Some of them even lost their shoes in the mire. Then they arrived at the arbor which offered warm and promising refreshment to the weary pilgrims. It was formed of fine wrought iron with beautiful greens overhead, and furnished with welcoming benches and other seating, including a soft couch perfect for the weary to rest upon. With all things considered, you might think this tempted the pilgrims to stop and rest, because their journey had become fraught with difficulties. But not even one of them made a move to stop there. And from what I could tell, they continually paid attention to the advice of their guide, and he faithfully warned them of the various dangers present. Usually when they were nearest to them, the pilgrims boosted one another's spirits, and encouraged each other to deny the flesh. This arbor was called the Slothful's Friend, and was made purposely to allure, if possible, some of the pilgrims so they would stop and rest when weary. I saw them in my dream as they went over this lonely enchanted ground, until they came to a place where a man could even more easily lose his way. Now when it was light, their guide could tell them how to miss those ways that led them astray, but in the dark, the difficulties brought him to a standstill. He had a map of all ways leading to or from the celestial city in his pocket, so he lit a light to view the map or his book, which told him to be careful, and to make a right-hand turn. And if he had not been careful to check his map, they would in all probability have been smothered in the mud, for just a little before them at the end of the cleanest way was a pit. No one knew how deep it was, for it was full of nothing but mud, and had been put there purposely to destroy the pilgrims who fell into it. I thought to myself, whoever goes on pilgrimage should have one of these maps with him, so that he may look at it when he comes to a standstill, so he can see what way he must take. Then they went on through this enchanted ground until they came to where there was another arbor, but it was built along the side of the road. In that arbor, 2 men lay whose names were Heedless and Too Bold. These 2 had gone this far on pilgrimage, but after growing weary on their journey sat down to rest, and had fallen fast asleep. When the pilgrims saw them, they stood still and shook their heads, for they could see the sleepers were in a pitiful state. Then they talked over what they should do, whether to go on and let them sleep or to try to awaken them. So they decided to go to them and awaken them, if they could. However, they approached with caution, and took care not to dare to sit down or embrace any benefit offered by that arbor. So they went to the arbor, and spoke to the men. They called each one by his name, for Great Heart seemed to know who they were, but the 2 men did not stir or answer. Then Great Heart shook them, and did whatever he could to wake them. Without waking, one of them said, "I will pay you when I receive my money." Great Heart shook his head. "I will fight so long as I can hold my sword in my hand," the other said. At that, one of the children laughed. Then Christiana asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Great Heart said, "They talk in their sleep. If you strike them, beat them, or whatever else you do to them, they will answer you in this manner." A long time ago one of them said, "When the waves of the sea beat upon him, he slept upon the mast of a ship, and you will be like one who lies down in the middle of the sea, or like one who lies down on the top of a mast. They struck me, but I did not become ill, they beat me, but I did not know it. When shall I awake? I will seek another drink." Proverbs 23:34-35, "When I awaken, I will seek it yet again." You know, when men talk in their sleep they may say anything, but their words are not governed by faith or reason. Their words are incoherent now, Great Heart said as he pointed to the sleeping men, as they were between the time they left on pilgrimage and sitting down here. The harm of it is that when thoughtless, unobserving people go on pilgrimage, the odds are 20 to 1 that they end up like this. For this enchanted ground is one of the last refuges the enemy has to use against pilgrims. As you see, it is strategically located almost at the end of the way to be most advantageous against us. For the enemy thinks, when will these fools be most ready to sit down? It is when they are weary. And when are they most likely to be weary? It is when they are almost at their journey's end. Therefore, I say the enchanted ground is placed so near to the Beulah land, so that it is near the end of their race. Therefore, let pilgrims be attentive and observant, or what has happened to these men here will happen to them and none can awaken them. The pilgrims desired to continue on their journey, and with trembling asked their guide to light a lantern, so they might travel the rest of their way with the help of the light. So he lit the lantern, and it helped them to see the rest of this way, even though the darkness was very great. So we have the prophetic word made more sure, to which you do well to pay attention as to a lamp shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the morning star arises in your hearts. 2 Peter 1:19, But the children began to grow very weary, and they cried out to him who loves pilgrims, and asked him to make their way more comfortable. When they walked a little further, a wind arose, that drove away the foggy mist, and the air cleared. They could see that they were at the edge of the enchanted ground, and that they were within the way walking where they should, plus, now they could see one another better. When they were almost at the end of this ground, the continuous sound of a voice could be heard just ahead of them, and it raised much concern. They went on and looked for the source, and they found a man upon his knees, with hands and eyes lifted up. They thought he was speaking earnestly to the one who was above, but as they drew closer, they realized they could not make out what he said. So they tiptoed softly until he had finished. When the man finished, he got up and began to run toward the celestial city. Then Great Heart called after him, saying, "Hello, friend, may we accompany you? That is, if you are going to the celestial city, as I suppose." The man stopped and waited for them to catch up with him. But as soon as Mr. Honest saw him, he said, "I know this man." Valiant for Truth said, "Please tell me, who is he?" "He is someone who comes from the area where I used to live," Mr. Honest said. "His name is Standfast. He is certainly a proper and good pilgrim." So they came up to one another, and Standfast said to Old Honest, "Hello, Father Honest, is that you?" "Yes," he said. "It is me. I'm so happy to see you here," Mr. Standfast said, "that I have found you on this road." "And I am just as glad I saw you on your knees," Honest said. Standfast blushed and said, "You saw me?" Honest nodded. "Yes, I did, and the sight made my heart glad." "Why? What did you think?" Standfast asked. "Think?" said Old Honest. "What could I think? I thought we had met up with an honest man on the road, and should join his company as we travel." "It would have been wrong if you had thought anything else," Standfast said. "How happy I am! But I confess that I am not always behaving as I should, and I know that I am the one responsible." "You speak the truth," Honest said. "But your fear further confirms to me that things are right between the Prince of Pilgrims and your soul. For he says, 'Blessed is the man that fears God always.' Proverbs 28:14. "Please tell us why you were down on your knees just now, brother," Valiant for Truth said. "Was it due to some special tenderness of heart, or did it have to do with a promise or oath?" Standfast said, "As you can see, we were upon the enchanted ground, and as I was going along, I thought to myself about how dangerous that part of the road was, and how many had come this far on pilgrimage who had been stopped here and destroyed. I also thought about the manner of the death with which this place destroys men. Those who die here don't die from a violent disease. In fact, the death which they die is not heavy or burdensome to them. For he who dies in his sleep begins that journey with desire and pleasure and submits to the will of that disease." Honest interrupted. "Did you see the two men asleep in the arbor?" Yes, I saw Heedless and Too Bold there, and for all I know, they will lie there till they rot. The memory of the righteous is blessed, but the name of the wicked will rot. Proverbs 10:7. But let me go on with my tale. As I was thinking about all this, I saw one woman dressed in old but very pleasing attire. She presented herself to me and offered me 3 things, that is to say, her body, her purse, and her bed. Now the truth is I was weary and sleepy, and I had no money. I think perhaps the witch knew that. Well, I rejected her offer time after time, but she ignored my resistance and smiled. Then I began to grow angry, but that didn't matter to her at all. She made the same offers again, and said, if I would be ruled by her, she would make me great and happy. She said, for I am the mistress of the world and men are made happy by me. I asked her name and she told me it was Madam Bubble. This set me even further from her, but she still followed me with the same enticements. Then, as you saw, I took to my knees and with hands lifted up and cries, I prayed to him who said he would help. So just as you came up, the woman went her way. Then I continued to give thanks for my great deliverance, for I believe her intentions were no good, and that she sought to make stop my journey. Honest nodded his agreement. Without doubt her intentions were bad. But wait a minute. Now that you talk about her, I think I have either seen her or read some story about her. Perhaps you have done both, Standfast said. Madam Bubble, Honest said. Is she a tall, good-looking woman, with a somewhat dark complexion? Yes, you hit it. That's exactly what she looks like. Does she speak very smoothly, and give you a smile at the end of a sentence? Honest asked. Exactly, Standfast said. You've described her perfectly, for those are her very actions. Does she wear a large purse at her side? And does she dip her hand into it, often fingering her money, as if it is her heart's delight? Yes, Standfast said. That is just what she did. You couldn't have described her more accurately if she had stood right here. Mr. Honest said, then he who drew her picture was a good artist, and he who wrote about her told the truth. Standfast and Madam Bubble. Great Heart said, this woman is a witch, and it is due to her sorceries that this ground is enchanted. Whoever lays his head down in her lap might as well lay it down on a block over which an axe hangs. Those who look upon her beauty are counted as enemies of God. She is the one who maintains the great show of richness and elegance of all those who are the enemies of pilgrims. You adulteresses, do you not know that friendship with the world is hostility toward God? Therefore whoever wishes to be a friend of the world makes himself an enemy of God. James 4:4. She is responsible for buying off many a man from a pilgrim's life, and she is a great gossiper. Both she and her daughters are always at one pilgrim's heels or another. They all commend and even prefer things valued and esteemed in this life. She is a bold and brazen woman, who is willing to talk with any man. She always disrespects poor pilgrims and mocks them with laughter, while she highly praises the rich. For instance, if there is money in a place and one cunning enough to get it, she will speak well of that calculating person everywhere she goes. She loves banqueting and feasting as well, and so you'll find her always at one full table, or another. In some places she has told people she is a goddess, and for this reason some actually worship her. At times she even openly cheats, and will declare that no one can demonstrate a good comparable to hers. She promises to live with children's children, if they will just love her, and make her important in their lives. If they do, she offers plentiful gold from her purse in some places, and to some people. She loves to be sought after, spoken well of, and to lie in the hearts of men. She is never weary of speaking well of her wares, and the people she loves most are those who think best of her. She promises crowns and kingdoms to some, if they will just take her advice. She leads many around with the halter and 10,000 times more to hell. Oh, Standfast said, what a mercy that I resisted her. To think of where she might have drawn me. Great Heart said, where? No one but God knows where, but generally speaking, we can be sure that she would have drawn you into many foolish and hurtful lusts, the sort which drown men in destruction and punishment in hell. But those who want to get rich fall into temptation and a snare and many foolish and harmful desires, which plunge men into ruin and destruction. 1 Tim 6:9. It was she who set Absalom against his father and Jeroboam against his master. It was she who persuaded Judas to sell his lord, and she who prevailed with Demas to forsake the godly pilgrim's life. No one can begin to understand all the trouble she causes. She brings about clashes between rulers and subjects, parents and children, neighbor and neighbor, a man and his wife, a man and himself, and even between the flesh and the spirit. Therefore, good Mr. Standfast, live up to your name when you have done all and stand. Therefore, take up the full armor of God, so that you will be able to resist in the evil day, and having done everything to stand firm. Ephesians 6:13. At this discussion a mixture of joy and trembling broke out among the pilgrims, but in the end they broke out and sang. What danger is the pilgrim in? How many are his foes? How many ways there are to sin? No living mortal knows. Some in the ditch are pulled aside, and can lie struggling in the mire. Though some shun the frying pan, do leap into the fire. After this, I watched until they came into the land of Beulah, where the sun shines night and day. Here the weary pilgrims decided to rest a while. Because pilgrims belong more to this country than any in this world, and because the orchards and vineyards there belong to the king of the celestial country, they were permitted to boldly use any of his things. After a short time they were refreshed, for the bells rang, and the trumpets sounded a melody continually. Even though they did not sleep, they were refreshed as if they had a sound night's sleep. Those walking in the streets raised their voices and shouted, "More pilgrims have come to our city." One answered, "And many have crossed over the river, and were let in at the golden gates today." They raised their voices again, saying, "A legion of shining ones has just come to town. By this we know there are more pilgrims upon the road. Here they come to wait for them, for we are ready to comfort them following all their sorrow." The pilgrims got up and walked here and there as they listened to the heavenly noises filling the streets, while celestial visions delighted their eyes. In this land they heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing, smelled nothing, and tasted nothing offensive to their stomach or mind. They only tasted of the water of the river which they were to cross over. They thought it tasted a little bitter to the palate, but it proved to be sweeter as it went down. In this place, there was a record kept of the names of those who had been pilgrims in olden times. Along with this record was an account of the history of all the famous acts they had done. The topic of many conversations dealt with the river and its ebb and flow, and how this had affected pilgrims who previously crossed over the river. Some crossed over when the river was almost dry, while it had overflowed its banks for others. The children of the town went into the king's gardens and gathered fragrant flowers for the pilgrims, and with much affection brought them to the pilgrims. Aromatic camphor also grew here, along with nod, saffron, calamus and cinnamon, with all the trees of frankincense, myrrh and aloes, along with all the chief spices. The pilgrims' bodies were anointed and their chambers perfumed, while they stayed there so as to prepare them to go cross the river when the appointed time arrived. Now while they stayed there and waited for the appointed time, a message arrived from the celestial city, and created quite a buzz throughout the town. It contained an important matter for Christiana, the wife of Christian the pilgrim. The one delivering the message asked where she could be found, and he was directed to the house where she was. Then the messenger delivered this message: "Hello, good woman, I bring you news that the Master calls for you, and expects that you should stand in his presence clothed in immortality within the next 10 days. When he had read this letter to her, he gave her a sure token that he was a true messenger, and was come to bid her make haste to be gone. The token was an arrow with a point sharpened with love, let easily into her heart, which by degrees wrought so effectually with her that at the time appointed she must be gone." When Christiana saw that her time had come, and that she was the first of this group to be called to cross over, she called for Great Heart, her guide. She told him about the message, and he encouraged her, saying he was happy to hear the news, and that he would have been just as glad if the message had come for him. Then she asked for his advice as to how to prepare for her journey. So he told her exactly what to do, and that those being left behind would accompany her to the riverside. So Christiana called for her children, and gave each of them her blessing, and told them she took comfort, that they each bore the mark of their master on their foreheads, and that they had kept their garments so white. She was also glad to have them with her at this time. Lastly, she donated to the poor what little she owned, and commanded her sons and daughters to be ready for the time when the messenger would come for them. When she had spoken these words to her guide and her children, she called for Valiant for truth. To him she said, "Sir, you have showed yourself true-hearted every place you go. Be faithful unto death, and my king will give you a crown of life. Do not fear what you are about to suffer. Behold, the devil is about to cast some of you into prison, so that you will be tested, and you will have tribulation for 10 days. Be faithful until death, and I will give you the crown of life." Revelation 2:10. I would also ask that you keep an eye to my children. If you see them grow faint-hearted, speak to them and encourage them, including my daughters, my sons' wives. Christiana calls her children, and gives them her blessing. Then to Mr. Standfast she gave a ring, and she called for old Mr. Honest, and said of him, "Behold an Israelite indeed, in whom is no deceit." John 1:47, he said, "I wish you a beautiful clear day when you set out for Mount Zion. I shall be glad to see you go over the river without getting your feet wet." But she answered, "Wet or dry makes no difference to me. I just long to be gone, no matter what the weather is like for my journey. I have plenty of time to sit down and rest and dry off once I get there." Then Mr. Ready to Halt walked into the room to see her. She said to him, "Your journey to get here has been fraught with difficulty, but that will make your rest all the sweeter. Watch and be prepared, for the messenger may come for you at a time when you least expect him." Ready to Halt left the room, and in came Mr. Despondency and his daughter Much Afraid. To them Christiana she said, "You ought to be thankful and forever remember how you were delivered from the hands of Giant Despair and rescued from Doubting Castle. The result of that mercy is that you have been brought safely here. With that in mind, be watchful and cast off your fear, and be serious about how you live your life, never lose hope." Then she turned to Mr. Feeblemind and said, "You were delivered from the mouth of Giant Slay Good, so that your light might shine among the living, and that you would see your king and be strengthened. Only I advise you to repent of your tendency to fear and doubt his goodness, before he sends for you, so you don't find yourself standing before him embarrassed for that fault when he comes." Now the day drew for Christiana to depart across the river. The road was full of people gathered to see her off on her journey. All along the banks beyond the river, horses and chariots gathered. They had come from above to accompany her to the city gate. She stepped forward and entered the river, after saying goodbye to those who had followed her. Then she entered the river, and the last words she was heard to say were, "I come, Lord, to be with you and bless you." Those who waited for Christiana across the river carried her out of their sight, and so her children and friends returned to their place. Christiana enters the river of death. Christiana called at the gate and entered with all the ceremonies of joy that her husband Christian had experienced before her. At her departure her children wept, but Great Heart and Valiant for Truth celebrated with joy on a well-tuned cymbal and harp. In this way they all departed to their respective places. After some time, another message was delivered to the town again, and this time the messenger's business was with Mr. Ready to Halt. The messenger inquired about him and said, "I have come from him whom you have loved and followed, though upon crutches. My message is to tell you that he expects you at his table to eat with him in his kingdom the day after Easter. Therefore, prepare for this journey." He also gave him a token to show he was a true messenger, saying, "I have broken your golden bowl and loosed your silver cord. Remember him before the silver cord is broken, and the golden bowl is crushed, the pitcher by the well is shattered, and the wheel at the cistern is crushed." Ecclesiastes 12:6. After this, Mr. Ready to Halt called for his fellow pilgrims and said, "I have been sent for, and God shall surely visit you also." So he asked Valiant for Truth to make his will, and because he had nothing to leave those who survived him except his crutches and his good wishes, he said, "These crutches I leave to my son, so that he shall walk in my steps, and along with them I leave 100 warm wishes that he may prove better than I have been." Then he thanked Great Heart for his conduct and kindness, and then focused on his journey. When he came to the brink of the river, he said, "Now I shall have no more need of these crutches, since across the river chariots and horses await for me to ride upon." The last words he was heard to say were, "Welcome life." And with this he went his way. After this, Mr. Feeblemind had news delivered when the messenger showed up at his chamber door. He came in and said, "I have come to tell you that your master has need of you, and that in a very short time you must behold his face in brightness. Take this as a token of the truth of my message. Those who look through windows grow dim." Ecclesiastes 12:3. Then Mr. Feeblemind called for his friends and told them about the message, what he was supposed to do, and about the token he had received regarding the truth of the message. Then he said, "Since I have nothing to leave to anyone, what purpose is there for me to make a will? As for my feeble mind, that I will leave behind me, for that I shall certainly have no need of in the place where I am going, nor is it worth presenting to the poorest pilgrims. Therefore when I am gone, I desire that you, Valiant for Truth, would bury it in a dunghill." The day arrived on which he was to depart, and he entered the river just like those before him. His last words were, "Hold out, faith and patience." So he went over to the other side. Eventually, in the days after many of the pilgrims had passed away, Mr. Despondency was sent for, because a message had arrived for him. It said, "Trembling man, you are summoned to be ready with the king by the next Lord's Day, to shout for joy for your deliverance from all your doubts." The message also said, "And as proof that my message is true, I give him a grasshopper to be a burden unto him." Ecclesiastes 12:5. Now when Mr. Despondency's daughter, whose name was Much Afraid, heard what happened, she said she would go with her father. Mr. Despondency said to his friends, "You know how my daughter and I have acted and how difficult and problematic we have been for all of you. My will and my daughter's are that our depression and mindless fears would not be passed on to anyone when we leave, for I know that after my death, these evils will offer themselves to others. Let me make it clear, these are remnants of behaviors we entertained when we first began to be pilgrims, and after that we were never able to shake free of them. After we depart, they will walk about like ghosts seeking to entertain the thoughts of pilgrims. For our sakes, don't let them do it. Instead, shut the doors on them." When the time came for them to depart, they went up to the brink of the river. The last words of Mr. Despondency were, "Farewell night. Welcome day." His daughter went through the river singing, but no one could understand her words. Then after some time, another messenger arrived in the town asking for Mr. Honest. He came to the house where Honest lived and delivered this message: "You are commanded to be ready in 7 days to present yourself before your lord at his father's house. And for proof that my message is true, I deliver this token: all the daughters of song will sing softly." Ecclesiastes 12:4. Once he received the news, Mr. Honest called for his friends and said, "I am about to die but shall make no will. As for my honesty, it shall go with me. Let any who live after I am gone be told of this." When the day of his departure arrived, he prepared to cross over the river. At that time the river overflowed its banks in some places, but Mr. Honest, in his lifetime, had spoken to one good conscience to meet him there, and that he was ready to lend him his hand, and he helped him over. The last words of Mr. Honest were, "Grace reigns." And in this way he left the world. After this, it was widely announced that Valiant for Truth received a summons by the hand of the same messenger. He also received a token that the summons was true. That his pitcher was broken at the fountain. Remember him before the silver cord is broken, and the golden bowl is crushed, the pitcher by the well is shattered, and the wheel at the cistern is crushed. Ecclesiastes 12:6. When Valiant for Truth understood the message was true, he called for his friends. He let them know he had received a summons. I am going to my father's. Even though I arrived here with great difficulty, I don't regret any of the trouble I had to live through to get here. I give my sword to the one who follows me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to the one who can get it. My marks and scars I carry with me as a witness that I have fought his battles, and now he will be my rewarder. When the day came for him to cross the river, many accompanied him to the river bank. He stepped into the water and said, "O death, where is your sting?" 1 Corinthians 15:55, and as he went deeper he said, "O death, where is your victory?" 1 Corinthians 15:55, so he passed over the river to the sound of trumpets welcoming him to the other side. Then a summons arrived for Mr. Standfast. This is the same Mr. Standfast whom the rest of the pilgrims found praying upon his knees in the enchanted ground. The messenger stood there as Mr. Standfast opened the message and stood reading the contents. The message told him he must prepare for a change of life, for his master was no longer willing for him to serve from so far away. This Mr. Standfast was put into a muse, and thought quietly about what the message meant. The messenger said, "You needn't doubt the truth of my message, for here is a token of the truth contained in it. Your wheel is broken at the cistern. Remember him before the silver cord is broken, and the golden bowl is crushed, the pitcher by the well is shattered and the wheel at the cistern is crushed, then the dust will return to the earth as it was, and the spirit will return to God who gave it." Ecclesiastes 12:6-7. Mr. Standfast called to Great Heart, who was their guide, to come near. To him he said, "Sir, although it was not my fortune to be in your good company during most of the days of my pilgrimage, I have to tell you that since I met you, you have been beneficial to me. When I left my home, I left behind a wife and 5 small children. Let me request that when you return, for I know you return to your master's house in hopes that you may conduct more pilgrims as guide, that you send a message to my family, and let them know all that has happened, and will happen to me. Especially be sure to tell them of my happy arrival to this place, as well as my present and blessed condition. Also be sure to tell them about Christian and Christiana, his wife, and how she and her children came after her husband. Tell them about her happy end and about where she is now. I have next to nothing to send to my family, unless it be prayers and tears for them. You can let them know about that, if perhaps they succeed." When Mr. Standfast had set things in order, the time came for him to hurry to the river. When he arrived on the riverbank, the water was very calm, so when Mr. Standfast stepped into the water, he stood there for a while, and talked with his companions who had accompanied him there. This river has frightened many, and I admit thoughts of it have often frightened me. But now as I stand here, I think about how my feet are standing on the very ground upon which the feet of the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant stood as Israel crossed through the Jordan. And the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, while all Israel crossed on dry ground, until all the nation had finished crossing the Jordan. Josh 3:17. The waters certainly taste bitter and feel cold to the stomach, yet the thoughts of what I am going to and the party that awaits me on the other side warm my heart like a glowing coal. I see myself at the end of my journey with my hard days behind me. I am going to see that head which was crowned with thorns, and that face which was spit upon for me. Until now, I have lived by faith based on what I've heard, but now where I go I shall live by sight, and shall be with him in whose company I delight myself. I have loved to hear my Lord spoken of, and wherever I have seen the print of his shoe in the earth, I have longed to follow in his steps too. His name has been as sweet to me as a honey pot and more fragrant than any perfume. His voice has been pleasing, and I have longed to see his face more than most people desire sunlight. I gathered his words for my food and for antidotes against my weaknesses. He has held me and kept me from mine iniquities, and he has strengthened my steps in his way. While he talked about these things, his countenance changed, and he bowed and said, "Take me, for I come to you." And suddenly he could no longer be seen by those standing along this side of the river. Along the opposite bank it was glorious to see the area filled with horses and chariots, with trumpeters, pipers, singers and players strumming stringed instruments to welcome the pilgrims, as they went up, and followed them in at the beautiful gate of the city. As for Christiana's children, the 4 boys that Christiana brought with their wives and children, I can't tell you about them in detail, for I didn't stay there. However, since I left that town, I heard someone say they were still alive and living life for the increase of the church in that place. In the future, if I have the opportunity to go that way again, I may give those who desire it an account of what I haven't mentioned here. In the meantime, I bid my reader farewell. The end. The Holy War. Also by John Bunyan. More than 100 original illustrations. Bonus content: The Life of John Bunyan by William Brock. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places. Ephesians 6:12. What if you were able to see your life from a spiritual perspective, and see the actual reality of the verse above? How does our enemy Diabolus plan and carry out his attacks? How do his demons help, and what are their objectives? Why and how must we petition Emmanuel to get his attention and help in this great holy war? Written 4 years after the Pilgrim's Progress, John Bunyan followed up with this second allegorical classic, which has touched hearts and minds of readers for generations. The epicenter of this book is the town of Mansell, its people, such as conscience, self-denial and do-right, and its gates, eye gate, ear gate, mouth gate, nose gate and feel gate. The attack by Diabolus and his demons, all of whom have appropriate names, is carefully planned and executed. As still happens to men today, man's soul fell hard. Emmanuel is of course willing to help, but can only do so on special, seemingly strict terms. As you watch this intense battle unfold, you'll be emboldened to fight with new vigilance, to guard the gates with tenacity, and to rely on Emmanuel's sovereignty like never before. It should be noted that John Bunyan focused not so much on biblical sequence, or even perfect accuracy in every aspect. Instead, he honed in specifically on the spiritual battle being waged for each individual soul, filling in other details as needed to create the scenes. In this edition, we updated the text to clarify the meaning of each scene, and inserted Bible verses in key areas, to bring to light the depth and spiritual meaning of this powerful allegory. Available where books are sold. Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners. Also by John Bunyan. Come and hear, all ye that fear God, and I will declare what he has done unto my soul. Psalm 66:16. This is a short and honest account of how God demonstrated his exceeding great mercy to his unworthy servant, John Bunyan. This story specifically tells how Bunyan was converted. John Bunyan was a companion of sin and was troubled by sin. He fought temptation and sin in his own strength and lost, and in despair he gave up hope of ever finding God's mercy, but the Lord Jesus Christ at last delivered him from the guilt and terror that so often and so viciously troubled him. In addition to this, a short account of Bunyan's call to the work of the ministry is told, along with the trials and trouble he encountered, including some of the difficulties he faced while in prison. This is all taken from his writings, and is now published for the encouragement and support of others, who are weak and tempted and need strength and hope and victory in Jesus. Available where books are sold. The Life and Death of Mr. Badman. Also by John Bunyan. Horror has taken hold upon me because of the wicked that forsake thy law. Psalm 119:53. The life of Mr. Badman forms a third part to the Pilgrim's Progress, but it is not a delightful pilgrimage to heaven. On the contrary, it is a wretched downward journey to the infernal realms. The author's goal is to warn poor, thoughtless sinners, not with smooth words they can ignore, but with words that thunder against their consciences regarding the danger of their souls, and the increasing wretchedness into which they are madly hurrying. The one who is in imminent but unseen danger will bless the warning voice if it reaches his ears, however rough and startling it may sound. The Life of Badman was written in an age when abandonment of moral principles, vice, gluttony, intemperance, habitual lewdness, and the excessive unlawful indulgence of lust marched like a ravaging army through our land, headed by the king, along with officers from his polluted peers. Is this book not also written for today then? Available where books are sold. Click to see other updated classics from Anico Press. Appendices. The author's apology for his book. When I first picked up my pen to write, I had no idea my thoughts would turn into this little book. I started to write and the story flowed as my pen fought to keep up with my ideas. Thoughts came so quickly, it almost felt like I had just begun as I finished the last sentence. The Pilgrim's Progress tells of the journey of saints, and the way of glory in a time when the gospel of salvation was readily available. The story naturally took allegorical form, which makes the meaning clear. Following this form, I set more than 20 important truths down within the tale, and had 20 more coursing through my head like sparks that fly from coals. I decided the first 20 to be more than sufficient, and to save the rest for another time so readers wouldn't think that I'd go on for an eternity, and decide to read another book instead. Truthfully, as I started the book, I had no idea of the scope and depth it would take on. I never entertained thoughts of the whole world reading my work. When I set out to write this story, I didn't do it to please my neighbor or to gratify myself. In fact, I can't say what my original goal had been. However, I can say it was more than an absent-minded scribbling of whatever came to mind, and it was more than a diversion from thoughts. As I put pen to paper and started to write, it filled me with an unexpected delight. The story unfolded with my thoughts following a process which drew on knowledge of the truth. To my surprise, the result was a story whose length and breadth surpassed my expectations. Soon I held my thoughts on paper, and decided to share my musings with others to see if they thought it a crazy allegory or one that held merit. Some suggested I forget about the idea altogether, and others encouraged me saying, "John, print it." With mixed responses, I found myself in a dilemma trying to figure out the best thing to do. Finally, since the feedback was divided, I decided to go ahead and print it. Since some thought I should and others thought I shouldn't, I figured printing the book would be a test to see which of them were right. That way I wouldn't deny those who thought it should be printed. Plus, it gave them a way to share in my delight. For those who didn't think I should publish it, I let them know I in no way intended to offend them. I asked them to be patient, and not to judge those who were pleased to have the book published. I reminded those against publication that they were in no way compelled to read it. In this way, I decided to leave it to individual preference and conviction. You see, when it comes to spiritual food, some love the meat, some love to pick the bone, and some hope for a tale that might seem less rigid, and which would not require them to change in any way. With this last group, I have to disagree and tell you up front that I do not write in this style. In fact, I write in such a way that I hope the reader will not miss the truth that none are good, and we all must be changed. Let me be clear that my purpose for moving forward is not to be unkind. As an example, think about dark clouds. They bring rain while bright days do not. The point is that dark days or bright, if the rain falls, the earth yields crops. We give praise to God for both the clouds and sunshine and treasure the fruit brought about by both. No one can distinguish the benefit of each, for they work together, and we should not complain about either. This fruit is welcomed by one who is hungry, while one without an appetite spits it out, and makes the blessing null. Consider the ways of a fisherman. To catch the fish he takes steps that engage all his wits. He uses snares, lines, angles, hooks, and nets. Yet even with all these tools, there will be fish that are not caught by any device one can make. Instead, they must be groped for and even tickled, or they will not be caught no matter what you do. Think about the one who hunts birds. How does he seek to catch his game? It takes an assortment of tactics and devices like guns, nets, line, twigs, light, and bell. The fowler creeps along, stands still, and takes on varied postures to remain unnoticed. Yet none of these tactics will make him master of whatever bird he pleases. For instance, while his skills include whistling to lure and catch one bird, the very same tune will cause him to miss another bird. Here's another thing to think about. If, as myths suggest, a pearl may be found in a toad's head, just as such a precious stone may be found in an oyster shell, that means two things that promise nothing contain something better than gold. Who are we to look with disdain upon an idea, rather than to look there for something precious? So it is with my little book. It may not include pretty pictures to make it attractive, but it does hold a treasure worth looking for. Some have said, well, I am not fully satisfied that your book will stand when soundly tried. When I asked for more specifics regarding their concern, their objection amounted to things such as, it is dark. Or they pointed to the fact it is only fiction. Their objections lead me to ask, what is wrong with fiction? Some men, by fictional words as dark as mine, make truth light and reality radiate and shine by means of parables and allegorical style such as I use. But they want solidness, another objected. His concern is based on an idea that such a writing style is weak, and that metaphors, allegory and similitudes are unclear. He went on to say, they drown the weak, and metaphors make us blind. However, I don't agree. You can write using metaphors and stand firm on what is meant. Weren't God's laws, his gospel laws in olden times presented using types, shadows and metaphors? Yet any clear-thinking man would be unwilling to find fault with them, unless he wants to come against the highest wisdom. No, instead he stoops to pick up such valuable things and seeks to understand them. He looks for the value and meaning in things like the pins and loops of the tabernacle construction, and how they are a type of the uniting ministry of God's word, or the symbolism of heavenly things represented by calves and sheep, heifers, rams, birds and herbs, and the blood of lambs. God speaks to us in this way, and the one who understands is blessed to find light and grace in it. Don't think that I want anything less than the truth by choosing this writing style. The message I convey is not superficial. Consider how the Bible speaks truth in parables, while other works that appear truthful are not always true. The story should not be despised because it is allegorical. My dark and cloudy words do hold the truth, and we must be careful how we judge, lest we receive things hurtful to us as if they are nothing, while depriving our souls of things that are good. If you look at the Bible, you'll plainly see that the prophets use metaphors to set forth truth, and the teachings of Christ and his apostles are clothed in the same way. The Holy Scripture has metaphorical aspects, and is not often amusing or entertaining. It is full of dark figures and allegories, and yet it also illuminates with a luster and radiance that dispels human gloom. Let the critic of my book look to his own life. Even as a child of God, we all have darker aspects than those in my book, and more shining qualities too. So I say, don't be more critical of the Pilgrim's progress than of yourself. Let the work stand to be judged by impartial men. Though dressed in allegorical attire, the truth still helps the troubled and immature far more than Satan's lies. It encourages understanding and brings the will into submission. When it comes to words, the Apostle Paul told Timothy to take hold of sound words and to reject old wives' tales. However, he never forbade the use of parables which offer hidden treasures worth digging for with the greatest of care. Before I conclude, let me ask my godly critics this: are you offended? Do you wish I had told my story in another style? Or that I had said things in a more direct manner? Let me offer these 3 things to which I shall submit with respectful deference. I find nothing in Scripture that denies the use of my allegorical method. In application, I seek the advance of truth this way. I am not denied, but have permission and example too, from those who have pleased God by their words, always more than people alive today. So in my own way, I express my thoughts to declare things most excellent to you. I find men of high esteem write in their style, yet no one puts down their writing. I agree that the abuse of truth should not be tolerated, and anyone who writes with such intent should not be tolerated. However, writing style is a matter of suitability and taste, so if you object to the style, I ask that you still support the cause of truth. For this reason let truth be free to venture upon us in whichever way pleases God, for God knows better than any of us how he works. He has taught us first to plough, to guide our minds and pens for his purpose and designs. He uses dishonorable things to usher in the divine. I find many places in the Holy Scripture that use aspects of this writing method in cases where one thing sets the stage for another. I use allegory in the same way. Not to smother truth's golden beams, but to cast its rays like the light of day. And now, before I close, I want to show the benefit of my book for everyone, and then I'll commit my book and its readers and critics into God's hands, which are able to bring down the strong and make the weak stand. This book traces out the way from start to finish for people seeking the everlasting prize. It shows you where we come from, where we go, what we do, and what we leave undone. It demonstrates how we run the race until we are called to the gate of glory. It shows, too, those who set out for life with all their might, as if they can obtain the lasting crown by what they do. In the illustration put forth in my book, readers will also see the reason why those who strive in such a way will die like fools. This book makes a traveler out of you, and if you are ruled by its counsel and understand its directions, you will be directed to the Holy Land. It will prod the spiritually lazy to be active, and the spiritually blind to see. It will remind the forgetful of the things we should never forget. If you're ready for a rare and profitable experience, and to find the precious truth within a fictional story, then read my allegorical fancies. They will stick like burrs, and yet may be comforting to the helpless. This book is written in such a way that the one who picks it up may think it nothing more than a novelty, but the gospel threads that run through it go deeper to affect the minds of apathetic men. It is able to bolster the depressed, and while it is entertaining to read, it is far from foolish. It's a book for everyone, for those who enjoy riddles and their explanations, and for the deep thinkers who contemplate the meaning behind them. If you love to pick the meat of a matter, live in a dream while awake, or want to laugh one moment and weep the next, this book offers that and more. This story is told in such a way that you'll question whether you are blessed or not by reading the same lines as you comprehend the truth of God with your mind and heart. The author's way. Sending forth of his second part of the Pilgrim. Go now, my little book, to every place where my first pilgrim has shown his face. Call at their door, if any say, "Who's there?" Then answer, "Christiana is here." If they call for you, "Come in," then enter thou. With all your boys, and then as you know how. Tell who they are, and from where they came. Perhaps they'll know them by their looks or name. But if they should not, ask them yet again. If formerly they did not entertain one Christian a pilgrim. If they say they did, and were delighted in his way, then let them know that these related were to him, for they his wife and children are. Tell them that they have left their house and home, are turned pilgrims who seek a world to come, and have met with hardships in the way. They've met with troubles night and day. They have trod on serpents, fought with devils, and have also overcome many evils. Yes, tell them also of the next who have of love to pilgrimage, been courageous and brave, defenders of that way, and how they still refuse this world, to do their Father's will. Go tell them also of those dainty things that pilgrimage unto the pilgrim brings. Let them be acquainted too of how they are beloved of their King, under his care. What goodly mansions he for them provides, though they meet with rough winds and swelling tides. How brave a calm they will enjoy at last, who to their Lord and by his ways hold fast. Perhaps with heart and hand they will embrace you as they did my first offspring, and will grace you and your fellows with much cheer and fare, as they show well they of pilgrims lovers are. Objection I. But how, if they will not believe of me, that I'm truly yours, 'cause some there be who counterfeit the pilgrim and his name, seek by disguise to seem the very same, and by that means have wrought themselves into the hands and houses of I know not who. Answer. 'Tis true, some have late tried to counterfeit my pilgrim, and to their own work my title set. Yes, others recycled half my name and title too, stitching them to their books to make them do. But yet they, by their features do declare themselves not mine to be, whose heir they are. If you meet with such, then your only way before them all is to say what you must say, in your own native language, which no man now uses, nor with ease can mislead man. If after all, they still of you shall doubt, thinking that you like gypsies go about in naughty ways the country to defile, or that you seek good people to beguile with things unpardonable, send for me, and I will testify you pilgrims be. Yes, I will testify that only you my pilgrims are, and that alone will do. Objection 2. But yet, perhaps, I may inquire for him, of those who wish him down life and limb. What shall I do, when I at such adore? Ask for pilgrims, and they shall rage the more. Answer. Fret not over my book for such bugbears. They are nothing but groundless fears. My pilgrim's book has travelled sea and land. Yet could I never come to understand why it was slighted or turned out of door by any kingdom, were they rich or poor. In France and Flanders, where men kill each other, my pilgrim is esteemed a friend, a brother. In Holland too, 'tis said, I am told, my pilgrim for some is worth more than gold. Highlanders and wild Irish can agree, my pilgrim should familiar with them be. 'Tis in New England under such advance, it receives so much loving countenance, as to be trimmed, newly clothed, and decked with gems, that it might show its features and its limbs. Yet more, so comely does my pilgrim walk, that of him thousands daily sing and talk. If you draw nearer home, it will appear, my pilgrim knows no ground of shame or fear. City and country will him entertain with welcome pilgrim, yes, they can't refrain from smiling, if my pilgrim is but nearby, or shows his face in any company. Brave heroics does my pilgrim hug and love, esteem it much, yes, values it above things of greater bulk, yes, with delight. Say, my lark's leg is better than a kite. Young ladies and young gentlewomen too, do not small kindness to my pilgrim show. Their cabinets, their bosoms and their hearts, my pilgrim has, 'cause he to them imparts his pretty riddles in such wholesome strains, as yield them profit double to their pains. Of reading, yes, I think I may be bold to say some prize him far above their gold. The very children that walk the street, if they do but my holy pilgrim meet, salute him they will, wish him well, and say, he is the only young man of the day. They who have never seen him, yet admire what they have heard of him, and much desire to have his company and hear him tell those pilgrim stories which he knows so well. Yes, some who did not love him at first, but called him a silly fool, say they must, now that they have seen and heard him commend. And to those whom they love, they do him send. Therefore my second part, you need not be afraid to show your head, none can hurt thee, who wish but well to him who went before, 'cause you came after with a second store of things as good as rich, as profitable, for young, for old, for staggering and stable. Objection 3. But some there are who say, he laughs too loud. And some do say, his head is in a cloud. Others say, his words and stories are so dark, they know not how by them to find his mark. Answer. One may, I think, say, both his laughs and cries may well be guessed at by his watery eyes. Some things are of that nature as to make one's fancy chuckle, while his heart does ache. When Jacob saw his Rachel with the sheep, he did at the same time both kiss and weep. Whereas some say, a cloud is in his head, that shows his wisdom's covered with its own mantles, and to stir the mind to search thoroughly after what it gladly would find. Things that seem to be hidden in words obscure do but more the godly mind allure to study what those sayings should contain, that speak to us in such a cloudy strain. I also know an opaque similitude will on the curious notion more intrude, and will penetrate faster in the heart and head than things from images not borrowed. Therefore my book, let no discouragement hinder your travels. Behold, you are sent to friends, not foes, to friends who will give place to you, your pilgrims, and your words embrace. Besides, what my first pilgrim left concealed, for you, my brave second pilgrim, has revealed. What Christian left locked up and went his way, sweet Christiana opens with her key. Objection 4. But some don't love the method of your first. They count it romance, throw it away as dust. If I should meet with such, what should I say? Must I slight them as they slight me or nay? Answer. My Christiana, if with such people you do meet, by all means, in loving ways be sure to greet. Decide not to return revile for revile. But if they frown, please on them smile. Perhaps 'tis nature, or some harsh report, has made them thus despise or retort. Some don't love fish, some don't love cheese, and some don't love their friends, nor their own house or home. Some start at pigs like chicken, don't love fowl, more than they love a cuckoo or an owl. Leave such, my Christiana, to their choice, and seek those who when they find you will rejoice. By no means strive, but in most humble ways, present yourself to them in your pilgrim's guise. Go then, my little book, and show to all who entertain and bid you welcome shall what you shall keep shut up from the rest, and wish that what you show them may be blessed to them for good, and make them choose to be pilgrims far better than you or me. Go then, I say, tell all men who you art. Say, I'm Christiana, and my part is now with my 4 sons, to tell you what it is for men to take a pilgrim's lot. Go also, tell them who and what they be, who now go on pilgrimage with thee. Say, here's my neighbor Mercy, she is one who for a long time with me a pilgrim gone. Come see her virgin face, and learn between idle ones and pilgrims to discern. Yes, let young damsels learn of her to prize the world which is to come in all its ways, when little tripping maidens follow God, and leave old doting sinners to his rod. 'Tis like those days in which the young ones cried, Hosanna, when the old ones did deride. Next tell them of old honest, whom you found, with his white hairs treading the pilgrim's ground. Yes, tell them how sincere this man was, how following his good Lord he bore the cross. Perhaps with some grey-headed, this may succeed, to have them fall in love with Christ and sin to grieve. Tell them also, how Master fearing went on pilgrimage, and about the time he spent in isolation, with fears and cries, and how, at last, he won the joyful prize. He was a good man, though much down in spirit. He is a good man, and does life inherit. Tell them of Master Feeble-mind also, who would not travel before but behind would go. Show them also how he was almost slain, and how one great heart did his life regain. This man was true of heart, though weak in grace. One might read true godliness in his face. Then tell them of Master Ready to Halt, a man with crutches but much without fault. Tell them how Master Feeble-mind and he did love and in opinion much agree. And let all know, though weakness was their chance, yet sometimes one could sing and the other dance. Don't forget Master Valiant for truth, that man of courage, though very much a youth. Tell everyone about his spirit, that was so stout, no man could ever make him face about. And how great heart, and he could not forbear, but pull down doubting castles, slayed despair. And don't overlook Master Despondency, nor much afraid his daughter though they lie, under such guises as may make them look, for some, as if their God had them forsook. They went ahead softly but sure, and at the end found that the Lord of Pilgrims was their friend. When you have told the world all these things, then turn about my book and touch these strings, which if but touched, will such music make. They'll make a cripple dance, and a giant quake. Those questions which lie unspoken within your breast, freely propound, expound, and for the rest of your mysterious riddles, let them remain for those whose nimble fancies shall understand gain. Now may this little book a blessing be to those who love this little book and me, and may its buyer have no cause to say his money is but lost or thrown away. Yes, may this second pilgrim yield that consequence, as may with each good pilgrim's imagination enhance, and may it some persuade who go astray to turn their feet and heart the right way, is the hearty prayer of the author. John Bunyan.